Okay, good morning, afternoon, or evening, everyone. I hope that you and your families are safe and well. Welcome to the ICVG Symposium on Culture and Governance. Now, before I start formal proceedings, I wish to acknowledge the people of the Kulin Nations on whose land I'm gathered today. I pay my respects to their elders, past and present. Now, how culture and governance can be considered collectively is an important issue facing institutions today, especially in the aftermath of recent Australian and global misfortunes. The ICVG subscribes to the premise that governance should be designed based on the institutional context. Now, in this regard, the ICVG considers culture and governance to be intertwined. Hence, the theme of today's symposium is one that the ICVG considers to be very important. The main objective of today's symposium is to initiate a discussion on this important topic from multidimensional and multi-stakeholder perspectives. Today's symposium will comprise 2 plenary talks, 4 research paper presentations, and a panel discussion. Each session will conclude with a Q&A, so please post any questions or comments you may have in the Q&A section, not in the chat section, the Q&A section. You may, if you wish, also choose to articulate your question or comment using the mic. So if you choose this option, please raise your hand using the icon, raise hand icon, and we will unmute your mic. Okay. So now I would like to invite Professor Gary McGee, the Deputy Dean of Research at the Monash Business School, to give his welcome speech. Thank you all. I hope you enjoy the symposium. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you very much, Christo. And it's a pleasure for me to be here and to open today's event. It's good morning to everyone who's watching and participating, or afternoon or evening, wherever you may be around the world. It's good to see so many of you here with us. Like Christo, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the peoples of the Kulin Nations on whose land I'm speaking from, in part of Eastern Melbourne at the moment. I pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. My name is Gary McGee, and I'm the Deputy Dean of Research in the Monash Business School. And it's a great pleasure to welcome you to this International Consortium of Value-Based Governance Symposium on Culture and Governance. Monash Business School, which is hosting this event, is one of the world's leading business schools, internationally recognized for its excellence in research and education. We are among the 1% of business schools worldwide to have the elite triple accreditation by the major global business school accreditation bodies, AACSB, Equus, and AMBER. From very humble beginnings back in 1961, at the very beginning of the university, on the early stage of the university, with just 57 students enrolled in 1 degree, we have grown into a school comprising 7 departments, 4 multidisciplinary research centers, educating more than 16,000 students across about 25 undergraduate and graduate degrees every single year. As a business school, we're committed to pushing the boundaries of knowledge, driving innovation, shaping business practice, and making a measurable and positive impact on society. So for us, it's about transforming business, addressing global problems, and contributing meaningfully to the issues that matter to today's world. The Center for Global Business, today's host, plays a key part in our research strategy. It's committed to tackling the complex issues facing today's global business community and to bridge that gap between knowledge and practice and research and impact. The International Consortium of Value-Based Governance, or of ICVG, is one of the center's networks. And I think it's an excellent example of what the center aspires to achieve. The ICVG is led and initiated initially by Dr. Christo Karuna, who you all know, and is a response very much to the societal needs to have in place governance systems that are rooted in institutional context at different levels of society, whether that's the local, regional, state, national, or international. The ICVG advocates value-based governance as a necessary substitute to, if you like, the one-size-fits-all approach that has dominated governance research, practice, and policy to date. By promoting innovative and impactful interdisciplinary and collaborative thought leadership across diverse stakeholders, the ICVG attempts to address the complex governance-related issues experienced by institutions in the modern era. Its aim, as Krista was outlined at the beginning, is to use the insights gained from that research to formulate government policies and governance policies in particular that enhance societal welfare, stimulate dialogue among different stakeholders, and advance the development of effective value-based governance systems. Given that the recent string of organisational failures in Australia and indeed elsewhere that have been attributed in part at least to the breakdown in culture of governance, the subject of today's symposium, the interaction between culture and governance, is very timely and important. Monash Business School is very proud to host and support today's event. I'd like to take the time now to acknowledge and sincerely thank all of today's participants, particularly our two distinguished plenary speakers, Professor Stephen Taylor from the University of Technology, Sydney, and Professor Peter Swan from the University of New South Wales. Joining Professors Taylor and Swan on our panel today will be Dr. Davies Kildare, Social Policy Manager, Professor Nadia Massoud from Melbourne Business School, Professor Paul Mather from La Trobe University, Donald Spiegel from Monash University. This makes up the fourth member. And that panel will be chaired by Crystal, of course. We also have four paper presenters, Professor Chen Chen, Dr. Paul Tamba, and Professor Cameron Tuong from Monash University, and Leslie Law from the University of Melbourne, where I believe she's a PhD student. The Business School and I welcome you all and are deeply grateful for your kind participation in today's event. Finally, I think it's very important to note that major events like these don't just happen. They take a lot of planning, coordination, and hard work. And I'd like to take this opportunity to express my congratulations and thanks to Dr. Crystal Karuna and Shahab Sazigar, who have worked assiduously to make this symposium a reality. And it has taken a lot of work, I know that. On that note, let me finish by wishing you all the very best and hope that you find today's event both productive and useful. I'm absolutely convinced that it will be a fascinating and enlightening symposium. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary, for that warm welcome. Much appreciated. Okay, that's great. So now we have at least a few minutes before Steve's plenary talk. So I might actually use that opportunity to just mention a couple of things to the audience. If you have questions, for those of you who came late, could you please type your comment or your question in the Q&A, not the chat section, but the Q&A section. And you can also choose, if you want, rather than typing your question or comment in the Q&A section, you can choose to articulate your question through voice. So if that's the case, please click the raise hand option, and then we will unmute you and allow you to ask your question directly to the presenter. Okay, but the Q&A section will be at the end. So the plenary talks typically will have about 30 minutes of presentation, followed by a 15-minute Q&A. And then the 4 research paper presentations will last 35 minutes, followed by a 10-minute Q&A. Okay. So Steve, if you're ready, I think we can get going. So I'll take this opportunity to introduce Steve. So our first presentation is a plenary talk by Professor Stephen Taylor, titled Governance Role of the Audit Industry and Some Implications. Now, Professor Taylor has numerous accolades, okay, but however, in the interest of time, I will only highlight some of his key accomplishments, and I will urge you to look up his website, to read his website and see the long list of accolades that he's garnered over many years. Well, Professor Taylor is a UTS Distinguished Professor of Accounting at the University of Technology, Sydney. He is a member of the Australian Accounting Standards Board and a fellow of the Academy of Social Sciences in Australia. Steve has served as the inaugural Australian Business Deans Council Research Scholar, a position that is focused on improving the quality and impact of research in Australian business schools, as well as research training. His research on the intersection between financial economics and accounting has been published extensively in highly reputable journals, which has resulted in Steve being highly regarded as an accounting scholar. So we are quite honored that Steve has agreed to give us and share his insights via a plenary talk. So Steve, if you can kindly share your screen. Yeah, that's good.
Well, thanks very much, Christo, and thank you very much to Monash University for the invitation to participate in this conference and to have the chance to make a few comments about the governance role of auditors. And what I hope to do in this short talk is identify some of the issues around the governance role of auditors, but also some implications for both the way the audit profession may develop in the future, as well as, of course, try and identify some research opportunities for the academics in the audience to try and think about as well. So just a brief summary. When we look at the audit profession at the moment globally, and this does vary a little bit from country to country at present, but in countries such as the UK particularly, and to some degree Europe, and certainly in Australia as well, you'd probably have had to been deliberately avoiding the news media in order not to realise that the audit profession has been under quite a deal of pressure. And some of those sources of pressure include the promoting of additional restrictions on the sorts of services that auditors can sell to their audit clients, the terms of the auditor engagement itself, particularly the length, the structure of the actual market for audit services, and in particular concerns that have been expressed about competition, and indeed whether or not audit firms themselves should have some sort of mandatory change to the way they're structured. So there's a lot going on out there at present. There's a lot of criticism coming from a whole range of directions. Now, in order to try and tie that to the topic that we're concerned about today, which is the governance role of auditing, there are really three key points that I want to try and cover. The first one of those is just to reflect on what actually do we mean when we talk about auditing. I think that's very important for a range of reasons. And then I want to also pose the question, is the corporate governance effect of auditing a primary one or a secondary one? So in some ways, this is directed at the expectations gap issue. What really do auditors do? And in what way does it really contribute to corporate governance? And then finally, I want to touch on what I think is a very important issue, and that is there a role for legislative intervention to strengthen the corporate governance role of auditing? There are many people out there at present proposing a range of legislative remedies, and I want to touch on some of those and possibly offer some counterpoints to a few of those views. Well, as I said, the only way you could say I had no idea the auditing profession was under pressure would be if you never read the financial press. Now, what I've done here on this slide, I did a kind of random sample from my own files related to one only publication, and that's the Financial Times, which of course is a UK-based newspaper. So I often find that I file articles from the Financial Times that are relevant to these sorts of issues. And I did a quick random trawl back through that folder. And this is just a random sampling of some of the headlines that I've, in articles that I've collected over the period, probably late 2018 up to the present. So you can see some of these headings of articles. And structural flaws of Big Four love-in with clients. Audit fines show self-interest as bigger than the Big Four problem. Grant Thornton fined £3 million over clash of interests. Reform accounting rules to restore trust in audit. An illusion of choice, the conflicts that mire the audit world. This is actually, the next one's my favourite because I really couldn't believe what I was reading. Auditor selection for big companies should be nationalised, says Grant Thornton. There is some logic to why they might say that I might come back to later if we have time. Too close for comfort, the incestuous ties that bind auditors and watchdogs. A dangerous dance when auditors are too close to the client, and so on and so on and so on. Now, I could not find over that same period, I actually went back and did a search electronically, and I couldn't find a single article praising the audit profession. So I had no trouble finding all of these, but I could not find a single article that praised the audit profession. And to some degree, we've seen the same criticisms in Australia. One example was an article in the Australian Financial Review, audit now just a side business for the Big Four. Now, as a result of these sorts of criticisms, there are many overlapping, sometimes contradictory, suggested fixes to these problems that people have identified. In the UK, for example, they've had the Kingman review, which is essentially a review of the Financial Reporting Council and the regulation of accounting and auditing. There's been the CMA study, the Competition and Markets Authority study of the audit services market. And there's been the Bryden review. So the CMA review appears to believe that auditing is nowhere near competitive enough, but it does make claims such as 4 large audit firms is insufficient for competition and offers no evidence whatsoever to support that claim, for example. So it's a document that is really full of claims and very little in the way of rigorous empirical evidence, which I must say I find very surprising for an organisation that is supposed to have a focus firmly rooted in economics. The Bryden review, which looks at broadly speaking, the quality and effectiveness of audit, says that we need to reimagine what an audit is. The only problem is it says we need to use our imagination, but I'm sure that if we all use our imagination, it could lead us in a whole range of different directions. And then in Australia, we've had the Parliamentary Joint Committee examining the regulation of auditing in Australia. Now, across these sorts of inquiries and reports, there are a whole range of numerous recommendations. There have been a number of recommendations about how the structure of the audit services market should be changed. There have been recommendations about how the structure of audit firms themselves should be forcibly changed. For example, the complete separation of audit as a business from other sorts of consulting and related services. There have been proposals about changing the way audit firms, are assigned to clients. And as I said, there have even been calls for the introduction of a government regulator whose responsibility would be to assign auditors, quasi-randomly, I guess, to clients. Grant Thornton seemed very keen on that idea in the UK, but noticeably they only argued it should apply to very large audit clients, which of course are the type of clients that Grant Thornton doesn't currently have, but which would significantly grow their business if they did. There are, of course, continuing arguments, as there have been for many years, about the types of services to be delivered to audit clients. Most notably, arguments about whether or not it should be possible to provide various sorts of consulting services. I mean, the Sarbanes-Oxley Act in the US now, almost 20 years ago, essentially heavily restricted the provision of most other services in the US. In other countries like Australia and the UK and to some degree in Europe, these restrictions are more principle-based than bright line-based. And then there have been changes to auditor reporting, most noticeably the introduction of key or critical, depending on which regime you're in, key or critical audit matters and other sorts of proposed reporting changes. There are also proposals to change disclosure around areas like audit fees. The Australian Accounting Standards Board, of which I'm a member, has a document to review at a meeting on Wednesday that is doing some background research on changes in audit fee disclosures, for example. So there's a lot going on. Okay, but let's just take a step back here for a moment and let's think a little bit about what we really mean when we're talking about auditing. And the reason I want to do that is because I think understanding the role of auditing in governance and how that might or might not be adequately met at present and how it might or might not change in the future, I think it's very important to have an understanding of how auditing evolved in the first place. And I'll just point out a quote from Confucius there: "Those who fail to acknowledge the past will inevitably fail to define the future." And I think this is probably a good example of where that quote has some relevance. Now, I've said accountants in the slides, but I think most people generally, and indeed probably most accounting students, which is possibly a worry, actually see audit as a statutory function. In other words, when they're thinking about alleged shortcomings of audit, people are basically saying, how can we improve the statutory audit function? They think about auditing as something that's there because there's a law that says it has to be there. Now, that's very unfortunate because history tells us that auditing is not essentially a legislative invention. Auditing is fundamentally an economic rather than legislative concept. And the way we can appreciate that is to go back to essentially the contracting theory of the firm as outlined, for example, by Coase or Jensen and Meckling. And Jensen and Meckling didn't invent agency costs, they just applied it to significant financial contracts and conflicts of interest. But essentially, the contracting theory of the firm provides us with a basis for understanding that auditing is fundamentally an economic good, not something that was invented by legislation. It's been shaped by legislation to what its current form is, but it is fundamentally an economic good. I'm going to draw just for a few minutes on a very well-known paper by Ross Watts and Jerry Zimmerman that was published now nearly 40 years ago in the Journal of Law and Economics. And although that paper has had several critiques from various people who are probably better equipped as historians than maybe Ross and Jerry were, it nevertheless provides us with a lot of interesting and relevant detail about the evolution of auditing as an activity. And one thing that stands out absolutely is that auditing long predates legislative requirements. And in that paper, they take us back to the early formation of what were termed medieval merchant guilds in the UK in the Middle Ages. And they identify how they were early examples of the separation of ownership and control. As a result, there was a form of contractual relationship that involved restrictions on what could be done, and hence there was a demand for monitoring. Were the restrictions being complied with in effect? So this is a very early example of what we think of today as essentially incentive contracting with management. Now, what they also identify was it was very frequent to have what was termed a guild audit committee. Now, this is in effect an early example of auditing, but it was auditing that was done by a committee, not an individual. And that again has important implications for how we might see auditing evolve in the future. Why have a committee? Why not assign it to an individual? Well, one obvious problem would have been the possibility of collaboration between the individual and essentially those responsible for management. And so as a result, the committee structure probably significantly reduced that sort of coercion or collaboration, I guess, between the auditor and those being audited. And then what Watts and Zimmerman do is they trace the development of auditing, this type of auditing activity, through to what I guess you'd call merchant adventurers, and then into what is the forerunner of today's corporation, the joint stock companies. Now, at that point, so we're into the 1800s here now, these auditing was still largely something that was undertaken by a committee. And the first legislation in the UK Companies Act of 1844, therefore, actually followed practice by about 600 years. So this again is probably a recurring theme we might come back to in a few minutes, is that legislation for the most part tends to lag professional innovation, not actually lead professional innovation. So when we think about the modern audit function, again, there was no outside audit requirement. Again, it was a shareholder committee that was basically charged with providing the auditing. But what then happened very quickly in the UK was the development of professional bodies. And of course, those professional bodies provided a degree of certification regarding the competence or qualification, if you like, of somebody as an auditor. It actually started from certifying liquidators rather than auditors, somewhat ominous way of developing a qualification. But this rapidly expanded into a professional accounting designation. And at the same time, of course, there was a very rapid growth in the number and complexity of corporations. Now, the growth in the number and complexity of corporations obviously created an economic demand for auditing skills to satisfy the auditing requirements. And in order to cope with the scale of the task, not only did we therefore have people who were becoming recognised as professional auditors, but they needed to form some sort of organisation or corporate form, so to speak, which was in the form of a partnership initially, to actually cope with the technical and size requirements of the tasks that were involved in auditing these growing joint stock companies. Now, as a result, these audit practices also tended to develop valuable brand names. And a little bit of anecdotal evidence on that point is in the way that these firms restricted use of their brand name when some of their staff or partners first went to the US in either the very late 1800s or the very early 1900s to essentially start the same practices there. So, you know, the irony is that the very, very fast potted history I've just covered is something that I think most people ignore when they think about the modern audit. In fact, most people start their thinking about the modern audit from the US Securities Act in 1933. And yet, by the time the US Securities Act in 1933 introduced a mandatory audit requirement, somewhere around 80% of firms at that stage listed on the New York Stock Exchange actually had something that looked like that audit requirement. So again, the legislation tended to follow rather than lead practice. So why is this important in terms of what we're talking about today? Well, it's important because if audit is an economic good or service rather than just a statutory invention, then there should be a complementary model that helps us understand how variation in audit quality might occur and how auditing influences outcomes. And a lot of those outcomes are what we tend to roll up in a ball and call evidence of good corporate governance. So theory, therefore, has an important role to play, and that theory is going to be founded on an economic model, not the assumption that audit is just a legislative invention. So one very simple model that I want to highlight here is the very well-known model of audit quality proposed by Linda D'Angelo. And that is that audit quality basically has two key dimensions. The first dimension is the competence of the auditor. And you can think about competence as the ability of an auditor to actually identify a problem. And then the second aspect is independence, because identifying a problem is not going to actually lead to actions if it's not reported. So the concern there is whether or not for other reasons, such as not wanting to upset the audit client, the auditor actually elects to make a stand or take a stand on the issue and either force the client to do something or report it to the shareholders and other stakeholders, as the case may be. So 2 dimensions, competence and independence. Now, that is a very important model because it provides us with a framework for evaluating criticisms of the current audit model. It provides a framework for thinking about how the current audit model might be extended, both if there is a role to do that by legislation, but also how we might see the nature of auditing change over time, not through a legislative mandate, but through economic forces. And finally, it provides a way of evaluating the likely success of regulatory interventions. So just a little aside here. Auditing is clearly viewed as important. Auditing is viewed as an important contributor to the efficiency of capital markets and an important aspect of corporate governance. But I took this quote from the Financial Reporting Council, so the overarching body in Australia. So this is the Australian FRC, not the UK FRC. I took this quote from the FRC's 2019 report, Audit Quality in Australia. And here's what they said. The objective of the external audit is to provide confidence to investors in the quality of financial reports. Now, I just want to make a few points here. First of all, the quality of financial reports is itself a joint product. It's a joint product of what management do in preparing the reports, as well as what we might term audit quality, how that's influenced what we finally see as the financial report. Keep in mind, though, also that in terms of what management do, that reflects 2 aspects as well. There's the accounting standards themselves, and there's the degree to which management judgment, I suppose at the extreme that could even be manipulation, but there's the role that management judgment plays in applying those. Now, what are we assuming about the role of auditing here? Well, essentially, auditing is confirming compliance. That's what that quote from the FRC says to me. It's primarily about compliance. But most people presume also that auditors have some influence on management judgments as well. So when an auditor is reviewing a set of accounts, it's not uncommon for them to engage in a discussion with management about the appropriateness of various management judgments. For example, whether or not an adjustment is needed to the carrying value of an asset. Is your inventory overvalued, for example? Things like that. But essentially, the audit role is focused on the financial reports. The financial reports are not the responsibility of the auditor. And then I'd make the following point that the financial statements are one part of corporate governance. So I guess I'm being a little cautionary here and saying we need to be careful about how much the auditor is assumed to actually drive what we're going to call overall the corporate governance as such. They have a contributing role, but it is only one contributing role. And the point I'd make here is that the influence the auditor has, and hence the governance role of auditing, is itself somewhat influenced by the quality of accounting information that comes from accounting standards. So we need to be equally concerned about the quality of accounting that comes directly from the accounting standards as we are about what the auditor is doing. If an important piece of information in a governance perspective is the financial statements and the information that accompanies them. Okay, so is accounting not auditing the problem? Well, over the last 15, 20 years, maybe a little more, we've seen a significant shift towards market values in IFRS standards, also the FASB to a degree. And one thing we know is that market values are hard to verify when they're not directly observable. So one of the issues here is if accounting is made fundamentally more uncertain, and that can be exacerbated by changes in business models as business activity itself changes over time, is the auditor's governance role actually likely to be reduced? So if we're doing things in accounting regulation that make accounting information less useful for governance purposes, what does that imply about the governance role of auditing? Well, let's take one simple example, and that's the rapid growth in non-GAAP metrics. I've quoted there a survey done in Australia that looked at the growth in non-GAAP reporting over time, and then a study done in conjunction with an IASB forum that looked at the different reasons why firms provide non-GAAP reporting. Now, fundamentally, this is a challenge to accounting standards, because while the auditor is overviewing, or essentially the auditor is assumed, go back to the FRC quote, the auditor is assumed to be ensuring compliance with accounting standards, what we have is an increasing amount of attention on measures of performance that are not in compliance with the accounting standards. So very common now, of course, to see firms report things like underlying profit, recurring profit, cash profit, which is an interesting term because it seems to contradict the whole idea of accrual accounting. But these are metrics outside the financial statements. And as some would know, there's a proposal at the moment by the IASB to bring them inside the financial statements. But just let me touch on some interesting evidence on this point that again has lessons for the governance role of auditors. What I'm getting at here is the governance role of accounting itself appears to be being changed over time. Not only is it less common to see statutory accounting metrics used in the public domain to consider and evaluate the performance of the firm, it's also becoming less common over time to see statutory accounting measures used to judge performance internally. Very interesting paper recently by Mark DeFond and others in the Journal of Accounting and Economics that actually showed that GAAP-based measures of performance are becoming significantly less common in management remuneration plans. And the largest decline is in firms that are most impacted by the use of increasing mark-to-market type measures under accounting standards. So it seems as though the increased requirement to mark-to-market is causing firms and boards of directors to move away from statutory accounting measures. And as I said, the auditor's primary role focuses around the statutory audit measures. Study that I'm involved in with one of my colleagues at UTS, Yawen Shan and Jerry Francis, we're looking at the link between internal and external reporting using Australian non-GAAP reporting. And there is a very strong overlap between what the firm reports externally and what it uses internally. So if it uses a non-GAAP measure primarily to judge management performance, it's highly likely to also be the measure it's highlighting externally. So again, moving away from using the number that fundamentally the auditor is attesting to. However, in another study that we have that's currently revision is currently under review at one of the journals, we actually show that audit quality factors seem to extend to non-GAAP reporting. And we use both US and Australian data to show that that evidence is pretty robust. So it does offer some hope in the sense that it does seem like auditors, and when we talk to auditors, they certainly say they look at these measures, whether they're reported in the financial statements or just in press releases and analyst briefings. So auditors do have an influence on disclosure more broadly, although this is a pretty narrow extension of disclosure. So conclusions on this point. Well, the first one is that the governance role of auditing is itself restricted by the governance role of accounting. And the governance role of accounting actually seems to be under threat to some degree. So for auditors to have an important governance role, they really need to be seen, or they need to recognise that the consumers of corporate governance, so external stakeholders, for example, shareholders and others, are really likely to be concerned with more than just statutory GAAP as well. So the question is the auditor really seen, and do the auditors see themselves as offering assurance beyond what the audit report itself typically talks about? And I think that's an enormous opportunity for researchers as well to try and provide a better understanding of. Now, I just want to come back to this issue about if there are perceived shortcomings in the governance role of auditing, can legislative intervention fix the problem? So I'm going to focus on one area, just one area of auditing that's been subject to criticism, and that's the delivery of other services to audit clients. So after the scandals in the early 2000s, we saw the introduction of the Sarbanes-Oxley legislation in the US, which heavily restricted what an auditor could provide to their audit clients apart from auditing. And the argument basically was that consulting is more profitable. Audit, because it's less profitable, was a way to get consulting services. And so as a result, you're going to see audit failures because auditors are not going to be independent. Notice that this is about independence, not competence. Auditors are going to have their independence threatened from the higher profitability of consulting services. Well, there are two problems, at least with that intuition, that highlight what I said earlier: the need to think about auditing as an economic good, not a statutory creation. The first one I'll point out is just the lack of, we rely on anecdotes far too much. How frequently do actual audit failures occur? If we look at something like the ASIC review of audit quality, that suggests that there is around 25% of cases where they find deficiencies in audit working papers. But we don't actually know what that means for the likelihood of an actual audit failure. So audit failures are not as common as press headlines would perhaps make us believe. But then we need to think about what mechanisms restrict a decline in audit quality. Perhaps the independence of an auditor is threatened by profitable consulting services. But what mechanisms also exist that mean that the auditor is not likely to succumb to that temptation, as it were? Now, again, think about the economics. If you take that model of audit quality that I mentioned before, you can be the most independent auditor in the world, but if you're also one of the most stupid ones, the independence isn't going to help you because you're not going to find the problem to begin with. So auditor independence is likely a second order effect. There are lots of ways that consulting could help auditing as well. So what this suggests is we can't just rely on a simple anecdote. We actually need rigorous causal evidence. And what I'll point out is that for the most part, the evidence is consistent with my argument that theory says auditor independence is itself a second order problem, because it's actually quite hard to identify causal evidence that suggests that audit quality is lower as a result of providing non-audit services. So there are a number of papers, including one of mine, published in the major journals, all of which pretty much dispute the conclusion of one early paper. And they all essentially demonstrate that when you look at issues carefully from a range of different methodologies, it's hard to find evidence of lower audit quality. Yet despite that, we not only have the Sarbanes-Oxley Act in the US, and a whole lot of more principle-based regulations elsewhere, we now have more calls for the restriction of this type of activity. What's ironic, though, is that this time it's not an argument about independence. It has to be an argument about competence because the sale of these sorts of consulting services is already restricted. Now we read criticisms and we hear criticisms from politicians and regulators that audit firms are too reliant on consulting. what they're really saying is that although they're selling the audit to firm X and the consulting to firm Y, because consulting is the growth area, they just don't care about auditing, and so it's not being done very well. That's what you have to be arguing if you claim that consulting services are a problem, although you can't actually sell a lot of consulting to your audit client. You must be saying something about how it affects competence of auditing, not independence. So, I've just mentioned here some obvious pushbacks. What about all the other considerations that work against that? The increased requirements, litigation, and so on. It's not clear why doing more consulting for firm Y will reduce the quality of the audit for firm X. And I sometimes feel a little frustrated that as regulators come along with a proposed raft of new changes, that they don't want to discuss why it was their last lot of proposed, in fact, actual changes apparently didn't fix the problem. So that's, again, a challenge. So what I worry about is that most of the debate around regulating the governance role of auditing, or regulating auditing to supposedly improve its governance role, fundamentally ignores what we should recognise from thinking about auditing as an economic good. Why is that important for looking ahead? Well, if the demand for governance and assurance is changing, so should audit. So, for example, as we see a wider stakeholder perspective taking hold, how can we have assurance around the kind of outcomes that various stakeholders and governments and regulators want to see reported? And just as a simple example, ESG metrics. So if we believe that it's important to monitor performance on a range of ESG type metrics, how can we be confident in what management reports? Well, obviously there's a role for assurance, for audit, in the governance around that issue. But if you think about my little history lesson earlier, we need two things. We need to be confident in the professional competence of the assurer, and we need to have some sort of standards against which they're assuring the information. And we can see both of those things are currently a challenge. Are large audit firms best positioned to provide assurance around a range of other performance metrics? And indeed, what are the standards against which firms report things about their environmental and social performance? So this is a fascinating area again, where we're seeing rapid evolution. Obviously, the large audit firms particularly are positioning themselves, but we also currently see a proposal from the IFRS trustees to create a parallel board to the IASB that would produce ESG standards. So this again reminds us that this is the role of auditing in corporate governance is constantly evolving. But notice again, what we see being considered at the moment is how can we judge the competence of the assurance? There's nothing really about independence as such. So a couple of quick conclusions. History tells us the demand for auditing is very much a reflection of corporate governance concerns. And it surely also suggests to us that auditing should not be viewed through the lens of being a statutory invention. It's an economic invention, not something that legislators and regulators invented. And because of that, the supply of auditing and more generally assurance services is going to reflect all sorts of economic factors. Legislation, for the most part, as a solution, has actually followed practice. It hasn't led practice. And we surely need to be careful if we think we're going to have legislation to lead practice, to make sure that it's evidence-based, that it's based on rigorous, not just empirical evidence, but rigorous economic thinking as well. So in conclusion, auditing's been around for a long time. Even based on Watson Zimmerman's work, it's been around in something like it currently is for about 1,000 years. And I guess as a result of that, I'm pretty confident it's going to be around for some time to come. So thank you very much for the time to present this, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Steve. That was quite insightful. I especially like your your thoughts that auditing is an important economic good, and also I like your insight that auditing is an important governance function as well. I totally agree, especially in today's world that we live in. The boring old auditor that does checks is far gone. I was at KPMG in auditing for 6 months before I decided to move to investment banking, but now it would be a different world completely altogether. All right, great. So now we have some questions. We have time for some questions as well, and the first one is by Bo Chin. Now, Bo says, Professor Taylor mentioned that auditors not only confirm compliance, but also exercise their judgment. My question is, which role do you think is more important?
Good question. I think that auditors like bright line standards, because then there's not so much judgment. Judgment is the area where it's harder to defend your decision making. And that's pretty much true in every walk of life. If I can defend an action on the basis of a very clear, bright line, then that defense is very clear. If it's around a judgment, then that clearly is something that is harder to defend. On the other hand, if you think about most of the professional education of auditors, it's very much focused around exercising professional judgment. So when you look at accounting standards, they involve judgment. They're principles-based standards. And as a result, management has to make judgment in applying them. And so auditors must be using judgment if they're judging managers' judgments, because that's really what they're doing. If an auditor is looking, for example, at something as simple as an inventory balance and thinking about whether or not, for example, inventory might be overstated, what they're going to have to use their judgment about is the legitimacy or otherwise of management judgments. So if accounting standards are principle-based, and this is what I was trying to get at in the talk, the role of auditing or concerns about the role of auditing to a large part actually track back to concerns about accounting and accounting standards. And so if accounting standards involve a lot of judgment, then by definition, auditors are going to be using a lot of judgment because that's what they're evaluating. They're evaluating somebody else's judgments.
Okay, thanks, Steve. I have another question from Philip Sinadore. So he says, I have a thought about the underlying theme in Steve's presentation. Auditing is fundamentally a product of economics rather than legislation, and auditors constrain real earnings management, even though the latter is completely within GAAP and within non-GAAP earnings. So arguments and evidence are presented in Kim and Park, 2014. Real earnings management is of concern to auditors because it may indicate problems with inherent risk and the going concern assumption.
Okay, I'm not sure of the question, but I'll make a comment, and that is that, there's a certain point, and this again comes back to the theme of today, what is the governance role of auditing? The auditors can only do so much. That quote that I mentioned from the Australian FRC about auditors' role is around financial statements. Auditors are not there to judge as such management decision-making. So if a manager decides to take a course of action, and deep down, there may be a suspicion that the course of action's got more to do with how the results turn out in terms of it's affecting the accounting results. It's very hard for the auditor to dispute that. I once was at a conference many, many years ago at the University of Michigan, and we had the deputy CFO of General Motors do a presentation. And, he said, I can get my earnings within a certain range to be whatever they are. I want them to be from quarter to quarter. I just control how fast the trucks go out the gate. and when you think about it, that's pretty true. In that situation, revenue recognition was tied to shipping the vehicle to the dealer, I believe. And so as a result, that's something that could be achieved. And it's always stuck in my mind as an example. The auditor can't really dispute. Maybe at a certain point, they could be suspicious about other activity, but the auditor can't dispute what are fundamentally management decisions. That's not the role of the auditor. And so that also must in some ways limit the governance role of auditing.
Thanks, Steve. Another question by Peter Halcombe. It says, Steve, what's your experience with auditors having the necessary capabilities to add economic value through their services?
I'm not sure what he means by my experience with auditors. So I started as an auditor, and the very first audit I worked on as a junior auditor turned into a major fraud investigation. And I would argue that, and this is back in the days when you could do a due diligence examination for an acquisition on behalf of a major audit client. And then, of course, you became the auditor of the acquired company. And it turned out the due diligence had not been done very well, and the acquired company was an enormous fraud. So I would argue we added a lot of value as the audit team because we were able to show the very large British multinational client that they'd managed to waste all the money that a different partner in the firm had told them it was a good idea to spend. That's one way of adding value. I think more generally, auditors are very conscious of the whole information environment in which a firm exists. And as I said, in doing some of the non-Gaap work that we've done and are continuing to do, we've had a lot of very good discussions with audit partners. And, audit partners will universally tell you that, they pay significant attention to other information that the firm discloses. But actually, when you go looking in the research literature, there is actually not very much research, at least not that I've been able to identify, that tells us a lot about how auditors have an influence on the information environment of the firm more broadly in terms of its disclosure practices. Once you start to go, in some cases, well beyond the actual financial statements themselves. But look, my biggest concern is that people miss the point that the governance role of auditors is restricted by whatever the governance role is of financial reporting. And it would appear as though in some ways the governance role of financial reporting is diminishing. So as a result, potentially the governance role of auditing is diminished unless auditing as a profession finds ways to assure other information that people seem to be turning to.
Peter's got a follow-up question. Are they broadly enough skilled to add value? Are they lateral enough in their thinking?
Good question. So if I wear my hat as an accounting educator, I'm not sure that there is. I mean, a lot of focus of what we do in university degrees, certainly in Australia, is to try and help people to build critical thinking skills. And to some extent, that's probably more critical than being able to remember what paragraph 27 of an accounting or auditing standard says. That's easy to find. So, I think those skills are going to become more and more important as auditing as a profession expands, as people increasingly demand different sorts of information, and therefore they want that information assured.
Thanks, Steve. A question from Richard Damery. Thanks for your paper and observation. From a board's perspective, the concern about non-auditing services is about a firm's willingness to be fully open about difficult judgment issues. When doing so may compromise the relationship with management who award consulting contracts. This is a real and observable issue. What would be the evil of requiring pure play audit firms?
What would be the evil? Well, one evil, I think, is that you limit the firm to a smaller all-round skill set. Where are you going to park the expertise that you need to draw on around specific types of transactions that present peculiar audit challenges, but which are also very commonly come from areas of business activity that rely to a degree on consulting services. So one thing that worries me is you're very severely restricting the in-house talent pool within what we'll call the audit firm. You're also fundamentally changing the economics. I'm just not sure why having an audit firm that relies on audit fees to exist is going to result in better quality auditing than a firm that supplies a range of services, not all to the audit client, and we know that's already well restricted. I just don't know why stopping an audit firm from selling consulting services to firm X when it audits firm Y is going to improve the quality of firm Y's audit. And, you know, as I'm saying that, keeping in mind a specific model of audit quality, and that is that it's about competence and independence. And the independence thing seems to me to be largely addressed as it is. So, and it's a second order effect to begin with, I believe. So I'm not sure how you're going to get more competent auditors if you say that PwC as an audit firm, for example, can only be PwC auditing. What's the model that's going to actually result in a more competent audit as a result?
We'll just squeeze in one last question. And this is a question from Shamsul Anwar. How come in developing countries, the government needs more concern about culture than regulation?
I don't know. I mean, I'll take it as given apparently that that's true. I mean, I don't know what evidence that statement's made on. I also don't know what, and something we'll come back to this afternoon, you know, what is the distinction? What does culture really mean? How do we measure it? How do we define it? So, you know, look, I'm honestly not sure whether it's really the case that regulators are more concerned in some parts of the world with what we'll call culture. ASIC, you know, recently had this exercise where they were evidently trying to monitor board culture by sending a psychologist along. That didn't seem to go all that well. You know, I don't know that it's true that culture dominates the thinking of regulators in some parts of the world. I'm just not sure what the evidence is.
Thank you, Steve. I think we have some more comments and questions, but I think in the interest of time, which we've gone slightly over, I think we have to call it a day. But you know, there are questions we'll put forward to Steve, and he may respond to you as well. So thanks, Steve. I appreciate that. That's a really insightful talk, and it generated a lot of discussion as well. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Christo. Thanks very much, and thanks to everybody for their questions too.
Welcome. Okay, Chen. Now we'll, sorry for going a little bit over. I think it was an interesting discussion that I had to just go slightly over. So, okay, so our first research paper presentation is by Professor Chen Chen, titled The Price of Integrity, which I think is a very important topic. Professor Chen is a professor and director of research in the Department of Accounting at the Monash Business School. His research interests are in the areas of financial reporting, auditing, and corporate finance. Professor Chen has published in a range of top-tier journals. His work has been well recognized worldwide. His research has also been cited by reputable media outlets. And I think that this is a nice topic that it would be nice to hear Chen's thoughts on. So Chen, over to you. If you could kindly share your slides, please. And the audience, Chen has about 35 minutes to get through his presentation, and you have about 10 minutes. So please type your comments in the Q&A section, or if you want, you can also raise your hand and you can speak to Chen directly. Thank you.
Thank you, Christo. So good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Christo for inviting me to present my work in this symposium. And then I would like to appreciate your comments or insightful suggestions on my paper, and then how to kind of improve our paper in the future in advance. So I would like to kind of take advantage of Steve and then try to make a better connection of the two sections. So Steve mentioned something about about governance, and then Steve brought out one very important question is that well, we know that governance is important, and then he's not sure whether culture itself will also play an important role in the modern business and then financial contracts. So I hope that my paper will provide some answers to Steve's question. So now let me officially start due to the limited time. So from the title of the paper, you can see it's about pricing, which is a very important thing in the finance research. And then it's about something culture. And then we are particularly looking at one particular dimension of the culture, which is integrity of the people. And this work is done collectively with my colleague Ying Xia in banking and finance, and then Paul Hui, who was in UNSW before, and then who's now working in CUHK Shenzhen. So now I'll officially start. So the motivation of the paper is quite simple. We know that there are a lot of differences in terms of firms' outcomes. There are some observable factors like the production input, technology, operation efficiency, or the corporate governance, which is kind of observable by paper. And then we know that there are some unobservable forces. And then in particular, in this paper, we try to study whether corporate culture matters. And then why we particularly focus on one dimension, because if you look at a lot of corporate giants, they will brand themselves like they are kind of very ethical business giants in the corporate world. From Goldman Sachs and Google, so I won't repeat in details, that's their slogan. And then that's the anecdotal evidence. And then what we find in the survey-based research is the same, that 70% of the SP 500 firms emphasize the importance of integrity. And somehow, there's a very famous quote from Warren Buffett that he's looking for someone to hire or some company to invest. Well, he said just that in looking for people to hire, you look for 3 qualities: integrity, intelligence, and energy. And if they don't have the first, the other 2 will kill you. So that's his views on this, the importance of integrity. And in terms of the academic theoretical framework, we say that we start from the contracting theory, as Steve mentioned before, that we're looking at the financial contracts. And we know the financial contract, by its nature, is an incomplete contract where the equity investors or debt holders are unable to contract everything or possible future activities of the firms. So this ex ante incompleteness of the contract could give rise to firms' post-contractual optimistic behavior, which will need investors' ex ante judgment on its likelihood. So it's a repeating game. And then we say that this contract is indeed a trust-intensive contract. If you don't trust the firm you're going to invest, how can you invest, right? So, and then we say that integrity, by the definition, is keeping one's word, would mitigate the investor's perceived likelihood of post-contractual optimistic behavior, and thereby investor would demand a lower risk premium. So that is our main research question. Actually, there are 2 related and separate research questions. The first one is that we are asking if integrity corporate culture is being a price factor in bank loans and equity financing. And second is that if it is a price factor, how does it affect the price? What is the economic mechanism that this integrity culture matters in bank and equity financing? So our research questions are very simple. The question is that just that for outsiders of the firm, how can we observe this unobservable corporate culture via this kind of very limited interactions with people? So we start from a kind of very solid base of measure construction, which is from the employees of the firms. Okay, and then this is kind of a survey-based measures, and then we find some open platform on the internet that the insiders of the firm or the employees of the firm, they are allowed to express their opinions on the organizations they work for and then the managers they work for. So this is the very famous job hunting website, Glassdoor. And the Glassdoor, as I said, it provides a kind of employer review and recruiting website. and it was launched in 2008. So the employees of that firms can enter separate textual responses for the pros and cons of the form. And then we use the textual analysis methodology to extract the context of the comments, and then we try to quantify them into our economic regression models. So we construct our integrity measures based on employees' comments on the integrity culture only. So this is the the snapshot of the Glassdoor website. So well, basically, as I said, we focus on the integrity culture itself, and then we read tens of thousands of kind of comments, and then we extract the following keywords. So I will not go into detail, but as you can have a quick look, they are all related to the people's trust or dishonesty of the managers of the firms. And then the benefit of this measure, as I said, it starts from the insiders of the firm. It asks, it's the perception of the employees, which should give you the most insightful comments, but it could be a bias. Why? Because look, for example, well, you may complain to your to others on your employer if you are kind of being treated badly by your employer, right? So this is the kind of possible bias of this measure. It's subject to so-called a halo effect. So employees may criticize the firm badly if the firm treats the employees very badly, right? So that's why we need to construct another kind of measure of corporate integrity, which is entirely different from the survey-based measure. So what we do is that to overcome this halo effect, we use an alternative measure of integrity, which captures employees off-the-job behavior. So it's something that reflects their personal life. So we rely on one of the famous websites, which you may know that, which is called actuallymedicine.com. So this website actually provides a paid matching service for married people to seeking for extramarital affairs. And then we say that if we find a lot of employees of a firm is registered and using kind of this kind of service in actual medicine, we say that they are likely to be lacking of integrity in their personal marriage. And then if they are lacking, they want to kind of cheat on their partners or spouse, they will likely cheat on others as well. So that's our rationale to use this alternative measure. Of course, there is a drawback of this measure as well because it's an indirect measure. And then we know that according to the psychology theory that people can behave differently in different locations. So you may be a kind of bad husband in your personal life, but you could be a loyal employee to your employer. So this is the drawback of this measure. So after all, two measures, both of them, they will have their own disadvantage and advantage, and then we are using them together in our economic models. So this is the snapshot of the actual medicine, and their slogan is quite famous. Life is short and have an affair. So that is something we use to capture the kind of employees of the firms that the tendency to cheat on their personal life. So then we start the official analysis, and then our sample is majorly come from the US public firms, and then we use different databases to try to grab the information on that contracting, as well as we construct different measures well established in the academia to measure the cost of equity, cost of equity. And then, as I said, our integrity measure comes from different sources, and then we have two major measures. One is from the Glassdoor website, and then the other is from the Ashley Madison website. Yes, so I will not go into detail. So after the construction of our measure, I just want to share with you is just that the higher of this measure means that the lower integrity of the firm may have. So that's our empirical analysis result. That's our baseline regression model. As you can see, across different measures of our integrity, corporate integrity cultures, we find that the lower of the integrity, we call the higher of value of these measures actually means the lower integrity the firm may have. So the higher loan spreads they are paying. And in terms of economic magnitude, we are saying that a 1 standard deviation increase in the level of integrity measure using these kind of glass door measures is associated with a decrease of 7.7 basis points of loan spread. So the higher of the integrity, the lower of the loan spread. And then we do the same kind of practice for cost of equity. And then we find that, across all of our measures of integrity, the higher level of integrity measures, the lower of cost of equity. And then in terms of economic magnitude, we say that a 1 standard deviation increase in the level of integrity measure using Glassdoor website is associated with a decrease of 34.5 basis points of cost equity. So the larger economic magnitude of cost equity is not surprising because the cost of equity, usually the risk premium from equity holders, they are asking for much higher risk premium. Yeah, so the kind of hurdle we face is always that as a social scientist, we try to establish a causal effect. So as things that, there could be regulations or there could be kind of governance or other factors affect this very complicated financial contracts. But how do you know it is the integrity corporate culture itself that matters? So we use various identification strategies try to address this hurdle. So first of all, is that we use a kind of a cost-natural experiment that we use the one of the alimony reform law in Massachusetts. It happens during 2011 and 2012. So, well, what it did, relate to our measure of integrity is that for this kind of alimony reform law is that limits on the amount and duration of the spousal support upon divorce. So we say that, okay, so actually this kind of change in the alimony law will reduce the spousal support and then thereafter reduce the divorce cost and induce incentive to, for people, if they have a tendency to betray, they will more likely to betray their partners. And then induce more opportunity behavior in their personal life and work. And it could possibly also attract more dodgy people to Massachusetts due to this kind of change of the law. So then we have firms that located in Massachusetts and then firms located in the surrounding area of Massachusetts and conduct a kind of so-called DID analysis. And here's what we are focusing on. We are focusing on the small corner of the US northeast corner. And then what we do is that we try to observe, whether there's a kind of a change pattern for the firms in Massachusetts after the passage of this alimony law. And then we find that for our dependent variable, yes, that is a kind of increase for the bank loan spread as well as for the cost of equity. And here's our multi-regression models when we try to first establish that our measures of integrity changes around the law passage as well. And we indeed find that, after the passage of the alimony law in Massachusetts, the firms in Massachusetts, the integrity measures we construct, it's becoming more and more higher and higher, which indicates lower integrity, And then what we do is that we conduct a kind of a multivariate regression analysis, and then our final interested variable is the loan spread or cost of equity, and we indeed find the same. The kind of loan spread or the cost of equity in Massachusetts increases compared to the other firms in other surrounding states. So that's one of the experiment we do, cost-natural experiment. And the second, and then we do a lot of robustness checks. I will not go into detail. So the second one is that it's not happening in the state level, but it's happening in the firm level, but due to some exogenous reasons. So first of all, we find a small sample of firms that their executives, or we call their CEOs, have some personal indiscretions exposed to the public. Okay, such as sexual misadventure, substance abuse, violence, and dishonesty, such as plagiarism on their CV or resume. So this kind of thing, will play a role as a sudden exposure of the personal indiscretions of the executives, and then after that, normally what happens is that these CEOs or executives, they will step down. So there we say that we borrow the literature from the prior study in organizational studies, and then what they find is that corporate leaders play an essential role in shaping organizational culture. So we conjecture that after these dodgy persons or CEOs step down from the firm's culture of integrity will change. Okay, so that's our economic rationale of using this one as another shock which is relevant to our integrity measures. So that's why we find, in total 18 treatment firms, and then 13 treatment firms for cost of equity sample as well. And then we have the control firms. We build a bunch of different control firms in the group. But our baseline control firms include firms that do not experience forced CEO turnover due to CEO's personal indiscretions. So our treatment firms is the CEO turnover, forced CEO turnover, that only due to these personal indiscretions. And then again, we find that after this kind of exogenous CEO turnover events, the firm's integrity measures. Remember, the higher of this measure means the lower integrity. So we find that the measures itself is dropped. It means that there is a kind of improvement of firm's integrity after this exogenous CEO turnover events. And then recall that our final interesting variable is the cost of debt and then cost of equity. We find something similar, that after your integrity level improves, actually your financing cost drops. So there are other ways for us to check the robustness of our result. So for example, that people may say that you are using a universal generalized DID, which that you only have a bunch of small treatment firms and a large group of firms that never experience any CEO turnover or any CEO turnover due to personal indiscretions. So given this is true, what we do is that we try to construct a smaller control sample. We try to match the control sample's firm characteristics with the treatment firms, okay? And then we redo our DID analysis. And then first of all, the strongest one we think is that we have other forced turnover, CEO turnover events. So because people may criticize, the kind of CEO forced turnover can change a lot of things. And then it could be the other thing that the CEO have changed that caused the change of the financing cost. So what we do is that our control firms, what we now construct is that other forced CEO turnover, which is not due to personal indiscretions. And then we find similar results. And then we have another group of control firms is unforced turnover. It's just voluntary retirement or stepping down for health reasons. And then we find something similar. So all in all, what we try to convey is that we document a unique kind of effect of integrity culture change using these CEO forced turnover events. So this is the second shock we use. And then we conduct a bunch of robustness checks. So as I said, the corporate culture integrity is just one part of that. Well, even though it's the among the very most important part of the corporate culture, but of course there are other dimensions. Okay, so we follow the literature and then we try to control for other dimensions of corporate culture, and then we find our results of integrity corporate culture. The results remain robust. So that's the first robustness check. And secondly, academics sometimes criticize about the construction of the implied cost of equity measures. And then, so what we do is just that we forget about the implied cost of capital measures. We just use this integrity measure as a pricing factor as a pricing, and then we just see whether this additional risk factor, whether it has a prediction power of future stock returns, and we find this is indeed the case. So, but because this is still a corporate finance paper, we don't put too much more emphasis on the as a pricing part. And then this is another test that we are looking at the Massachusetts firm, the eliminatory reform law when it happens. So we use the short window event study, which is a very typical one. If the outside investors think that the passage of this eliminatory law is going to make firms in Massachusetts become worse in terms of integrity, and they're not willing to provide further finance, you will observe a significant drop in the short window market reaction. And then we indeed find that, as you can see, that no matter what kind of window we are looking at in the short term, we find a very significant market reaction around the window that this eliminatory reform law was passed. And then after we established the robustness of corporate integrity did have a kind of a causal effect on the firm's financing cost, we now study how it affects that. So first of all, we propose one of the channels is that it could be via this typical earnings management behavior that these dodgy CEOs, they may try to cook the book of the accounting earnings, and then somehow in the long run, the capital providers realize that and then discount this kind of optimistic behavior. And we indeed find this is the case. First of all, we find that our integrity measure is kind of positively correlated with the meet and beat, which is a very typical capital market earnings management behavior. And then we use the instrumented meet and beat, which is explained by the integrity itself as a dependent variable in the second stage. We find that, yes, it is indeed via this channel that affects the financing cost of the firm. And then we find the same thing for equity, cost of equity as well. And then the other channel we are proposing just that we say that people who are lacking of integrity, they may be aggressive in other aspects as well because they want to break the rule, right? So that one of the things that we think is appropriate in our setting is that they may involve in excessive risk-taking behavior. So what we do is that we first analyze whether this corporate integrity is associated with the default risk of the firm, and we find that it is indeed associated with the default risk. And then via the instrumented default risk of the firm measures, we find that this corporate integrity further kind of affect the loan pricing as well as the equity financing cost. So that comes to the conclusion of our papers. After various kind of analysis, we find there are several important findings. First, firms lacking integrity pay higher bank loan spreads and higher cost of equity. And then we find that this effect is likely to be causal, that we use two quasi-natural experiments to show the robustness of our causal claim. And then we also find that via two important economic channels, this integrity affects financing costs. First one is via the opaque accounting information environment, and then the second is via the excessive risk-taking of the managers. So the general takeaway is that keep your words and do the right thing. Otherwise, you can be penalized by the outside shareholders and debt holders. And then Crystal asked me to draw some kind of practical guidelines for the practitioners in case the practitioners are interested in our findings. So first of all, I would say that it's better for you to pay close attention to the integrity culture of the borrowers, because this will be likely to be the first order determinant of their behavior. They could affect their way to prepare the accounting numbers, or they could affect the way that they do in terms of operation and risk taking. And then practically we say that we can gauge the firm's integrity culture from their employees, which is most insightful person, but they could be biased because not every employee wants to say something bad about the employer. That's why other stakeholders may also matter, suppliers, customers, or industry peers. So asking for their opinions on the focal firms will be something that we highly recommend. And number 3, so remember, we say that from our image, it seems that culture is a thing that is hardly to change over time. And our advice is that it depends. If there is a change in the top executive level, or we say that in Australia in the top director level, it's highly likely to be a change of the corporate culture. So that's our 3 general advice to the practitioners. And thank you very much for listening to my presentation, and look forward to your insightful comments.
Thank you, Chen. Very interesting, very innovative, as I usually would expect from you. So I have one question that I'd like to start off with is from Bo Chin. So he says that you seem to use textual analysis based on the qualitative comments from Glassdoor to measure integrity, which is corporate culture. First, since culture is a multifaceted concept, I wonder if integrity could relate to other aspects of culture, such as risk-taking and aggressiveness. Second, as I know, there are also quantitative ratings made by employees available from Glassdoor. Would such ratings also speak to corporate culture? If so, what culture would they capture? Thank you.
Well, yes, Crystal. As I said, in our paper, we position like the corporate risk taking as one of the possible channels that integrity affect the financing cost. But of course, we know that there are multiple facets of corporate culture, which I agree. So it's really hard to, as a archival researcher, it's very hard to prove this is the first order thing. But that's why we rely on the survey-based evidence from Lucis and Gales that they rank. They ask the CEOs to rank, and then the integrity ranked by the CEOs. They put that as the second most important corporate culture. If you look back their original GFE paper, so that's why on the second slide we emphasize this. But it's hard to prove. As I said, it's hard to prove empirically this is the most important thing. Of course, the most important thing is innovation, and then we control that. We control this facet in one of our multivariate regressions. And then secondly, yes, from Glassdoor, there are quantitative indexes. And then none of that is related to our integrity measure. They mostly is related to work-life balance, that kind of from very pure employee perspective. So and then work-life balance or compensation, that kind of thing. So we control that this kind of a quantitative indexes in one of our robust check as well. But there's no single quantitative indexes valuing the integrity of the firms. But we think that's our interest. So that's why we use the qualitative, textual base to extract the data and then try to do a simple textual analysis on that. Yeah.
Thanks, Chen. Now, is there let me see, a difference between senior and junior employees?
Well, that's a very interesting,
especially for the Ashley Madison.
Yeah. Look, so first of all, the Ashley Madison, we for privacy issue, we don't, because we have to make sure it comes from the person's work email. Otherwise, there's no point that on Ashton Madison website you're going to claim that you're working for Microsoft or Apple, this big tech, right? But we rely on their official work email, just like monash.edu, to determine which person is coming from which firm. The point is that for privacy issue, we hide that. We hide the personal detail part of the email. We just look at the back end part of the email. So we don't go very detailed. But in terms of the Glassdoor reviews, yes, there could be some variations. But when the time we kind of extract the data, the Glassdoor did not disclose whether these commenters or reviewers, their positions. But now, as you can see from the Glassdoor website, they did. It's still voluntary disclosure. So the reviewers, they are voluntarily kind of allowed to disclose their position of the firms. So I would say that, yeah, that could be something interesting to look at, because we, who knows, because the middle level managers, they have more chances to observe what happened in the upper deck. So they may have more reflections on the upper deck's behavior. And then the lower tier employees, they just take whatever, the corporate policy is. So they have less chances. This could be something done in the, but I appreciate your comments. This could be something done in the later stage, but just I want to emphasize, when the time we grab the data, there's no such release of the information. And then because the paper is now under review in one of the journal, so we will receive some feedback, and then if we are given this opportunity to revise the paper, we are happy to do further analysis on that. Yeah.
Thank you, Chen. So we have a direct question from Nadia.
Yeah.
So, Nadia.
Hi, Nadia.
Yeah. Hi, Chen. Very, very interesting paper. Very innovative. I have 2 points. So you are depending on survey and textual analysis to
Yes.
get an indication of integrity or culture in the firm. There are like physical measures that we can look at. For example, employee turnover. If the board members, if the employee turnover is an indication, is very high, is an indication of not satisfied employees, and they're most likely to be connected to the culture at the firm. Additionally, you could look at higher level, like board members. If board members basically resign suddenly without due time for their turnover. This is one. And there is a very interesting study that did an experiment. They looked at the era pre-Trump and the era after Trump. And they noticed after Trump, they looking at attitude and bulliness behavior. And they noticed bulliness behavior increased significantly during Trump era. And this is published in Top Journal. I can't remember the exact publication, but I can dig it in and send it to you. I think it was by Borton.
Sure.
And then here, what I'm thinking, if you look, because you're not looking at the individual behavioral per se, you're looking at the firm. What you could do, you can look at the CEO connection to Trump and see whether
that's your GFE paper.
Yes, that could be actually an indication of the change in culture or something like that. That will be also another identification. I know you did a lot, but maybe you could do discussion. I think the employee turnover is a very important control that to look at and to see if they're correlated with your measure of culture, the way you measure it. But a good paper. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Ladi. Yeah. So just on top of, we think about this employee turnover. It's just that we can't have a very accurate information of the employee turnover, because the common stat data item, number of employee, there are huge measurement errors on that. So we're thinking about alternative ways. Probably we can use the turnover of the top executives as one of the point, trying to control for that. And then I agree that the connection to Trump is very interesting angle to look at. Yeah, that will simply help our paper as well, because we know Trump himself is an interesting person. that I'm not going to comment on his personality, but yeah, it is true that Trump supporters may kind of be more likely to have this dodgy behavior to some extent. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chen. I have a question from Wenhee. So Wen says, it is an interesting study, but do you need a credible counter argument that investors will not value integrity culture? Will the effect of culture be fully captured by the observable and conventional measures of accounting quality and other firm behavior?
Well, yeah, so I agree. Yeah, so the thing is that we can do a counter argument, especially in the equity market, because somehow equity market, they're full of diversification. One may say that firm specific factors matter less in the well diversified capital stock market, which you may expect nothing between the kind of integrity measure and then the cost of equity. Yeah, but we are kind of struggling whether we need to make this kind of counter argument, and then I have to discuss it with Bokwe as well, see his view on that. And then also I appreciate the second question. Well, I agree. The effect of culture may not be fully captured by this kind of conventional measures of accounting quality. And then we know that the behavior of the CEOs could affect every aspect of the firms. And we just try to document these are the two possible channels, and then not all of them. It could be other channels as well. But we just need to kind of think carefully what we are going to, we can't make the paper too long because now it's already too long. And yeah, so thanks, Ben. I would like to think about it. Yeah, but if you think about some of the other dimensions that you think is very important, that this culture could affect the final behavior of the firm, please let us know. But so far, I could imagine is that the way that the firm report to the outsiders and the way the firm do in their operations, that are the two things that I would say that's most important. But I agree that could be other aspects being affected by the culture.
Thanks, Chen. Yeah. We have a question from Bo Chin. So Bo says, to instill corporate culture, would companies apply a top-down or bottom-up approach? Glassdoor reviews seem to follow the latter method, while many people argue that the tone at the top, which seems to support the former method. What do you think?
Well, yeah, it's true. Well, Bo, I agree. I truly agree with you. And then that's partly integrated in our analysis that we use the forced CEO turnover due to personal indiscretions only as a way to change, to reflect the change of the corporate culture. Because once the top CEO step down, that's what you observe. Because after the top CEO step down, the middle level manager may also leave. Someone who are connected to him or her may leave, and then same for the dodgy employees. So that's I would say that's what is happening in the reality. But the thing is that it's very hard because first of all, there's already an existing study by Luthin and Gales in 2015 JFE. They asked the SP 500 top executives what kind of corporate culture they think is important to the firm. And then we just think, that it's already there. And then do we need to do another approach to have something similar? Or we have, because, they are serving the very busy business people. So they have a very limited sample size. And then we can't do this because we are not in the US anyway. But I think we can do a local study. But the other thing is that we want to have as large sample size as we have. So that is where we come from, this Glassdoor, and then we are able to match thousands of firms that employees share their views. So I would say that yes, if we go with the interviews of the top executives, we may have even more insightful information about the corporate culture. But it's just that it's always a balance of this internal and external validity of your construction. and then we have to balance the sample size as well. But I agree that so for the future study, we can do something on the interview or survey of the top executives in Australia. But the other thing is that they will not. So that's another thing. Okay, the Lutyens and Gales paper, they are not asking people whether you think this dimension is important or not. They ask people to rank, right? So it's another kind of a tricky way when you do the survey. They will. It's very unlikely they will say, "Oh, I don't think integrity is important. We're good firms. We are doing good." So that's something tricky that you may not capture the variations among these interviews from the executives, but for the employees, because there are much more people to comment, so there are huge variations across firms. So that's something we choose the Glassdoor as one of our main measures. I agree with you. In reality, the top executives matter more. Yeah, thank you.
Jen, so I would like to squeeze in one question of mine.
Sure.
So I'm not sure whether you are capturing or you're conflating integrity, culture of integrity, with perception.
It's a perception. Look, so Crystal, this is all. When we talk about corporate culture, that's why I say this unobservable, right? That on the second slide, I already say that there are observable factors, accounting earnings figures, operation efficiency figures, these are observable. And then corporate culture is something intangible, right? We all know that. And then this is all about perceptions, you're right. And the perceptions of different people, I would say that. But look, that's why we think this is an interesting study, because first of all, we are among the first group of studies trying to quantify these things, but it's a perception. We agree. We totally kind of admit this kind of a drawback, but it's very hard. How do you know what's in somebody's mind, right? So that's why we supplement that with the Ashley Madison measures. But some scholars don't like it because from a head data, and then people say that we should not use head data in our stringent research. Well, yeah, because it doesn't have head copyright. So
it's more than just that, though. I mean, I'm wondering, it's not just a case of observable versus unobservable. If it just goes to a very construct that you're trying to capture in terms of culture, there are two types of culture. One is a culture that is imposed by the firm, and that's what you are trying to capture, corporate culture and how the firm's employees, even if they perceive versus actual, it doesn't matter. But there's another one that comes from the individual. So the choice to go to visit Ashley Madison websites, etc., is quite different from how they perceive that the firm is trying to do, or the other employees, right?
Yeah, true. But if you look at, I agree. So the choice they go to the Ashley Madison could just reflect some of their life values in their personal life.
Yes.
Or towards their attitude towards their partners, because they're not being treated well by their partners, so they have to revenge whatever. So I agree. I fully agree. So that's why on my slide I say this is an off-the-job behavior, and it could be disconnected from the on-the-job behavior. There's a disadvantage of this measure as well. But it did kind of reveal some of the true things that people did behind the scene, right? So that's something that we saw. We saw the advantage and disadvantage of different measures, and then we try to combine both of them. And then if you look at our Spearman correlations, we do find like 0.3 to 0.4 correlation between these two measures. That lends us some support or confidence that it's indeed capturing something in common. You know what I'm trying to say? Yeah. But of course, it's not a perfect measure. We never said this is a perfect measure. That's why we're doing multiple measures anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is good. So I have just a last comment from Peter Halcombe. Peter says, I'd suggest corporate culture is highly tangible by observing behaviors. Here's another follow-up one. It says, at the individual level, it isn't culture, it's values. I guess my response to that second one is that the culture is kind of depends how you define culture. If you define it as shared values, then corporate values versus individual values still captures values nonetheless. But those are two good comments that Peter's made.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. I truly agree. So in the individual level, it's the personal values, and then collectively, because we are analyzing organization, if we say the organization is showing some tendency to have some consensus values, that's culture, right? So I agree with that. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, we've gone over as well. It's a good thing to have. So thank you all. Thank you, Chen, for your insightful and innovative and very saucy presentation. And thank you for your comments as well. So now it's time for a break. So we have our morning break. We will commence at 11:15 for our next research paper presentation. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, everyone, hope we had a good break. So our second research paper presentation is going to be given by Dr. Paul Thamba from the Department of Accounting at Monash Business School. And that's titled, When Profit is Not the Bottom Line, How Alternative Organizations Work Around a Dominant Public Measure. Dr. Thamba is a senior lecturer in the Department of Accounting at the Monash Business School. His research spans management control systems and strategizing in a range of organizations, including cooperative and mutuals, non-governmental organizations, and commercial organizations. Dr. Thamba has published in very good journals, and his research ideas consistently attract very generous research funding. Dr. Thamba is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants. He holds the Chartered Global Management Accountant designation and has had several senior roles in industry. So Dr. Thamba will conduct a presentation for approximately 35 minutes and then followed by Q&A. So feel free to post your questions in the Q&A section, not the chat section, the Q&A section. And if you want to speak to Paul directly after his presentation to ask a question or comment, please do so. Just raise your hand using the icon and we will unmute you. Okay, thanks, Paul. So if you could kindly share your slides.
Thank you, Christo, and thank you all for coming to this webinar. And it's a privilege for me to be able to share an early idea that we have from this rather large study that we completed at the beginning of last year, a 2-year study with a whole range of organizations in the cooperative and mutual sector. When profit is not the bottom line, measuring good governance with a faulty metric. I've slightly changed the topic to what Christo just mentioned. This seminar is about culture and governance. And as we all know, ESG is the flavor of the month for reporting, particularly for full profit organizations. Environmental sustainability, social responsibility, and good governance, ESG, is fast becoming a key focus. Some stats here that I have on the slide in 2018, every $1 out of 4 invested in the US was in responsibly managed assets. Now, what is good governance? According to George Serafim, who is at London School of Economics, in a paper that he published in the Harvard Business Review, he defines good governance as creating and measuring value for all stakeholders of a firm, whether it's a for-profit firm or any other type of organization. Good governance is about creating and measuring value for all stakeholders, not just for investors. Now, what is good culture? In my view, good culture is a supporting and enabling culture that is underpinned by good values or appropriate values and beliefs that enables good governance. It encourages managers to align purpose with the strategy and the operations of the organization to create value and then to measure that value, taking into account all stakeholders, not just investors. But the question that I want to place before us today is, do we have the right measures in place to measure value for all stakeholders, which is a requirement if you're talking about good governance, the G in ESG. Obviously, profit is the quintessential organizational performance measure. Every organization is involved in some shape or form in measuring profit. According to Kari Luka, who is a professor of accounting in Finland, profit has what he refers to as heavy argumentative weight. And we all know that profit is a means of communicating performance to external audiences, to different types of stakeholders, but principally to the investors, but also is a measure that is used internally to measure performance. And generally, when we think about profit, as I've already mentioned, we focus on investors as the external stakeholder group, but it's also used in the context of maximizing returns. So the language that you hear very often in organizations is, how do we maximize the return? How do we maximize the return from this project or from this business unit? But what happens if you're in an organization that is all about purpose, about providing value to a whole range of stakeholders who do not require you to maximize the return for them as opposed to other stakeholders? And my suggestion here is that if you're truly a purpose-led organization, the focus really should be about providing a good return, an optimum return for all stakeholders, and not maximizing returns for one stakeholder group against another or other groups. So we draw on theory that is now available in the literature around this idea of public measures. And we suggest that profit is a form of a public measure, which is used to measure organizational performance in the public arena. As academics, we are increasingly aware of the role of these public measures. For example, business school rankings or law school rankings, which are externally developed measures that are imposed on organizations such as a business school. These measures are not developed within the business school or within the organization, for example. These are external measures that are placed upon organizations, and organizations then have to react to that, have to be willing to take on those rankings for a range of reasons. And I don't want to go into that because that's just taking us down a path that is not really the focus here today. But what I want to suggest is that profit is also a public measure, but it has some differences. It is a measure that has an external aspect to it in terms of being influenced by people external to the organization, external in terms of maybe standard setters, those who set the rules and the principles that are used to calculate profit and report on it. But it is also an internal measure. The organization that is reporting the profit number has a greater ability to influence that measure, say, compared to a business school ranking that is entirely developed externally and imposed on the organization. And how profit as this composite measure influenced externally and internally is received and is treated within the organization is something that we believe is not well understood. Now, we know, and we heard, I think this morning I've heard Stephen Taylor mention this, and I know this is one of his favorite topics, looking at how organizations take their reported profit number and then they calculate what's referred to as the underlying earnings or the gap earnings. So there are some ways that we already know how organizations deal with this public measure. So that's one end of the spectrum, where organizations take their calculated profit number and then they do something with it to vary it in a way that they see fit to be able to use it to measure performance and report on that performance. At the other end of the spectrum, we've seen organizations, and these new economy organizations, as they're referred to, organizations like Netflix and Amazon, who generally over the years have ignored the profit number and have ignored reporting profit or using profit as their measure of performance, and have used other metrics, which the market in the main seems to have accepted. But what we don't have is something in between those two ends of the spectrum, where we look at how profit is being used, received and used as a measure in the organization. What practices, what drives the calculation and the use of this profit measure in purpose-led organizations. These are organizations that are not profit maximizing entities. They are not focused on providing a return just to an investor group. They are organizations that are about purpose, about providing value to a whole group of different types of stakeholders. How is profit used in those types of organizations? What can we learn from the way they treat profit? And what lessons and insights can we develop from that will be applicable to other organizations? And that's what I'm trying to, hopefully in the remaining time that I have, I want to bring some of those insights out to help us understand the problematic nature of profit in purpose-led organizations. So the findings and the insights that I'm presenting to you today came out of a field study, a 2-year field study. The key question that I want to address is, how does profit help to measure and communicate purpose and value in purpose-led organizations? So we examined 12 cooperative and mutual enterprises. A lot of these organizations are well known to you. If I mention some of the brand names, you will be fully familiar with them. Organizations such as the road mutuals that we have in every state in Australia, RACV in Melbourne, RACQ in Brisbane, the NRMA in New South Wales. These are road mutuals, member-owned, purpose-led organizations that have existed for over 100 years. I mean, the NRMA is celebrating its 100th anniversary. I think last year it celebrated 100th anniversary. One of the organizations we examined is 115 years old, Road Mutual. Then they operate in a whole range of other sectors as well, in agriculture, in financial services, in health insurance, in general insurance. I think about 40% of insurance organizations across the world are mutuals. And everyone's heard of some of the big names like Rabobank, etc. So we studied 12 Australian cooperative and mutual enterprises across a whole range of sectors. We spoke to a whole range of people from the board right down to frontline staff, 238 interviews. We've analyzed a lot of archival documents, 491. We've observed interactions, meetings, board meetings, senior leadership meetings, etc. And through that, the central question, in fact, the question that actually started this project was basically this question that the sector put to us, which was, how can we move beyond profit as the only measure of our performance? Because we don't believe that it captures the total value that we create for all our stakeholders. That was really the broad question that brought us together with this sector and with our partners in that sector to examine this issue. And bringing it back to the ESG ideas, cooperatives and mutuals, or CMEs, as I will refer to them going forward, have this built into their DNA. From day one, they have been purpose-led organizations. They have worked to be environmentally sustainable, to be socially responsible, and to have good governance. Now, this is not to say that they are doing this all correctly and have never or don't have areas to improve on, but it is their DNA. The ESG is built into their DNA. And therefore, they are obviously good organizations to examine, to understand this challenge we have about profit being an appropriate measure. So from the analysis we have done so far, and this is the first theoretical idea that we are working on from this data set, we have seen that the way these organizations treat profit is quite interesting and quite insightful. They have basically two drivers that influence the way they work with profit within the organization. The type of stakeholder relations that they have, and the type of competition or the competitive landscape that they face. And the outcome of the way they manage or work with these with the profit number is based on three practices, coping practices as I refer to here: discursive, calculative, and structural practices. And I will expand on this in more detail in the following slides. So this is briefly a graphical presentation which summarizes our key insights. So with the data and that we had from these 12 organizations, we have analyzed that data. We have categorized these organizations into three groups, and I will be giving you a brief case study, three case studies of a representative organization in each of those three groups. But this model here is basically to show you how these organizations treat profit. So the first driver is the type of stakeholder relations that they have. So if they have what we refer to as a concrete group of stakeholders, this is a closely defined, well-established group of stakeholders, they tend to treat profit in a different way to a CME that has a more generalized group of stakeholders who are not that distinct from many other stakeholder groups. And I will explain this, this become clearer as we get into each of those representative case studies. The second factor that is driving the way they treat profit is how competitive their landscape is. Some of these organizations operate with hardly any competition. So the way they treat profit in that setting is different to organizations, CMEs that are operating in fairly competitive business landscapes, where they have very strong competitors. And so they have different ways of coping with the way they treat profit. But for all these organizations, profit is still an incomplete measure of the total value that they create for all their stakeholders. So let's look at the first representative case. Obviously, I have, for privacy and confidentiality reasons, I'm not disclosing the two names of these organizations. So the first case is what we refer to as Australia's Community Bank. Now, this is the largest credit union in Australia. They provide a range of personal, business banking, personal insurance products. They operate in a very competitive space. If you look at their business landscape, they sit between the big four banks. I mean, in Australia, for those of you who are not from here, we have four big banks who basically drive the sector. We then have a lot of very small for-profit and credit union type banks. Community Bank sits in between. They are larger than some of the smaller players in the market, but they are nowhere near the size of the large big four banks. So profit is really problematic for this organization. And we have seen them use a whole range of different discursive practices to work with profit. So for example, they use it, they discuss profit in language that suggests that they are different to the big four bank, the investor-owned bank. So they say, unlike them, we are not profit maximizers. That's one discursive practice that we have observed. Another discursive practice that they employ is they try to portray profit as being the profit that they create as being responsible and ethical. They talk about profit being sufficient. We only want sufficient profit to be able to do other things. The third way they talk about profit is they link it to their purpose. They say we make profit for purpose. So in other words, our profit is X because it is helping to meet our purpose of doing A, B, C, D, E. To give you a quote from one of the executives, senior executives that we interviewed in this organization, if we are bigger and profits are bigger, then we can reinvest more into the community. So you can see that there were these three inconsistent practices, discursive practices. The first practice, we are not like them. You know, that is distancing them. It's setting up an organizational identity that tries to portray the community bank as being different to the big four bank. The second practice of saying we just want sufficient profit, that's about preventing profit becoming egregious and becoming something that is out of scale and therefore creates discomfort for the organization in relation to its purpose. The third discursive practice of saying profit for purpose is all about trying to link this, within inverted commas, bad notion of profit to their good notion of purpose. So we are earning profit to make investment in community, in the things that we want to do for our group of stakeholders. What we found was that this discourse within the organization really created a lot of clashes, because you had different groups, in fact, two groups of people within the organization. You had people who had a very strong focus on their purpose, and their members were the owners of the organization, frequently represented on the board and in the senior leadership. And then you had the executive, the employees, the staff, and managers of the organizations, who are invariably drawn from the big four banks, who had a very strong investor-oriented commercial purpose. So you can see that we could see that this discourse around profit was really uncomfortable, because they just didn't have any other way to manage the profit and to be able to use it to capture and report on the value that they create. And as you will see with the other cases, this organization, this category of organizations, just had discursive practices. They were not able to do anything more with any other, or develop any other type of organizational practice to help manage this public measure. The second group of organizations that we saw were in a category where they used both calculative and discursive practices. So the representative organization here is Grain West, an agricultural cooperative based in the west of Australia. And they had calculative practices which were helpful for them to take the profit that they calculated and that they earned, and to use it in a way that suited and fitted with their overall purpose. Now, in this organization, the stakeholder group was concrete. They were very clear about who their stakeholder was, which is the grain grower that they supported. So it was a very concrete definition of stakeholders, and they virtually don't have any competitors in their business landscape, in their business environment. So that gave them the ability to really think about their profit and to use these calculative practices to impact the way they work with profit. So they calculated something called the grower patronage rebate, which is a discount that they calculate based on the annual profit that they make, and they are able then to rebate the cost per ton of grain that they buy off the grain growers. In some years, that discount could be larger than the cost per ton that the grower has to pay for the services provided by Grain West. In addition, they had another calculative practice called the grower value statement, where they calculate for every member the value that they create. So this organization is using calculative practices to reshape the way they work with profit. In the grower value statement, for example, they don't refer to the profit made by the organization, but they focus on the profitability of the member. One of the quotes from the CEO of one of the business units, when asked about what he thought of profit, he said, what's important for me is that the GPR and the grower value statement reflect the profitability of the grower, support the profitability of the grower. Now, in this organization, this representative organization, we see both calculative and discursive practices combined and used to shape the way profit is allowed to impact on and to report on the value that they create. They are far more comfortable with using profit because they are able to shape it to suit their purpose. In the third category, we have, as the representative organization, a road services membership mutual. Again, from the west of the country, 115 years old. Now, this organization uses a structural approach to in its treatment of profit. So essentially, the organization is split into two groups. In one group, you have all the profit-making lines of business, whose only purpose is to make a profit and to provide a dividend, a member value dividend from that profit to the other part of the organization, which is referred to as the club, which is a not-for-profit and which is focused on providing services to members, advocacy and discounts, member discounts based on the member value dividend. So this organization essentially has used a structural approach to separate the profit-focused businesses from the not-for-profit type of business that is focused on members. Again, discursive practices are used, but they are used along with structural approaches. A quote from one of the senior executives: "We don't have shareholders. Instead, what we do is we take profits and we reinvest them for the benefit of members and the greater community in things like advocacy." So they see again profit as profit for purpose. And the way they manage that is they have structurally separated the commercial activities from the non-commercial, and they have this structural practice along with discursive practices to help them manage the treatment of profit and how profit influences the decisions and the actions within the organization. So coming back to the model, and I hope you can see the right-hand side of this model. My screen is blocked at the moment, but you can see that the two drivers of the treatment of profit, one is the type of stakeholder. So if you have a concrete stakeholder or a general stakeholder group. The second driver is how competitive the business landscape is. It can be either competitive or non-competitive. So if you follow this model, where you have organizations that have a concrete stakeholder group and in a fairly non-competitive landscape, you will see the example that I have given you there, which is a Grain West is a representative organization that uses both calculative and discursive practices to treat profit within the organization. Now, where you have a more generalized definition of stakeholders and a fairly competitive landscape, like the community bank, we found that these organizations tended to really be unsure of what to do, and they just talked about it. They essentially just talked about the problem of profit, but they really didn't have ways to handle or make it work for them within the organization. So the community bank was totally different to the way GrainWest handled profit. On the other hand, if you have a generalized definition of stakeholders, but a fairly non-competitive landscape like the Drive Club, we found these organizations used structural and discursive practices together, again, like GrainWest, to have a better approach to handling profit within the organization. So they are able to capture and report this metric in a way that helps them to attempt to measure value for everyone. But with all these organizations, profit still remains a fairly incomplete measurement metric to capture the value that they create. So in conclusion, and I'm not sure how I'm going for time here, Christo, but I'm hope.
You're fine. You're 1 minute over, but that's okay.
Yeah. So just to quickly summarize, good governance requires the appropriate measurement of value for all stakeholders. The predominant measure we have is profit, and we think that it has certain inadequacies, particularly for organizations that are purpose-led. So you can talk about charities, public sector agencies, co-ops and mutuals, a whole range of organizations. Profit is problematic. How problematic it is depends on two drivers based on our data and analysis: how concrete the stakeholders are, how concrete or how defined the stakeholders are, and how competitive the business landscape is. And what we have found so far is that there are three coping practices that organizations tend to use: discursive practices, calculative practices, and structural practices. So calculative and structural practices generally are used along with discursive practices. So hopefully I have given you some food for thought in terms of problematizing the challenge of profit to measure purpose and value and to provide for good governance. And I will finish there, and I'm happy to take questions. I hope I can answer them fully, but if I can't, I'm happy to carry on the conversation outside as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. That's quite a nice, insightful presentation. It was really good. So I'd like to start you off with a thought. Now, unless I'm mistaken, if I hear your insights, it seems to suggest that there's the purpose and profit are could be viewed as being mutually exclusive. Is that the case? I mean, I'm thinking that there could be even for-profit organizations that could be purpose-driven. I mean, you've defined your organization as a purpose-driven organization, but there could be for-profit organizations that are purpose-driven that could actually lead to an enhancement of profits in the long run, since they're focused on a concept of shared purpose or shared values. So I'd like to know your thoughts on this. Could they coexist, purpose and profit, as opposed to being mutually exclusive?
Absolutely, great question, Christo. I mean, again, if you come back to the what's happening in the ESG space and the drive towards non-financial reporting and greater reporting of around purpose, what's driving this whole debate and approach is organizations, including for-profit organizations, commercial organizations, wanting to respond to what their stakeholders are saying, that they want to be more purpose-driven, more mission-focused. It's about being environmentally sustainable, about being socially responsible, about having good governance, which is a lot of things, but it's also about being able to create value and reporting and measuring and reporting that value for all your stakeholders. And it's not just about maximizing profit or maximizing returns. It's about creating the right level of profit for all these different stakeholders. In a cooperative or a mutual, the concept of profit maximizing really, is not there, because if you think about it, your member is also your customer. So they don't have, unlike in a for-profit firm, they don't have a distinction between you're a customer and you're an investor. Therefore, I can maximize my return for the investor by charging the customer more. And that's what we have seen, happening in, for-profit organizations. I mean, you take the Banking Royal Commission, some of the findings, basically talks to that point, that the banks tended to focus on playing off one type of stakeholder off the other. These organizations have no incentive to do that, because the member and the customer are the same. So in their case, if they want to maximize profit, the only way they can do in the general accounting framework is to charge more from their members. And that just doesn't make sense to them. So they'd rather be looking at, getting the right level of profit that allows them to invest profit for purpose. Now, I think all organizations have a role to play in this. I mean, I think it is absolutely essential that for-profit organizations are also purpose-driven and are also willing to measure value for all stakeholders. And I'm not saying that maximizing returns for your investors, who are a key group for investor funded organizations, is wrong. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there needs to be a better balance. And
I certainly agree with you. If you look
profit has some inadequacy. We've known that for centuries, that profit is not the perfect measurement metric. We know that.
Yeah,
but
I mean, I think I agree with
finding the new measures.
Sorry. Yeah, so I think that I agree with you in the sense that when you look at a for-profit organization where you typically expect to see a lot of trade-offs between the different stakeholders. And my thought is that I think when we focus on the short term, that's when there's pressure to actually have a trade-off. But when all the different stakeholders and the firm adopts a long-term perspective, they'll quickly realize that it is better for all of us to share some common purpose, because in the long run, it's not just the investor, but the customer benefits when the investor's welfare is maximized and vice versa. I mean, the investor can't get profits unless the customer is happy or the supplies a high quality product, reliable service. And so there are lots of trade-offs that I think would not be trade-offs if one adopts a long-term perspective. And I think that post-COVID-19, there'll be a shift towards more purpose-driven corporations.
Yep. This data, this idea that I'm presenting here today is, as I said, is what started us off down this journey with our partners in this sector. And what we have developed practically for them is a performance measurement framework, which looks at measuring the total value that they create across 6 dimensions of value that we talk about. And one of those dimensions of value is what we refer to as the mutual mindset. It's the ability of these organizations to do things like balance the short term and the long term. It's about making decisions that favor all their stakeholders. I mean, a classic quote that I still remember from this community bank, talking to a senior executive who had recently come from one of the big 4 banks. And when we asked him what's different to decision-making in this organization, his quote was, "When I go into a meeting, the CEO's bonus is not sitting in the middle of the table. In my previous organization, that was always sitting in the middle of the table every time we considered a decision. So then we asked him, so who is sitting in the middle of the table here? Is there anyone? You know, I said, yep, it's the member, it's the stakeholder. It's every decision is measured on the basis of, is this for the benefit of the stakeholder? Is it short term? Is it long term? Does it build towards our purpose? You know, those are the things that sit in the center of the table when they are sitting around the board table making decisions.
Excellent. Thanks, Paul. I think, Nadia, you had a question?
Yes, I do. Paul, very, very, very interesting insight. But I'm thinking about it. The question, is it true in the decision between or the behavior of having focusing on the profit or other issues in relationship to stakeholder are mutually exclusive? When I hear my colleagues, because we are at MBS, we are like a big business school that we interact with each other very closely in comparison to Monash, I hear strategy people very much, and they talk about the strategy of the firm. So I think that that the behavior is related to the strategy of the firm. That's one thing maybe one need to focus on. Additionally, I think the focus on profitability or other forms of performance, it's endogenous to the firm. So, for example, you gave us some examples about firms in agriculture, but if you look at firms in, for example, in liquor or in gambling, they may not follow similar behavior because it's endogenous to the industry and it is driven by the nature of the industry that they can adopt a specific strategy in comparison to others. So, how would you address those variations?
That's a good question, Nadia. Look, I think what we have seen in these organizations, the CMEs, co-ops and mutuals, is that the culture, the values and beliefs that they have is ingrained, is part of their DNA, their purpose, their strategy and their business model, their operations, all derive from this purpose, these values and beliefs that they engage in. And out of that comes the types of behavior that they expect, and they expect everyone to have, but also the collective behavior that you would see in the organization. And the measurement is really then hopefully trying to measure what they do, the activities and the value that they create based on how they carry out those activities in line with their purpose, their strategy and their business model. Now, in a alcohol or tobacco based organization, and I don't have really any direct experience with them, I would suggest that they may say that they have similar values, similar beliefs, but is it really the same? I'm not sure. Now, I'm just making a very broad, generalized comment here. But George Serafim, the guy I quoted in the Harvard Review article, he actually talks about this. He talks about this notion that we have seen in environmental sustainability reporting for a while, this idea of greenwashing, green signaling, where firms signal things instead of really having it ingrained and built into their DNA. And he runs the argument that ESG can also, end up there if we are not careful. So I don't know whether I have really responded to your question. I'm looking at your body language and I'm wondering whether I'm, totally off the planet. But if I am, please feel free to sort of, bring me back to the point. But, that's what I thought I heard you asking me.
Sure. Yeah. No, it's fine. But it's just you need to be careful with the mutually exclusive. I think they can be combined together. That's my view. It's not.
I'm not
endogenous. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not again saying that profit is bad. I'm just saying that profit is problematic when it comes to measuring purpose and value for all our stakeholders. I mean, that's based on what we have seen in these organizations.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Paul, and thank you, Nadia. There's a question from an anonymous attendee. How would you categorize a retail super fund? The fund has obligations to its members and or customers, but it's also accountable to its shareholders.
Yep, again, a good question. Before I go to the retail fund, just to I'll start with, again, the sector, CME sector. Industry funds are also, co-ops and mutual funds, really. And they are the success story of the sector. If you look at the industry funds, their returns, their performance, it has in recent years been, better than a lot of the retail funds. So they are doing exactly that, where, of course, they have members who are also customers. Now, in a retail fund, like any other full profit organization, investor-owned organization, there might be that divergence between customers who are different to the shareholders or the investors. So the important thing to keep in mind is how you, as the retail fund, provide value to these two groups of stakeholders. If you're preferencing your shareholder in all your decisions over your members, then I think you're not really providing or meeting your purpose. If you're preferencing your members as opposed to your shareholders, again, that's not the right place to be. You really need to be in the center. How do you do that? That's the challenge. That's the challenge that these organizations have. And that's when they start thinking about purpose and how they build that purpose into their strategy and business models. I mean, I have worked in large banks and insurance companies, in my previous life, and I have seen, we have talked about purpose and mission. I mean, these organizations talk about it all the time, but what you don't always see is that being embedded properly and effectively in the strategy and business model, and therefore it is not properly measured. And that's, where I think the challenge lies for these organizations.
Thanks, Paul. So I'll let Cam go slightly over, as well as we have one last question from Peter Halcombe. In fact, he has two kind of related questions. So Peter Halcombe says, if ingrained, how did the NRMA go wrong, so wrong? And then he also has a follow-up that says industry funds have very different remuneration models to industry funds, hence the different behavior, which includes no commissions to anyone, which in part results in better performance. So I guess the question, second one's a comment.
Yeah, well, if I take the last comment from Peter, I think one of the reasons why they have had that model where they don't pay commissions to the advisors is because of their purpose and because of the conflict that they have seen, which they wanted to avoid. I think that's one of the reasons. Now, we haven't studied an industry fund. I mean, they were not part of our sample, unfortunately, but that's my take from it, but just by looking at it from outside. In terms of what's gone wrong with NRMA, I mean, that's a fairly big comment, Peter. I'm not sure exactly what you mean, but again, I come back to the point I made, that just because these organizations, the co-ops and mutuals, have the ESG issues in their DNA does not mean that they do it right all the time. And part of the problem that they've had is because they have struggled with having the right set of metrics to measure their purpose. Hence our study and hence the framework that we have developed which is now being used by about 40 of these organizations, and more each day as they start adopting what we have developed. So, I'm not putting the CMEs on a pedestal. And certainly a lot of the co-ops and mutuals have done terrible things. I mean, look, AMP started life as a mutual. So, I'll stop there.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you all for your comments and questions. Excellent. As you can see, your topic is very provocative, and I think that's good because we need that in today's world. So thank you very much, Paul. Okay, our third presentation is going to be given by Professor Cameron Truong, and it's titled Audit Quality, an Analysis of Audit Partner Cultural Proximity to Client Executives. Professor Truong is a professor and the coordinator of the interdisciplinary research in the Department of Accounting at the Monash Business School. His research interests lie broadly in accounting and finance, which he has published in a range of highly ranked journals. He has worked in investment and corporate banking and acts as a consultant to industry. So I guess he saw the light and left investment banking and came to academia. So very good, Cameron. Sorry if we've taken slightly over into your time, but I'll allow you to go into the Q&A section as well. Okay. Thank you, Cam. All yours.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and good morning, Christo. And thank you very much for having me. Hopefully, my slides showing okay on the screen.
Yes.
All right. So this is a joint research project between myself.
Sorry, Cam, you might want to get into a slideshow if you can.
Okay. Let's see, slideshow. Is it good?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. All right. So this is a joint project between myself and Cam from University of Newcastle and Mia Pham from Massey University. They used to be at Monash University too. And essentially, we looked at an attribute of the relationship between audit engagement partner and executive of client firms, and see if this attribute of this relationship matters to the outcome of the audit process. And before we get into our research content, let me walk you through a classic accounting metric trick. And this is just to demonstrate that, our accounting discipline is not that boring. We're pretty creative with what we do. And this classic creative magic trick is called the special purpose vehicle. It is not a car or a transport vehicle, but essentially it is a legal entity, and this is the purpose of an SPV. Let's say we need some money. We are a public company, and we want
Cameron, can I interrupt? I think your slide's not for the guest. It's the speaker slide because we can see the next slides as well on the right-hand side. Maybe you want to try again.
Yeah, Cameron, can you please click on display settings on the top left?
Display?
Display settings. So to the left.
Top
to the left. Yep. Second one.
Okay, here. Yeah. And
swap presenter's view. First one.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So is it better?
Just please click on it.
Yep.
It's much better. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. All right. So if we are an entity and we can establish an SPV, all right, like out of nowhere, it is a legal entity, and then we redirect the SPV to go to the bank, ask the SPV to borrow some money for us, and that's make the process very easy. Get some credit without using our own, credit profile. And then if something go haywire, we can just say that, hey, we don't know you. This is like an off the book transaction. It has nothing to do with our operations. Okay, so who was best at doing this SPV thing? it is no one else but Enron, the company that had destroyed billions of dollars of valuations of shareholder and tens of thousands of jobs in the United States. And behind these SPVs are two key individuals. First is Mr. Andrew Fastow, Enron CFO, who initiated two important SPV for Enron, Raptors and LJM2. Okay, and these SPVs help Enron hide their toxic assets, hide their debt, inflate their earnings. And it is not only the CFO, but it's also the collaboration with the audit engagement partner from Arthur Andersen, David Duncan. And what he did was signing off this SPV when Fastow came to him for an approval, and he specifically required lower auditors not to audit transactions of Enron and SPV and sign up all the financial reports. And when inspected by the SEC, David required the document to be destroyed. So I think there are two lessons that we can draw from this example or this piece of history, is that let me echo the message of Professor Taylor early on, that the financial statement of accounting information is actually the joint product between the firm and the auditor. Here, specifically between the CFO and the audit engagement partner. And hence anything and any relation that could impair the collaborations or the independence of the auditor can potentially matter for the audit process. And that's pretty much the motivations for our research that looks into the relationship between the audit engagement partner who looks after the firm, the whole audit process, and executive of the firm. And our research is standing between the two intersections of interesting literature, I'd say. First one is there's an emerging literature that shows if individuals are culturally closed, they tend to deliver superior economic outcomes. For example, if the startup company founders and the venture capitalist investors share similar cultural background, they tend to collaborate better and generate superior investment performance. Or portfolio managers managing funds, they tend to share information with one another if they are culturally closed. And these individuals seem to hold similar stock holdings. An interesting paper showed that American analysts, but of Chinese background, do way better forecasts for Chinese firm listed as ADRs on the US exchange. And also there's some evidence with the credit market where if lenders and borrowers, share some sort of, similarity in cultural background, they generate way better credit provisions. Now in the audit market, which is audit literature, this is where we aim to tackle. There's also a rising interest on the attributes of CFO, audit partners, and audit outcome. For example, these two studies, Mellon Williams and Lennox, they looked at executives who used to serve as external auditors, and they show that if we adopt that kind of practice, the quality of accounting information tend to be impaired. Now, these next three studies are based on the Chinese setting because they have way more fine-grained data in China, and they show that any ties, any relationship between CFO and auditor via school ties or via employment ties in the previous employment, or relationship between the audit committee chairperson and auditor generally impair or damage the quality of the audit process. And most of these evidence is based on the Chinese setting. Now, what we do is that we pretty much visit this research question in the US setting, but with a pretty novel element of the relationship between CFO and auditor. And we think that research findings from China should not immediately generalize to the US or to other jurisdictions because of several institutional differences. For example, in China, the economy is based on relationship, whereas in the Western world, like the US, it's mostly based on arm's length, a business contract. Litigation risk is also lower in China, and the market is way more competitive. I mean, the audit market is way more competitive in China, where auditors tend to please the firms, and hence they easily compromise the quality of their job. Okay, so the motivations for our research questions could also be based on several prior survey work, where Kingman shows that the relationship, interpersonal relationship between executive and auditors, specifically between the CFO and auditor, should matter to audit outcomes. And we also draw some motivations based on theories. I'll skip the theories so that I don't bore you. And also, most importantly, in 2017, the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board, this is a non-profit organization that oversees the auditing of public company in the US, released the engagement partner identity. So whenever an auditor, an engagement partner signed off a document, they also have to show their identity to the public. And this is very interesting because before 2017, it wasn't the practice. So we didn't know who signed it off, but now we do. Okay, so our research question should be fairly straightforward, whether culture proximity between auditors and executive CEO or CFO relate to audit quality. Okay, and the main takeaway from our research is that yes, culture proximity tend to improve audit quality via associations, and it's mostly auditor and CFO culture proximity that matters, and not auditor and CEO. Okay, some briefing of the data of our research. We derive identity of CEO and CFO of public company from Execucom. Again, audit partner in the identity is from the PCAOB for around 2017 to 2020, and for each individual we use their last name and draw their countries of origin from ancestry.com. This is a technique that has been used in the prior literature in social research that look at genealogy of people based on their last name. And we look at a number of proxy for audit quality. Our main proxy is called the absolute value of discretionary accrual. I'll get back to that later. And altogether, we have around 3,400 firm year observations, around 1,500 something unique audit partners. And then we set up pairs of audit partners and CFO and audit partner and CEO. We have around 2,000 pairs in each type. Okay, and next what we'll do, we measure culture proximity or the closeness of cultural background between two individuals based on Hofstad's cultural dimensions. We use the 3 dimensions, the individualism, uncertainty avoidance, and power distance. And then we look at the difference in each of the dimensions. We look at the absolute value, and we do some sort of a transform, log transform multiplied by -1, blah blah blah. Pretty much we use some technique borrowed from existing literature, but the idea is to convert this into a measurement of how closely the cultural backgrounds of the two individuals. And we also use some sort of, ethnic background match using a number of technique based on Ambeka et al. Or the onomapstic ethnic background mapping. All right, so this is an example of how we derive, cultural backgrounds for surname, and then, based on this cultural background, we trace the cultural dimension. For example, with each surname, we derive the most likely countries of origin and the weight, the related weight of of these countries. And from this weight, we use this weight to derive the relevant culture measure of PD, power distance, individualism, IDV, and UAI. And then from these, we construct cultural proximity, or the measure of closeness between two individuals, because we look at pairs of auditors and CFO and pairs of auditors and CEO. All right, so this is the summary statistics of our data. We have around 3,400 firm year observations, and this is the main experiment variables, if you may, of our study: auditor CFO or auditor CEO cultural proximity. And what I can make it as a remark on this is that there seems to be pretty large variations in cultural proximity, which means that people can be either culturally close or culturally distant, and it's kind of rhyme with the fact that this is the United States. We have people coming from all over the world, and it's also reflect a very interesting feature of the US, that they have high ethnic fractionalizations, meaning that we have all sort of ethnic backgrounds in the US populations, and hence this research question is probably best addressed using the US setting, whereas in Europe or in China, we may have a lower level of ethnic fractionalizations, and hence it's harder to conduct a research project like this. Okay, so this is the main part of our study, where we pretty much regress all sort of a proxy for auditing quality against our experiment variable. And the main variable of interest is this absolute value of discretionary accrual, which is in column 1. You can think of it as the extent that the firm uses accounting magic tricks, put it that way, and the more that they use accounting magic tricks, the more the information is not likely to reflect the truth, and hence the lower the accounting quality, or the lower the audit outcome, put it that way. So we find that the cultural proximity is inversely related to absolute value of discretionary accrual. So if the CFO and the auditors are kind of culturally close, they tend to use less accounting tricks, and hence we can interpret as like better accounting information, better audit outcome. Also lower likelihood of restatement, and so on and so forth. And it seems to be pretty consistent across alternative measure or proxies of audit quality. We repeat that exercise for auditor and CEO, and we don't seem to find as strong evidence as with auditor and CFO. All right, in terms of economic interpretations, what it means is that the variations of from the very low group to the high group leads to around 1.8% less accounting tricks relative to total assets, according to the convention of the literature that could be considered economically important. Now, next, what we do is we instead of using Hofstede cultural dimension to measure cultural proximity, we use ethnic match. So, if they share the same ethnic backgrounds, it's called a match. If not, then it's not a match. So this is more of a 0 and 1 dichotomous rather than a continuous measure. And it's pretty much the same message that, ethnic match between auditor and CFO seems to result in better audit outcome across several proxies for audit quality. We do a number of, conventional robustness checks for academic studies in this area, controlling for partner fixed effect, addressing selection bias, and doing PSM, so on and so forth. Now, next, what we do, which I think it is pretty interesting to show, is that we ask the questions to what extent what we see could be just due to randomness in our data. And what we do over here is that we repeat our main exercise, but now instead of using ethnic match, we assign a non-match as a match. So put it this way, we fake up the match pair, right? They are not matched based on ethnic backgrounds, but we say that they're matched anyway. And we repeat our main analysis and build up the distributions of the coefficient estimate. And as expected, it is around 0, meaning that there should be no effect of this, fake, ethnic match between an auditor and CFO on audit quality. Now, compared to what we observe with a coefficient of minus 0.48 in our main analysis, what we can say that is lies way to the left of the distributions, and suggesting that what we see in our data probably is unlikely to be driven by chances or randomness in the data. Okay, the next exercise is, instead of looking at the absolute value of discretionary accruals, we look at the sign value, or effectively one can say that we look at the extent to which firms and auditors use accounting tricks to inflate earnings. So they call it income increasing, accounting tricks. And we find that, again, the culture proximity between auditor and CFO tends to reduce the extent that they use income increasing tricks in their accounting process, or in the audit process. All right. Next, we looked at the culture proximity between the chair of the audit committee and the auditor, as this has been done by in the Chinese setting. They don't look at culture proximity, but they look at whether these two individuals went to the same university. We do find some evidence that the closer the culture backgrounds between two individuals, the better the audit quality. But again, the main effect or the strongest thing that we see is within the auditor and the CFO. And finally, we looked at audit fees, or how much auditors charge the firm for doing the audit work. And consistent with notions that acquisitions of information is less costly, evaluations of audit risk is lower, they charge a lower fee. If culture proximity between CFO and auditor is lower. And finally, we ask the question, okay, we look at culture proximity between the two individuals, but what other similarities can we look at? In our case, we can look at whether they share the same gender, or whether they belong to the same age group. And if we looked at the absolute value of discretionary accruals, generally we don't see any effect there. We don't see any relationship there. So we find that it's mostly cultural similarity that matters in this case, not gender or age similarity. Now, up to this point, perhaps you may think that I'm trying to sell you the message that auditors and CFO, when they share similar cultural background, that should be the best kind of arrangement for a firm and an audit firm. Then my answer to that is not so fast, and I have some reservations despite the strong empirical findings. And let me share some of my reservations in kind of putting more faith in the finding. The first is it really cultural backgrounds? The more I get into this area, I can see a very strong disagreement between two camps. One group of people strongly believe that we can measure cultures via dimensions, via ethnic backgrounds, so on and so forth. And the other group of people believe that no, you can't measure culture. Culture is something that is intangible, something that can be quantified as numbers. I have no bias towards which camp whatsoever. I have to be upfront that I'm kind of neutral, and all of this research finding is based on the premise that, yeah, let's say that culture could be appropriately measured, but if we're just capturing something that we don't know, then yeah, then perhaps all of the research findings that I've just shown is pretty rubbish. I also have to acknowledge that what we show is just an associations. We are not showing any sort of causal relationship, and we don't seem to have a better setting where we can detect whether it could be causal. So I would caution again any strong interpretations of our results. And also very importantly is, okay, we see some benefit of cultural proximity between auditor and CFO, but we don't know how exactly it works. We don't know how and why cultural proximity could help auditors and CFO arrive at high quality outcome. We don't know, and we are very curious to know the mechanism how this works, if it's truly that it works. And perhaps it could be, and it should be done in an experiment setting. And finally, let's assume that, let's for one moment agree that we can appropriately measure cultures. The relation is truly causal, not just in associations. We also understand very well the mechanism how this thing work, that when two individuals are highly are close in terms of cultural backgrounds, they tend to collaborate really well, achieve success. Let's all agree on that, and let's all agree that the success of our ICVG today is primarily because Crystal, Karuna and I are culturally close. Full disclosure, we're from Southeast Asian cultures, and yeah, we were culturally close, and we're also soccer buddies. Now let's agree on that. The next questions that I find still very hard to answer is, what should we do? All right. Should we just assign pairs of auditors and CFO because these two individuals are closely related in terms of culture, and we should reject an auditor just because they are culturally distant to the CFO? As far as I understand, I'm not an expert in HR policies, but I believe that the HR would not approve that kind of practice. And despite the strong motivations and strong intrinsic motive that I would like to see policy incorporate the insight of our research, but I don't think that it's going to happen too soon, and it's still a bit far-fetched in terms of translating into policies. So let me quickly conclude our study is that we document the interpersonal relationship between auditors and executive matters, mostly between auditors and CFO. They tend to lead to a better outcome of the audit quality or audit process. Other types of similarities such as gender and age don't seem to matter. And we applaud the PCAOB for the decision to disclose audit engagement partner identity, because at least we feel that it is valuable for researchers, and hopefully it could be insightful to practitioners later on. And we are particularly curious about the channels or the underlying mechanism, how culture proximity works, and we believe that this is very exciting future research in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a nice talk, Cam, and I'm glad you mentioned the similarity that we share in soccer and stuff, but and our origin and stuff. But let me just take you on that though. I mean, so this leads to my point that I would like to make, is that in that case, in today's global world where ethnic culture is so much a nebulous concept, can we really make the cut like you're making? For example, if you take like you in the US setting, you have lots of people from the same national origin, let's say China, India, whatever, for their parents, but then they are born and raised in the US. I'll give you like the comparison between you and me. You and I probably share, if you would like to call it, a closer culture than my sister or my cousin does. Okay, so how does that? Well, what implications does it have for your study when you do make that?
Spot on, Christo, and I think that I would take that point as a good point to motivate our research questions. Based on the null hypothesis that, okay, we are all, let's say, Australian, or we are all American, and due to, assimilations, due to globalizations, our cultural roots should not matter, right? So that's the null hypothesis. We might be from, Southeast Asian cultures, but because we're all living in Australia now, we share the values, we are bound by the rules in Australia, we act as an Australian. So that the null hypothesis is our cultural background should not matter. However, those folks in doing research in culture, they argue that this thing is a long-lasting thing. And hence, even if there's assimilation into a new country, a new culture, the root is still there. And it does matter, it does have some sort of long-lasting effect. And at least I do notice that in my family. I would suggest that my kids are just Aussies. They're very much Aussies. But back home, there's still certain things that we do in the Asian way, if you say, Yeah.
No, but I mean, like, I agree with you. But I mean, let's take your kids, for example. I mean, maybe you and I, Karuna and Trong. So what I'm trying to get at is that the surname that you use, the surname classification, in terms of trying to capture ethnic origin, and also the Hofstede construct, which I think is a great measure, but I'm not sure whether it's very appropriate today because of how diverse we are. So you and I, Trong versus Karuna, might have a lot more similarity and cultural, but I'm not saying culture does not matter. It does matter, but it's a different partition of culture. You and I have closer cultural proximity than Trong Senior and Trong Junior does. Right?
Yeah, I would certainly agree. And again, that falls back to what I said earlier, that the null hypothesis that it should not matter. Yeah, Trong Jr. and Karuna Jr. should not relate stronger to each other just simply because their dads come from, Southeast Asian culture, right? That's the null hypothesis. Yeah.
Okay, good. Thanks. So we have a few questions, and I think Nadia also raised her hand. So I'm just going to start in order. So Sharat Martin has a question. Is this counter to the notion that diversity matters and that it raises performance, ideas, decision-making?
Excellent questions. And to be honest, our priority before we conduct any sort of, research is that cultural similarity is bad for audit outcome. And I would expect, diversity, if people are too culturally distant, they keep an arm's length in the business. they would do better, you know, in terms of arriving at audit outcome. My interpretation of this finding is that we should not quickly jump into the conclusion that diversity is immediately good, or you know, let's say cultural proximity or some sort of, you know, close relationship is immediately bad. The answer could be quite nuanced and depends on the situations, and to know exactly why and when one matters or one kind of, you know, dominate the others. At this stage, I don't know.
Okay, great. Then we'll take Wen-Hee's question. He's got a rather comment more than a question. So interesting study. For your information, some Chinese studies find that sharing the same surname between CEO and CFO and auditors is related to lower audit quality in China. There are stories that the collusion is more likely to happen when they have the same surname. Just a comment.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that makes it pretty interesting in the sense that what we see in China may not, should not be immediately generalized to other places. Because I believe that the Asian culture, especially the Chinese culture, is pretty unique in you know, in the way that we do things.
Right, thanks. Nadia, you had a question?
Yeah, well, thank you, Cameron. Very interesting study indeed. I'm in line with the first two comments, actually, because I see the results are counterintuitive. We expect diversity to create value and less likely to derive collusion between different parties. And I'm just wondering, is it actually what you find? Is it related, for example, to US studies in comparison to China? Or is it a problem with the measurement of cultural proximity? For example, I noticed like the names tracing using Sharif, for example. Sharif, very common. I'm Palestinian, is Palestinian name as well. So it's not there. So it is very crude measures that you're looking at, and you didn't explain for us how actually you measure proximity of culture. And you said this is what used in the literature. You know, my expectation from current research is to be more innovative and looking for new data available for us. For example, if you look at social media, it will give you lots of feedback about cultural background and connection. And back to Christo's point, where, for example, myself, I grew up part of my life in the Middle East, part in Canada, and here. My children grew up in the Western world. We share some values, but they're very different elements than me. And if you look at my LinkedIn account, it's very different than my son's LinkedIn account. So there are lots of information to give you better insight, but you chose to go with the literature and what they're doing. Maybe you need to look at this issue from a different lens and measure cultural proximity more accurately and related not only to name, to behavior, what I'm doing, who I'm connected with, who I talk to, who I comment on. So the LinkedIn one aspect, Facebook another aspect that you can focus on that make your study just really updated and related to what we do currently.
No, I certainly agree. And I also with you on the point that there could be measurement errors in how we construct, you know, this cultural background, cultural origins, so on and so forth. And there could be other better ways. The main issue with us is that we are not expert in culture. So we're not people who specialize in measuring cultures or deriving, you know, cultures, origin, so on and so forth. We mainly, you know, researchers in accounting. So I would, despite the fact that I really like to have a more convincing way to grab cultures, I would hesitate to do something overly innovative, because then, you know, I'll get people from culture saying that, hey, you know, what you're doing is rubbish, you know, compared to what we have done, you know.
But Cameron, you chose to be in this field, so you're claiming you're expert. So either you do it all the way or you don't touch it, right? The other issue is related to causality. You said we are just merely deriving association. Well, you have an opportunity to derive causality by looking, for example, at turnover of either of the parties, for example, the CFO or the auditor with completely different culture will allow you to do some kind of relationship rather than causality.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. The only drawback is that because we only have a short, sample period from 17 to 20, I'm not sure how many turnovers, observation we can derive from this short period. I think with a longer sample period, perhaps we can have a more meaningful sample of turnover to look at.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Cameron. Thank you, Nadia. We have another question from Loganathan Krishnan. Wouldn't auditors' independence be compromised?
That's exactly my prior read, that auditors' independence would be compromised. But the counter argument also from the theory of homophily, put it that way, is that when they have some sort of commonality, they also collaborate better because the noise in information is lower, and because they tend to share a larger amount of information, they interpret the signal from one another better. And here again, there are two kind of opposite directions of theoretical prediction in this case. First is that diversity should work better in this setting, but the other prediction is that when they share certain commonality, they collaborate better with one another, which has been seen in the setting, for example, as I mentioned earlier, between the VC and the founders of startup companies. If they're from the same cultural background, they deliver way higher investment return on the investment of the VC in the firm.
Great, thanks, Cam. I have one last comment from Bo Chin. I'm interested in the mechanisms through which cultural proximity affects audit quality. You mentioned communication and collaboration between auditors and managers might explain the results. I think you may want to explore circumstances where such interaction is more important to audit quality, such as for more complex audit tasks.
Yep. And how would we measure like more complex audit tasks, like complexity of the firm or something like that?
I guess that's just from my own experience.
Yeah.
Bo, you might want to chip in, Bo. Either you can answer live or something like that, he says. There is an audit complexity.
That's a good
measure.
point. Yes. Yeah. Agree. Yeah. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, that's about it, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Cam. Appreciate your nice bringing together of two different constructs, albeit challenging in today's diverse world, where the concept of ethnic culture becomes a bit gray, but you're making a stab at it. It's a nice question to address. Thank you all for your comments as well. Now it's lunchtime. So we have a 45-minute break, or just slightly less than that. And we are going to reconvene at 1:30. Okay, so thank you all for your comments. Thank you for your participation. See you back at 1:30.
Thank you.
See you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. And for those of you who are just tuning in for the first time, welcome to the ICVG one-day symposium. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our second plenary speaker. The second plenary talk will be given by Professor Peter Swan, titled Culture in the Banking Sector and Causes of the Global Financial Crisis. Now, Professor Swan has numerous accolades, and once again, in the interest of time, I will not list all of them. So Professor Swan is a professor of finance at the University of New South Wales. He was appointed a member of the Order of Australia for his services to academia as a scholar and researcher, and through contributions to public policy in the fields of economics and finance. He gained additional recognition in the award of the Officer of the Order of Australia for distinguished service to finance and commerce as a leading academic, journalist, and commentator on domestic investment and on a range of political and economic issues. He is a fellow of the Academy of Social Sciences and has published in highly esteemed journals, which has resulted in his renown as an eminent scholar. So with this background, it's nice of Peter to agree to give this talk. So well, once again, for your audience, if you have questions or comments, please post them in the Q&A box. If you would like to speak to Peter directly after his presentation, raise your hand and we will unmute you so you can talk. So Peter has about a half an hour to present, and then it'll be followed by the Q&A. Okay, so we're ready right now. Thank you.
We are. Thank you, Christo, and thank you, Christo and Monash University for this invitation. Being a graduate of Monash, I'm very delighted to see this initiative. My talk this afternoon is joint work with Dietmar Leeson from the Johannes Gutenberg University. And I think what I have to say really complements the excellent talk given by Stephen Taylor this morning, because what Stephen Taylor pointed out in relation to auditing, namely that it's not the independence of the audit, but the quality and the competence of the audit, which is important. I'm going to make the same point with respect to boards and to the culture of organizations. Namely, if an organization has a supposed independent board, that might actually guarantee one thing, that that board cannot be competent and not able to carry out its main function of steering the governance and the culture of the organization. I'm going to argue that so-called independence and competence are incompatible. And basically, is strengthening the sort of point that Stephen was making so ably this morning. Could we now proceed to the second slide? Thank you. Yes, so let's begin very briefly with some motivation. The next slide, thank you. This work follows the work of the Hayne Royal Commission, and it asks questions about achieving effective leadership and good governance. And they were particularly concerned with fees for no service that some of the Australian banks are quite famous for. In fact, the Royal Commission really made fun of the NAB for essentially saying that the money just kept falling into NAB's pocket. They didn't know why they were earning hundreds of millions of dollars for charging fees for no service, apparently. And they also point out that it's the risk culture in a bank which really determines its competence and whether or not it's going to collapse. And in fact, they point out that it's at the root cause of the global financial crisis, headline risk, and compliance events. Mr. Hayne points out it's long been considered good practice for a majority of directors of a publicly listed corporation to be non-executive and independent, but he seems to have no idea that this is the reason that he's running this commission, that the failure of the governance and the culture of Australian banks is in fact due to this requirement that they have majority of independent directors. Could you go to the next slide, please? Interestingly enough, these issues around risk governance dominated the 4 inquiries into the causes of the global financial crisis and the subprime crisis, as it's called in the United States. They pointed to excessive risk-taking, to inadequate performance and evaluation by boards, And as a result of this, they concluded that boards are not sufficiently independent, and therefore board independence should be increased. But they had no idea that boards were actually, in the banking sector, actually far more independent than they are in most other industries. And by the time the global financial crisis hit, around 80% of directors of bank holding companies in the United States were deemed to be independent. This is starting from only 55% in the year 2000. So there was a massive growth in supposed independence before this deterioration in quality of bank boards caused by bank independence led to the GFC and the subprime crisis. Next slide, please. Now, banks are particularly complex. They're much harder to manage than other kinds of entities. And there's a particular problem facing a bank. If the CEO or directors of a bank take no risks, then the bank will earn no profits. They'll earn just the riskless rate of return. On the other hand, if they take too many risks, then they will bankrupt the bank and maybe in the process bankrupt the nation. So for banks at least, profits and risk seem to be synonymous. And we're going to see from our empirical analysis that regular boards, that is boards not dominated by independents, see this link between high profits or excessive profits and high risk. Whereas independent, so-called independent directors act as if they were really in the pockets of the CEO and ignore the fact that the CEO is creating high risk and likely bankruptcy. So would you really expect independent directors to make good directors, particularly of hard to manage institutions such as banks? Well, you wouldn't, because independent directors are part-time. They're professional directors with, by definition, no knowledge or background in the company when hired. And certainly mostly no knowledge of banking, and very few, if any, have any knowledge even of finance or accounting. Moreover, these so-called independent directors are very busy serving on multiple boards. They lack both the ability and the incentive to monitor management. And this is indicated by the fact that most of them have negligible shareholding in the companies they're supposed to be governing. In fact, one could conclude that they're essentially the patsies of the CEO and are likely to be replaced if they step out of line by asking the hard questions. So, interestingly enough, bank boards bailed out as a result of the global financial crisis all had the highest independence ratios amongst all the banks in the United States. There's almost 100% correlation between high independence and bank failure, and in those bank bailouts, hundreds of billions of dollars were handed out to these failed banks. Next slide, please. So what do we find? Well, we have a large sample of 472 bank holding companies and 3,841 company years between 2000 and about 2017. What we find, interestingly enough, is that independent directors always appear to do the right thing. In particular, we find that they do seem to discourage more conventional measures of risk-taking or standard measures of risk-taking, like having too little equity or having assets which are particularly likely to fail. So this might be why those 4 inquiries thought that the boards weren't independent enough. But when we go behind this behavior, we see something a little more disturbing. We find that independence increase harder to observe kinds of risks, such as tail risk. Tail risk is something that raises short-term performance, but when it hits, it's likely to lead to the demise of the bank. So tail risk is a particularly insidious form of risk-taking, which is very hard to manage. And we find also that CEOs, the boards dominated by independents, regular boards increase the likelihood of dismissal of the CEO, which we call CEO hazard, if the CEO or the management takes excessive risks, and particularly if this shows up as excessive profitability or high accounting rates of return. But this is strongly ameliorated by the presence of independents who grant these CEOs much longer tenure when they're generating high profits which arise from taking high risks. So really, these independent directors are the best friends of the CEO, and in particular, poor management by the CEO. So we find that as performance increases, the presence of independence doesn't really change the likelihood of dismissal much, and it really depends on the nature of the performance. If particularly it's we find a very different reaction between positive performance and negative performance, which is a kind of asymmetric response, and we find this particularly interesting because it's connected to this tail risk that I've been talking about. Next slide, please. So let's go now to our data and main variables. Very quickly, we use account US Federal Reserve Bank Holding Company database. We merge that with ExecuComp and with data on bank boards. And we end up with a large sample between the year 2000 and 2017, as I mentioned. Let's now go on to the next slide. So the independence ratio is our main variable. It's just the proportion of board members who are deemed to be independent because they were appointed with no foreknowledge or association with the company. So they're starting from a situation of complete ignorance. So the requirements for independence are that you be completely ignorant about the company and its history of the company you're about to run. We also have a category of directors with financial expertise, and the percentage of these is very, very small on bank boards, surprisingly. And we also look at board size. Next slide, please. Standard measures of risk, which independents handle quite well, are things like risk-weighted assets, leverage ratios, and asset volatilities, and equity risk. Let's now proceed. Next slide. But we're going to focus on harder to measure risk, and this is tail risk measures. So if a bank uses derivatives, which as a percentage of the financial derivatives, the total assets, these derivative uses are associated with tail risk because they can be used to generate short-term profits at the expense of long-term disaster. Banks that take on a lot of off-balance sheet assets or liabilities, as Enron did, are also, this is once again an indication of substantial tail risk. And finally, equity risk or value at risk measures are associated with tail risk. Proceeding, please. These are just some of our summary statistics. You can see that the average size of a bank board is really enormous in the United States. Over 11 board members. Some have 27 board members. which is far higher than most Australian boards or even non-banking boards. And the average independence ratio is an incredible nearly 79%. So the number of directors with financial expertise amongst these independents is very, very small. It's only around 7%. So moving on, let's look at our main area of consideration, which is monitoring. So we're going to depart from, I think, fairly statistically naive measures of monitoring, which have the problem that if you were, for example, looking at the likelihood of a CEO to be dismissed with standard approaches, you have a problem that most of the CEOs are still in place at the end of your data set. And what you do about that, you're going to get very biased results. So our statistical measures overcome this handicap, and we estimate what's called a hazard function. So positive sensitivity means that we're increasing the likelihood that the board will dismiss a CEO. Move on, please. Let's look at various measures of monitoring, including stock performance. So contrary to regular boards of regular companies, we get this quite remarkable result that regular boards, that is boards not dominated by independents, tend to fire their CEO or curtail his tenure when there are very high stock returns. We know that in regular companies, it's the opposite. You get rewarded for generating high returns. But regular boards know enough about banks to know that if they're making a fortune from taking these subprime risks, the chances are the bank is going to go bankrupt and perhaps bring down the global economy with it. We also see that hazard of being dismissed depends differently on whether they generating a positive account shareholder return or a negative shareholder return. So they're quite asymmetric, and the effects are much stronger for negative returns. But however you measure returns, when you interact these returns with the percentage of independence on the board, the IR, you can see the interaction sign is highly statistically significant and negative. So whatever a regular board does, the independents undo it. They reward CEOs and managers for taking high risk. Let's go on to the next slide. Yes, we can illustrate this, and if you can see here, these are highly boards dominated by independent directors. If the stock return is zero, there's basically a zero risk score according to our estimates. But if the CEO takes a bet basically by having a highly volatile stock, this actually reduces risk or appearance of risk. So the tenure of the CEO is increased. So basically the CEO is able to, by gambling with the stock price, is able to fool the independent directors into giving him or her more tenure. Let's go on. So you can see with strongly independent boards, these independents give a strong incentive for the CEO to gamble very large sums of money, which is essentially what banks did in the lead up to the global financial crisis. Going on. Let's look now at accounting performance. Go to the next slide. It's amazingly, Return on equity, our accounting measure, leads to, if you perform well, regular boards actually are more likely to fire the CEO, because very high accounting returns are seen as excessive risk-taking. But you can see that the very strong negative signs coming from independence offsets that positive sign coming from regular boards. Companies, banks earning high accounting returns have CEOs with much longer tenure when they're dominated by independence. Going on. So we've got different measures of ROE in increments to ROE. We get similar findings. Since our time is limited, let's proceed, go on a bit. Once again, we see differences in the increments to ROE, the short-term effects of increments to accounting returns and risk are very different from the long-term ones. But consistent with what we've been saying all along. Let's go on again. This is illustrating the incentives to take gambles with ROE, particularly with increments to accounting earnings. Here, go on, please. So we've got two gambles, a pure gamble and a tail gamble. And the boards dominated by independents provide incentives for the CEO to take these very large gambles. Going on. So we're illustrating that boards dominated by independents have these much stronger gambling influences. Going on to the next slide. Let's look at accounting earning changes and testable implications with respect to gambles. Going on. And tail risk taking. So here we're looking at tail risk and how it affects tenure, and we can see that independent directors give a lot longer tenure to CEOs who undertake a lot of tail risk, who manipulate by taking on off-balance sheet, putting assets off the balance sheet and things of that sort. Going on. Let's look at how it affects this hazard to be fired. And you can see here is your off-balance sheet items, very negative signs coming from the influence of independence. Going on again. We can illustrate this. Let's go on to the next slide. Risk taking. So here's the effect of independence on stock volatility. It's highly positive and significant. Here is its impact on accounting return volatility. Once again, highly statistically significant. Massive effect on off-balance sheet tail risk, and all of these tail risks are massively increased through the dominating presence of independence. So let's go on. Finally, given my time is getting short, what we do is analyze 472 bank holding companies over an 18-year period. And remarkably, they start off with just the level of independence, which is already high by comparison with most other companies. They're already met the requirement, the legislated requirement, to have more than 50% independence. But then they massively increase this by 60% to around 80% just in a few years by the time of the global financial crisis, which of course they have brought about. So they've massively increased the short-term incentives. They've increased the incentives to give the appearance that the banks are profitable in the short term, knowing that this is going to be disastrous because this is tail risk and a calamity is likely to occur. So they've done well on standard risk measures, but behind the scenes, they seem to be in the pockets of the CEO. And perhaps that's not surprising because they have very little authority. They're not a former CEO, they're not a large shareholder, they're not someone who spent their lives in the bank like an executive. So these banks started off with powerful executives, very knowledgeable about the bank and typically highly incentivized by shares. And there are outside directors with sizable shareholdings and a great deal of knowledge, like being a former bank CEO. But all of these informed directors were fired and replaced by often the mates of the CEO who had no connection with the bank, but were probably mates of the CEO. And they knew perfectly well if they spoke out and criticized the management of the CEO, they wouldn't be on the slate of directors next time. They would lose their job. So basically, they're in the pockets of the CEO. And we've seen this both in Australia and in the United States. So the diminution in tail risk has been the price of much more hidden. Diminution in standard risk has been at the price of much higher hidden tail risk. And independent directors reduce risk-adjusted performance of bank assets, and they greatly worsen monitoring of both risk and performance, and it is incentivized tail risk taking. So let's proceed to the next final slide. So I've summarized 4 official inquiries into the GFC, and they agree with our 3 main findings: that it was a failure in risk management, poor supervision of the CEO, and excessive risk taking that are the major causes of the subprime and the GFC crises. But unfortunately, they all attribute these failures to too small a ratio of independence instead of too high a ratio of independence. And we show that these major causes of the crisis are due to independence ratios that are much higher than other companies and which rose enormously, or 60%, in the lead up to the subprime. So the Commission in the Australian Banking Royal Commission lambasted the poor culture of Australian banks, but fails to realise that the very high ratio of independence is at least partially, if not totally, to blame for the very poor conduct that he notes seems to be a characteristic of Australian banks. So, Christo, would you like to take over now? Are there any questions?
Thank you, Peter. That's some very interesting evidence that you've presented in a certain setting. I would like to start off this discussion by posing a question to you, Peter, and that's the concept of board independence. Now, this is a fairly nebulous term, and it's been documented as such in the literature. So I want to kind of pick your brain on 2 aspects of it: the conceptual side, but also the empirical side. Conceptually, you know, there could be a reason why a large proportion of the US Fortune 1000 companies have what you would call independent directors. Maybe it's optimal to have independent directors in a certain setting. For example, I could think of how when you want innovation to be prevalent throughout the firm. It doesn't make sense to have a close monitor. And in the setting that you've selected, which is a US setting, there's no dual boards. There's no advisory board versus a monitoring board.
No,
so they have dual roles here. So when a so-called quote unquote independent director has to provide a bit more advisory, or rather the relationship with the CEO, for example, is no advisory, because they need to pick their brains, so they most likely come from the same industry. In that sense, it might be optimal to have an independent director that does not challenge the notion. But on the other hand, you could have situations where you need to have a close monitor. So I'm wondering whether the concept of board independence could vary across settings. That's conceptual part side. The empirical side, which is kind of related to that, is, do you think we've properly captured the notion of board independence? I mean, you've picked ties to the firm or ties to the bank, or etc. Could it be that there are other issues that really get to this notion of independence? For example, and you touched on this on your last slide, social ties to the CEO. They're the same golf club, etc. That is not captured by properly documented ties with the firm per se.
Let me right, and let me answer your question. In theory, every director should be independent.
Yes.
Independence is wonderful. Independence means that you come to a fresh, open mind, and you are willing to query and question the CEO from an entirely independent perspective. You're not afraid to share your views or discuss issues or question where the CEO might be taking the company. So I don't think any person knowledgeable about corporate governance would ever question the notion of independence. Independence is well, apart from the competence, independence is always beneficial. Now, then you asked, well, how do we assess independence? Well, unfortunately, these rules are drawn up by lawyers, and they never ask, is there any empirical evidence to show that a particular measure of independence that we might choose, such as the ignorance of the board of the director. So the only measure of independence they have is ignorance. The more ignorant you are, the freer you are allegedly to challenge the CEO from a basis of knowing nothing about the company, not having any banking knowledge typically, having no expertise in finance or accounting, and probably are the best mate of the CEO. So this is the legal stance taken in all Anglo countries, in Australia, the US, the UK, whereas in Nordic countries, they have a very different take on independence, and where there the take is on the shareholder. Lawyers in Australia and regulators in these Anglo countries haven't no idea that these companies are actually owned and funded by shareholders, whereas the Nordic countries, they give governance rights to major shareholders, and then they add perhaps 20% independent directors. And that system seems to work brilliantly in Nordic countries. So there's a complete mismatch between what you and I and any believer in good governance would regard as independence and what the regulators and the lawyers believe to be independence, where the only criterion they have is that you don't own shares, your interests are not aligned with shareholders, you know nothing about the company because you've never had any experience with the company, you've never been a major customer, you've never been done any work for the company, never been an executive, never run the company, you're not an executive director who knows the work of the CEO very well, owns significant shares, and probably is a much better monitor of the CEO than an ignorant outsider brought in only for a couple of hours every couple of months with no background whatsoever in that company. So I think that gets the heart of your question.
Yes,
That
exactly, yeah.
independence was a brilliant invention by lawyers, but it actually has absolutely nothing to. Independence, as in directors, has absolutely nothing to do with independence in reality. In fact, it's the very obverse of it.
Agree. Thanks. Thanks, Peter. And I like the fact that you've tied it in your setting to risk, which is, I think, is a very important concept, a precursor to the global financial crisis, as you say. So we've got some other comments. First one's by Sam Ferraro, who has a question and a comment as well. So it says, excellent presentation, Peter. I'm interested in the survival analysis that you have undertaken in your study to estimate hazard rates of CEO dismissal. I wonder if the survival analysis yields similar estimates to the estimation of conditional probabilities of being dismissed based on linear probability logit and or probit models.
No, it doesn't. It yields much. For example, the most prominent measures of dismissal probability come from a famous paper by going back some years, and where they just basically used standard statistics to estimate these things. And they found that incentives in the form of share ownership were 100 times more important than dismissal as an incentive. But we find quite the opposite. What direct incentives, particularly in the banks, have declined, but dismissal incentives are still very strong. These CEOs get paid on average about $2 million a year, and the average period in office is only 4 or 5 years. So if an independent directors could well double their period in office, so that's a benefit of at least $8 million. So we find that dismissal incentives are really important, and this is largely a consequence of poor estimation by previous researchers like Jensen and Meckling, or Jensen and Murphy. I was thinking of earlier, the most famous estimates poo-pooing dismissal incentives.
Okay, thanks, Peter. So I've got a comment and a question from Bo Chin. So Bo says, and I'll combine Bo's comment with Philip Sinadure's comment, which are fairly related. So Bo says, I wonder if independent directors are appointed in the first place. Would CEOs, particularly powerful CEOs, capture the hiring process? If so, would CEO power be the underlying driver for both board independence and risk-taking? And he has a follow-up suggestion, I guess, that says to probe this possibility, you may want to look at the appointment-based connection between the CEO and independent directors to infer whether the directors are captured. And that's kind of related to what Philip Sinadure has mentioned, that you need to look at a paper by Coles et al., 2014, that discusses co-opted boards, because he thinks that you should position your paper within this literature, because Coles et al. Has shown that the evidence to which, the extent to which the board is not co-opted by the CEO is a superior proxy for the quality of board monitoring than board independence. So they both capture, it's a lot there, Peter, and I'll give you the comments later on as well, but they both capture kind of fairly related concepts that the CEO is really driving the whole show.
Well, I'm familiar with that literature and that paper, and I agree with these comments entirely. We've seen with Mr. Packer, for example, and Crown Casinos, that it came out during the inquiry that Crown Resorts has an official subcommittee made up of independents, which is supposed to vet every director. But it was revealed that Mr. Packer actually chose every director. He vetted every director well before it got to that board situation. And it came out that every single director was, in fact, chosen by Mr. Packer. And I don't think it's going to be different in any other company either. It's the dominant CEO who chooses the so-called independent directors, and looking at and once they're in place, of course, for a start, you've got no option but to keep on increasing the number of independents, because by law you have to run your company as a series of subcommittees, and these subcommittees all require that they be made up just of independent directors. So if your entire board isn't made up of independent directors, they're going to, the other directors have got nothing to do, because everything has to be done by these subcommittees. So the regulators have completely tied up just about every Anglo company in the world. And we can see this. They're destroying companies left, right, and centre. The number of companies in the United States has fallen by 55% in the last 20 years. The number of companies in the UK by 35%. There's a massive disinvestment in listed companies. $3 trillion, in excess of $3 trillion has been taken out of US companies in the last few years. The growth of companies investment in companies is about zero, but it's much higher in private equity. So the regulators have been very successful in killing off listed companies, and all that we have left really these days is private equity.
Thanks, Peter. I've got a comment from Andrew Linden. Great presentation from Peter. Findings are consistent with Euro global financial crisis banking studies, example, Ferry et al., which demonstrates stakeholder-focused banks are better governed and less risky than shareholder-focused banks. Independence is an agency theory construct. Ditch it.
Once again, I couldn't agree more. And what's very, very interesting, as I began by saying, this program and the opening comments on audit committees, it's not, the regulators are determined to make auditors independent, but they haven't any clue about ensuring that we have competent audits. So regulators, and particularly the ASX Corporate Governance Council, have managed to single-handedly destroy nearly all Australian companies. My own research shows that hundreds of billions of dollars have been lost through more independence of Australian companies, but that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Thank you, Peter. Petko Khaled has a comment and a question. Hi, Peter, a very nice presentation. Is there any theoretical underpinnings to link independence to or with ignorance? And if there's nothing there, would it be possible to come up with a theoretical model?
Yes, so I do have a theoretical model. In my theoretical model, boards actually carry out very little of the governance business. It's actually informed traders in stock markets, and they drive stock in large liquid companies. They drive stock prices to reflect the actual actions of management. So stock prices go up when managers do the right thing, and they collapse when management destroys the company. And these traders actually anticipate what management is going to do to a large extent. So I show that it's swing trades. It's informed traders who dramatically change the direction of their trades from buys to sells and sells to buys over intervals like 3 months and 6 months and so on, which drive the performance of highly liquid large companies. And what independents do is break down this relationship. All the directors really have to do is hire and fire good CEOs, and then give the right degree of shareholding to to the CEO. Small percentage shareholding in large liquid companies, a large shareholding in smaller companies, and because when the signal to noise ratio is high, the incentive share is low, contrary to Holmstrom and Tyrrell and virtually the entire literature on agency, which has all this back to front. This agency literature also claims that the informedness principle of Ben Holmstrom, for which he was awarded the Nobel Prize, underlies agency theory. Once again, this theory is completely reversed. Ben forgets that the board doesn't know what the CEO is responding to. Is he responding to, say, an equity incentive, a price incentive, or to an accounting incentive? So the only way the board can ensure that the agent is operating according to both incentives is to create equal weights. But giving a lot of weight to accounting numbers when the share price might be 1,000 times better form of incentive because of these informed traders, it is completely wrong, and it's easily shown that it rarely, if ever, pays to have more than one incentive. And the accounting researchers have actually confirmed this because they've divided incentives into two, into price-based incentives and non-price-based incentives. And they find that price-based incentives are 12 times more important than non-price-based incentives, indicating certainly that all large companies rely on stock price. And of course, accounting numbers are highly correlated to stock price anyway. So it's, unfortunately, the entire governance literature is 100% back to front.
Thank you, Peter. In the interest of time, I think what I will do is I'll just combine two comments. That's Roberto Colanzi, who says that, Peter, interesting if you applied your methodology to politicians, laugh out loud. And then Bo Chin has a comment, more, it's a question there, but I think it's more of a comment. I'm also interested in how independent directors are remunerated. To what extent is their compensation also based on share prices, just like the CEO? I guess the similarity between CEO pay and directors may, and director pay might explain your results. So something to think about, but I'll just leave you with one question, Peter. How does, it's from KA, initials, I guess, how does the company secretary help the relationship of chair and CEO as chief governance officer?
Well, coming back to the first question, the answer is that outside so-called independent directors, who are far from independent in reality, typically have negligible shareholding, and their pay is unrelated to share price. Well, this point was made to me by Ben Holmstrom, who served for 10 years on the board of Nokia. And he said at the end of 10 years, he had driven down, or helped to drive down the price of Nokia by 90%. So he was very grateful that his pay wasn't related to share price. And it's an unfortunate fact that independent directors just get hundreds of thousands of dollars pay simply for turning up to meetings, a few meetings a year, and so-called experts in corporate governance actually frown on pay, director pay being related to company performance. Now, the second point you made was, I can't remember what it was now, but the final question came up. I can't remember what it was now, but
how does the company secretary help the
company
of chair and CEO as chief governance officer?
I've never seen any research whatsoever on company secretaries. They seem to be invisible. a very large proportion still of companies in North America have combined the role of CEO and board chair, but they've basically been banned, and most of those companies are very effectively run. But that dual relationship has basically been banned by regulators in Australia, and since every company has a company secretary who doesn't seem to do anything really, other than keep minutes or whatever, no one's ever done any research on company secretary, so I can't really answer that question. In fact, I don't know how you would, because once again, they don't have any incentives. They're simply paid to come along and take notes and carry out mundane tasks.
Great, thank you, Peter. We'll leave it there. We've gone 10 minutes over, but I will make sure that Leslie has enough time to finish her presentation. Thank you, Peter. That's a really insightful, thought-provoking talk, and we're quite happy and better informed as a result of your talk.
Thank you very much, Krista.
As well. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista.
Okay, Leslie. Sorry, but I will give you time to finish your presentation, and even if we take a little bit of the break, these are all very interesting discussions. So our final research paper presentations by Leslie Law, and it's titled Index Investors, Securities Lending, and Firm Corporate Governance. Leslie is a PhD student in finance at the Melbourne Business School. She has 2 master's degrees, a master's in economics majoring in enterprise economics from Renmin University, and another master's degree in economics from Kyushu University. She also holds a bachelor's degree in economics majoring in international economics and trade. So she's a hardcore economist, by the looks of it. So Leslie, happy to have you. Thank you for presenting. And if you're ready, you can share your slides.
Yeah, sure.
So everyone else, if you can post your questions in the Q&A box as well, please. If you want to speak, put your hand up and we'll allow you to speak to Leslie after her presentations. Thank you, Leslie.
Yeah, thank you, Crystal. Can you see my sharing screen? Is it working well?
Yes.
Yeah, it's working well.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, thank you for having me presenting at this symposium. I really appreciate this great opportunity. My name is Leslie, and I'm a PhD student at the University of Melbourne. Professor Nadia is my supervisor, who is also here today, and she gave me a lot of help and suggestions on this paper I'm going to present. So big thanks to her. Well, this paper is part of my thesis, which focused on index investing, securities lending by index funds, and the impact of this kind of interaction on the corporate governance. Well, as we may have known that index funds have been addressing their positive influence on firm governance, as they tend to focus on long-term performance, which demonstrate one aspect of their culture. However, the other aspect of their culture is often ignored or let's say receive less attention, which is that index funds also engage in sec lending activities. And this aspect of cultural norm of generating revenues from sec lending for index funds may also impact manager behavior and thus firm governance. So in this presentation, I'll first give you a quick overview of how index investing grows recently, and then I'll move on to the discussion around the cultural norms of index investing in terms of their engagement in corporate governance, as well as in the sec lending. And I will also briefly talk about the interactions between securities lenders and borrowers. The reason is that it is how the borrowers use the sec they borrow that effectively determines how index funds impact firm governance through their sec lending activities. So this is the first section of my presentation, which is mainly to provide a background for the cultural norms of index investing. And in the second section, I'm going to present my empirical study on how index funds impact firm governance. in the environment of sec lending. I'll present my study design and the main findings. And after that, a short discussion on the implications for the governance of the index funds will conclude my presentation. Well, let's now dive into the first section, the cultural norms of index investing. So over the last 2 decades, a observation that might be quite obvious is that index funds have been growing dramatically, which indicates that they are getting more and more important in terms of their potential impact. So based on the 2020 investment company fact book, at the end of the year 2009, the total net asset in the index mutual fund sector only accounted for 10% of the assets in the long-term funds in the US market. However, by the end of the year 2019, this number grows to 19%. So this dramatically growing size of index funds has largely transformed the ownership patterns in the US equity market. So that's one thing. Another interesting observation is that the inflows to the index funds are actually contributed by the outflows from the active funds. So again, according to this investment company fact book from 2010 through 2019, index funds and ETF sector received $1.8 trillion as their net inflows. In the meantime, the actively mutual fund sector experienced a net outflows of $1.7 trillion. In other words, almost all of the outflows have been transferred to the index fund sector. So the growing size of the index funds raises concerns over their impact on the corporate governance and the firm performance. For example, index funds are typically criticized for their weak governance because by their nature, they are tracking thousands of stocks and investing in highly diversified portfolios. And therefore, people tend to believe that index funds are not able to devote enough incentives or resources to exercise monitoring, which would ultimately decrease the firm value. And this point of view is held by many academic researchers. In the meantime, people on the other side argue that index funds can actually have positive impact on firm governance. And the reason is that index funds tend to hold a large number of shares of public firms. So even though they may not proactively engage in firm governance, there are still many other ways for index funds to impose material impact on firm management. For example, a recent research paper by Lackey's in 2020 suggests that fund families may aggregate shares from index funds for voting purpose and thus improve firm governance, which will in return benefit the fund family. And this line of academic findings supports the kind of argument from industry, which is that index funds tend to focus on better governance. For example, Jack Bogle, the founder of Vanguard, who himself has been an advocate of this kind of cultural norm of index funds. Mr. Bogle stated that index funds are actually the best hope for corporate governance. However, when people are arguing about whether and to what extent index investors engage in corporate governance, they often overlooked the other aspect of cultural norms of index funds, that is generating revenues through sec lending. So many large asset management companies such as BlackRock and Vanguard have been operating their own lending programs since the early 1980s. And a typical lending activity is generally coordinated within fund families, meaning that fund families would aggregate shares across different funds within the family, lending those shares out and then distributing the lending fees evenly to the funds in the family. So among all the funds, index funds are regarded as the prime lenders in the sec lending market because most of the time, most fund families are taking this so-called volume lending strategy, meaning that they tend to lend out a large number of shares and charge a low fee, for example, 5 to 10 basis point. So with this large lending volume, the management cost of index funds can be offset to a large extent, even when the lending fee is low. Compared with other funds, another cultural norm of index funds is that they are less likely to recall the shares they lend out, which means that they are more stable and reliable for borrowers, because borrowers don't want their shares to be recalled too frequently. As a result, firms with higher index ownership is usually associated with more SEC lending supply. For example, this figure here provided by market shows that almost half of the SEC lending supply is from mutual fund sector. And among these mutual funds, however, a large amount of SEC lending supply is actually from index funds. So according to a recent ICI report, among 500 largest US mutual funds, there are only 37% of them lending securities. And as opposed to this low proportion, there are 65 index funds and ETFs lending security, which accounts for 76% of the total number of the passive fund sector, meaning that index funds are more likely to lend shares. Well, these are the figures for the supply side. In terms of the borrowing demand for securities, shares on loan, about $52 billion are actually from these 65 index funds and ETFs, which account for over a half of the total shares on loan provided by all these 188 large mutual funds. So all these figures I present here indicate that apart from corporate governance, SEC lending engagement is also an important aspect of the cultural norms of index investors. So this cultural norm of index funds in terms of generating revenues from SEC lending would impact governance through the interaction between the SEC lenders and the borrowers. As the typical practice of the borrowers is to short sell or to borrow for voting, SEC lending by index funds may have unfavorable impact on firm governance and performance. For example, when short sellers are targeting a firm, a large volume of provision of lendable shares from index funds may facilitate the short sales, and this may ultimately result in stock price crashes. So that's one thing. Another thing is that some anecdotal evidence also indicates that empty voting is could be associated with index fund SEC lending, meaning that borrowers borrow shares from these index funds to vote in the annual meetings of a firm. And because these borrowers have little or no economic interest in the firm, they may vote for the proposal that are unfavorable to the firm value. And at the end of the day, these borrowers would be able to benefit from the decreasing price. So such interaction of cultural norms between the borrowers and the lenders may complicate the governance implication of index funds, because on one hand, index funds tend to bring better governance and more value to the firm, particularly when they're increasing their holdings of a specific firm. On the other hand, this favorable impact from index funds seems to be offset by the cultural norm of providing shares in the SEC lending market, because in many cases, the shares borrowers are betting on a worse performance of the firm, which would create short-term pressures that may affect firm managers' behavior and ultimately affect corporate governance and the firm value. So to summarize, index funds are rapidly growing and people are paying more attention to the governance implications of this growing index investing. However, when we investigate the governance impact of index funds, it would be incomplete if if we ignore the engagement of index funds in the sec lending market, which is also an important aspect of their cultural norms. So from the academic perspective, while there's a growing body of research papers discussing the governance implication of index investing, there are few of them considering this issue in the environment of sec lending. For example, many papers suggest that index funds focus on long-term performance and tend to mitigate managerial short-termism, which is an argument that can date back to late 90s. However, security lending provided by index funds may have negative impact on firm governance, as these lending activities may facilitate short sales and indirectly impose short-term pressures on firm managers. And this, there's also evidence showing that firm managers tend to withhold bad news or reduce the information transparency when it comes to firm information disclosures. So taking this all together, the relation between index funds and the corporate governance can be complicated in the environment of sec lending. My study is going to bridge this gap in the academic research, specifically by investigating the governance implication of index funds while considering the impact of their sec lending activities. In the next few slides, I'm going to talk about my research study and the main findings about this issue. So the research question is quite straightforward. How do index investors impact corporate governance and firm value in the environment of sec lending? So to answer this question, I use managerial bad news hoarding to measure one aspect of firm governance. And I also use stock price crash risk to measure the impact on firm value. Both of these measures can be affected by the holdings of index funds as well as their sec lending activity. And therefore, they are suitable for my studying purpose. And for the empirical test, I use a sample of the US public firm for the period of 2002 to 2017. And I adopt a statistical method called mediation analysis from the literature as a joint analysis, which allows me to investigate the impact of index holdings in the presence of sec lending. Well, just to briefly illustrate this method, let's take a look at this triangle here. So part of the governance implication or impact of index investors is directed through the sec lending supply, while the rest of the impact is reflected at the bottom of this triangle. So we can think of this as the real impact of index holdings on governance. And the combination of these two channels represent the total or net governance impact of index funds holdings. To implement this method and figure out those impacts through each channel, we need to run a set of regressions and obtain the coefficients as the measure of the impact. So that's the methodology. To confirm the robustness of the results, I exploit an exogenous shock to the index holdings and sec lending, which involves the Russell index reconstitution. So just to provide a little bit more details about this shock, I use the Russell index reconstitution as an event that arguably exogenously change the index holdings of some firms, while some other firms do not experience such significant changes in their index ownership because their index membership does not change significantly. In other words, in these events, I got a control group and a treatment group. For example, as my results show here, firms that switch from the Russell 2000 index to the Russell 1000 index will have a higher index holdings than before, while the firms that switch in the opposite direction would have a lower index holdings. Well, this event is used to further confirm my baseline result. But due to the time constraint, I will skip the details of the results from this event in my presentation. And the main conclusion remains the same in this robustness check as the baseline findings. So here is the summary of my findings. First of all, index investors holding mitigate bad news hoarding by firm managers and reduce stock price crash risk. In other words, index investors tend to have positive impact on governance and firm value. However, in the environment of sec lending, index investors also intensify bad news hoarding by firm managers and increase stock price crash risk, meaning that they could have negative impact on governance and firm value in the presence of sec lending. Well, here is to show the regression results. Panel A corresponds to the set of regressions I just showed. And panel B, let's focus on panel B. Panel B summarized the impact of index funds holdings as well as their sec lending supply. So the negative coefficient here for the index holdings means that index holdings tend to reduce the price crash risk. And these, while these are positive coefficients for the index sec lendings, means that index securities lending increase such stock price crash risk. However, when we look at the total effect, a very interesting observation is that the net impact of these two effects is not statistically significant. So this suggests that the unfavorable impact from sec lending actually neutralizes the positive impact of index holdings on governance. So this finding may speak to the argument in prior academic research that index funds appear to have little or no impact on governance. Yes, they just appear to have no impact or even negative impact. My study suggests that this observation might be a result of the interaction of two cultural norms of index funds, meaning that the impact from the norm of pursuing better governance has been muted by the impact from the norm of engaging in sec lending activities to generate revenues. In other words, my findings suggest that we should be more careful when we try to investigate the governance impact of index funds, particularly in the environment of sec lending. And this leads us to a discussion around the governance implication of index investing. My study provides evidence for the bright side of index investing by documenting a stronger positive impact of index funds on corporate governance, which is consistent with the long-term focus of index funds as they have been promoting for themselves. In the meantime, my research results also indicate that index investing may have its dark side, as index funds' engagement in sec lending activity would facilitate activities such as short sales, and which would indirectly impose price pressures on firm managers. And this cultural norm of index funds in terms of their sec lending may have unfavorable impact on firm governance. So this might be an area that calls for more attention from policymakers. So one implication might be that for index funds to better fulfill their stewardship responsibilities, they should be required to provide more careful investigation regarding not only the revenues generation, but also the governance impact of sec lending activities. And it is also necessary and important to provide more comprehensive and transparent disclosures regarding this issue. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you for your listening, and any comments or questions are welcome.
Thank you, Leslie. That's a very nice bridging of two very different areas, but related, asset pricing and corporate governance, corporate finance type issues. So well done on bringing them together. But I think therein lies the challenge, And I'd like to just start off the discussion by just, raising two related issues. The first one is, and I take this with a grain of salt. I'm not an expert in this area, but is there really a governance role to index funds? Again, index funds are very passive, as you say, long term, generally not very risky, et cetera, but it's very aggregated. So isn't it? Can we expect that to have a governance role? That's one thing, and the second thing that kind of is also related to that is that this notion of, and I think maybe I've misunderstood it, but you seem to be going from an interactive effect to a mediating effect of sec lending. Like in the last slide, I think, or towards the end, you kind of mentioned it as a interactive thing, and then earlier on you have this path where you show it being a mediating. Yes, there's not much of a difference between the mediating and the interactive. After all, they are, or rather moderating effects, etc. So the debate is there, but nonetheless, I think given that this is your part of your PhD, I think it's interesting if you can just be a bit more specific as to whether that it's a mediating effect that you are, and I think you are. That's why you run path analysis. Incidentally, I just want to add that the Barron and Kenny approaches are overly restrictive. So there's a more modern approach by Hayes et al. They use conditional process analysis, and that's a nice routine. I think it came out in 2013 or something like that. But so going back to this point, because I wasn't very convinced by the path that you mentioned, the causal mechanism via which securities lending acts as a mediator between index funds and your dependent variables. So that's why it seemed as if you were going from the so-called interaction effect to the mediating effect. So I don't know if you have any responses to that, but feel free to. We can talk later on about this. But this is something from ignorance of this area, that just kind of comes to me anyway.
Well, thank you, Crystal. That's actually those are very excellent questions. Let me first respond to your first question about the governance role of index funds, right? So so this is actually a large literature in the academic area. So there are many papers showing that, although I skipped that literature review here, but there are many papers showing that index funds actually taking a governance role or have this positive or even they have evidence for that index funds can have positive impact on governance in terms of the information disclosure, or in terms of the like better governance in terms of from the perspective of the board and director. So they, for example, yeah, that's a paper by Gormley and et al. In 2016 and 2019 on the RFS. They show like clear evidence for that index investor actually can have corporate governance impact and even positive corporate governance impact. So that's one thing from the academic perspective. And the other thing is that based on my conversation with the people from Vanguard, they actually address their role in terms of their the corporate governance. So they emphasize that they actually put a high priority for when it comes to the proxy voting. So whether or not we see it,
Leslie, can I just sorry to cut you off there, but in that case, can you show that that the usual monitoring mechanisms, the usual explicit governance mechanisms are weaker in the presence of index funds? Is there a trade-off between the normal governance mechanisms that we know that firms have in place inside organizations, like in the presence of index funds? Because if you claim that it has and implicit governance role and implicit monitoring role, then firms would choose to have weaker governance mechanisms in place because they're costly. Like additional monitoring mechanisms in firms are costly. So given the presence of index funds, as you say, I mean, if it has a strong monitoring effect, then firms would have weaker governance mechanisms in place. Is that the case? Or can you try it, please?
I'm not sure I get your question here. So what do you mean by the normal governance?
Like if you look at, say, board independence, like what Peter said, for example, you could afford to have weaker boards in a sense, and that could be optimal, because if you have the presence of, as you claim, a strong governance mechanism, a role for index funds, then there's no need to have costlier governance mechanisms in place. That could be very costly in firms, like a separate CEO chair, because the CEO is quite, be quite irate to share information to an independent chair. So you could have them being combined, because there's this additional monitoring, like other types of roles for index funds, etc. But again, I don't want to take up the time with this.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I think Leslie will have a look. We'll discuss this, Leslie, later.
Yeah, we'll discuss.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah.
Thank you. So we have a comment from, and also a question rather from Bo Chin. So Bo mentions, you mentioned SEC lending gives rise to not only short selling, but also shareholder voting. Your dependent variable, which is stock price cash risk, that is bad news holding, appears to be specifically relate to short selling. How about shareholder voting? How would shareholder voting affect crash risk? If we change the dependent variable to another measurement of governance outcome, would the inference be different? And it's kind of related to what I was raising as well about this other governance type measure.
Yeah. That's a very good question. And the reason I bring up the voting issue is that I just want to give you a general background about how the SEC lending activity of index funds affect the corporate governance. So one way they affect the corporate governance is that they can, for example, the SEC lending supply by the index funds may facilitate short selling, which may impose short-term price pressure on the firm managerial behavior, which will alter the firm manager's action or decision in terms of, for example, in disclosing their information. So that's one thing, and that's the aspect I actually investigate in my thesis, in my paper. And the other thing I'm actually interested but not investigated yet is about the voting. So so there are just some anecdotal evidence showing that SEC lending may affect the so-called empty voting issue. So I don't have a specific measure for that outcome here regarding the issue effect. Regarding the voting effect. But that's definitely an interesting area that I'm going to look further into. Regarding another measurement of governance outcome, I do have a different dependent variable. As I mentioned in my presentation, I also measure the managerial bad news hoarding behavior. So I do have this bad news hoarding measure as to reflect an aspect of the corporate governance, and the results by using this mediation analysis, the results remain consistent with my findings, meaning that SEC lending would compromise the corporate governance, even though the index funds holdings increase would tend to have this positive impact, but that positive impact can be muted by the negative impact from SEC lending supply.
Okay, thank you, Leslie. I have a question.
Christo, could I ask a question too?
Yes, sure.
Yes.
Yes, basically, you seem to be saying that one bad aspect of these index funds is that they lend a lot of money to short sellers. But it seems to me that's perhaps the only favorable aspect one can find of these index funds, because we need bad news, real news, to influence share prices. We can't have share prices just becoming infinite. Why is one car company producing hardly any cars and making no profit, with more than all the combined values of every single other car company in the world? It just doesn't make any sense. We need short sellers out there to bring some rationality to markets, and short sellers are really badly handicapped. We've seen this in recent weeks with the fiasco over this massively overpriced company that was short sold, and then the Robin Hoods came in and tried to steal and crush the short sellers by pushing up the price many times and imposing a short squeeze. So short sellers are really up against it. So non-short sellers are really very limited, because good owners don't want to own badly run companies. So we rely on short sellers to keep markets honest and keep governance good. Without short sellers, markets would be hopelessly bad, and bad corporate governance would dominate all companies. So this notion of share crashes is fantastic. If you can show that more lending creates more share crashes, that is more returns to rational pricing of company stocks, that would be great, because that's a sign of good governance, not bad governance.
Yes, I totally agree with your opinion. Actually, I think this is depends on which stand we are taking. So in terms of the general investors, we are obviously more happy about a more efficient market. But in terms of the investors who invested in those index funds or with those underlying portfolio firms, whose governance will be affected by the direct lending activities, I think they will be unhappy to see that the price decrease in such an event when their like index fund management company tend to lend out more shares of their underlying portfolio firms. So, well, in general, the set lending provided by the index funds seems to facilitate the price discovery. But when I'm talking about the firm governance, I'm more of taking such a stand in terms of the investors in terms of these index funds and those underlying firms. So,
well, in fact, we've had one or more companies in Australia, super fund, saying that we're probably the most ignorant of investors in many cases, saying that they're not going to lend out any of their stock anymore to short sellers, basically because they don't want bad news to come into the market. They don't want bad governance, bad decisions to be revealed. They'd rather have mispricing, massive mispricing, and have stocks high in value so that when the crash comes, it will be far, far worse. And in fact, all our regulators behave in the same way. Whenever we have a crash like the global financial crisis, in the US, they ban short selling for a couple of days. In Australia, they do it for a whole year or more. Australian regulators seem to be the worst in the world because they always want to shut down markets whenever they can. And our super funds are really no better.
Yeah, that's a very interesting and very interesting insight. I believe that when it comes to short selling, many people will have different opinion about whether they are actually playing evil or angel in the market efficiency. So yeah.
We know sometimes they don't end the story of the stock game, Leslie, where hedge fund short selling and the stock game and they got beaten by retail investor.
No, they didn't get beaten by Robin Hood. They didn't get beaten. What they announced large notional losses, but then the Robin Hood stepped in to prevent their mum and dad investors from trading. They only allowed them to trade in one direction, guaranteeing losses for their supporters. And this was part of a deal to benefit the owners of of Robin Hood's site who cleaned up as a result of this. The whole thing was corrupt corporate governance from top to bottom. And that stock was massively, massively overvalued. And I'm sure it'll end up in the dustbin of history as a very low price.
Sure. Anyway.
Okay, that's great. We have a question from Michael Scully.
Mhm.
There was some implication that index funds are more active in stock lending than other investment funds. Could this not reflect that an index fund's investments are among the more actively trade shares and hence of more interest to stock borrowers?
Sorry, I didn't quite get the. Yeah, I'll take a look at the question. Not reflect that index funds investment are among the more actually trade shares and hence of more interest to stock borrowers.
Leslie, you investigate. Basically, he's questioning whether is it the index fund rather than the mutual fund. It's a mutual fund rather than the index fund. Do you remember when you did the index switching? You showed actually it's not the index fund. It's not the mutual fund. It's coming from the index fund.
Yeah, the sec lending supply is actually more from the index fund sector among the mutual fund. And as you can see from my slides here, if you can see the share screen, so a large amount of
they don't see the share screen.
Okay.
Yes, but you've got to realize that the reason that
Yeah.
these index funds are lending the stock is because they've got no notion and no knowledge of whether that's a good stock or a bad stock. They're completely ignorant about corporate governance, and that's why they're willing to lend them out. If they knew whether a particular stock was going to underperform,
I disagree.
they would sell it and they would hang on to it if it was going to.
No. Actually, they care about the corporate governance, but they also care about the revenue generation. So they balance. They kind of take this trade-off analysis and decide when and which firms shares to lend out. So that it's not that. Lending out shares does not mean they don't care about the corporate governance. It's that they also value the revenues generation function of this sec lending.
Leslie, I don't mean this slide. This is when you conduct the analysis before and after for the mutual fund and index fund, but you didn't show the results for the interest of time. But it's not the index fund are driving the short selling, not the mutual fund. It's not the impact of mutual fund. Yeah.
Yes. I do have evidence for that, but I don't have that on hand today.
Yeah.
Leslie, Cameron Truong has a point, a comment. So Cameron's mentioned, I would interpret that sec lending facilitates information discovery that is crash and improves governance.
Yeah, that's opinion is quite similar to Peter's opinion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that all depends on which kind of stand of view we are taking.
Exactly. I think Mike Scully has another point. I wonder whether we are viewing the impact of mutual fund families than the index fund itself, if one makes an assumption that an investor is an index fund.
Well, that's a very good question, because this, well, so based on the results I have here, I can only identify those index funds, but I haven't relayed those sec lending activities of these specific index funds to their families they belong to. So this is a very interesting question or suggestion, I would say, that that would definitely need worth further investigation. So the fund families, the relation between the index funds itself and the fund families is really interesting. And some based on my conversation with people from industry, it seems that the lending activity is more like a fund family level decision.
Okay, that's great. All right, guys, I think we've gone over time. Fantastic, Leslie. I hope you got some interesting suggestions and comments that could help you improve your paper. It's a very interesting bringing together of different ideas, and good luck with your paper.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, everyone, thank you for your attendance this afternoon so far. We have to finish with a bang, and that's the panel discussion, which will start at 3:30. So we'll take our afternoon break and come back at 3:30. Thank you. Okay, everyone, thanks for coming to our final session. So our symposium will end with a panel discussion. The session is titled, "How should culture and governance interact to minimize harmful behavior and enhance performance in organizations?" And I think this is an important question, especially in Australia, especially given the plethora of different royal commissions that we've had in recent years that cover aspects of this important question. So the panel discussion will be chaired by me, and the discussion panel comprises the following members in alphabetical order by surname: Dr. Jason Davies-Kildare, Professor Nadia Massoud, Professor Paul Mather, Mr. Donald Spiegel, Professor Peter Swan, and Professor Stephen Taylor. Now, each of these highly renowned individuals has numerous accomplishments to their name. It was quite a challenge for me to get everything down, and I might, and I hopefully don't, do them a disservice by excluding some of their accomplishments. But in the interest of time, as I've said before as well, I'll try to just provide what I would call a synopsis, a brief bio for each panel member. So let's start with Dr. Jason Davies-Kildare. So Dr. Jason Davies-Kildare is a highly regarded social policy professional who has had over 20 years of experience in health and human services. He has led policy and advocacy work at the Salvation Army and Beyond Blue, and has participated in ministerial advisory councils. Dr. Davies-Kildare has also been a board member of Victorian Council of Social Service, the Alliance for Gambling Reform, and Red Shield Housing. Our next member is Professor Nadia Massoud, who is a professor of finance at the Melbourne Business School. She is internationally acclaimed for her research and expertise, especially on financial intermediaries, blockchain, and digital currency. Professor Massoud has published in a range of highly ranked journals. Her research has won several prestigious awards, including the Journal of Financial Economics Pharma DFA Prize for capital markets and asset pricing. Next is Professor Paul Mather, who's an adjunct professor at La Trobe University and the former head of La Trobe Business School. He is currently a member of CPA Australia's ESG Centre of Excellence and has several other advisory and non-executive director roles. His research interests are the role of corporate governance in mitigating agency problems, debt contracting processes, in particular, the role of covenants in debt contracts, and behavioral research in financial accounting. And then next we have Mr. Donald Spiegel. Mr. Spiegel is an advisor, governance, at Monash University and was previously Chief of Staff to the Vice Chancellor of the University of Melbourne. He has held Deputy Secretary roles in the Victorian Departments of Premier and Cabinet and Justice and Regulation. He has published on independent courts governance in Victoria. Now, for the benefit of those who did not attend the plenary talks given earlier, I will describe Professor Peter Swan's and Professor Stephen Taylor's bios again. Professor Peter Swan is a professor of finance at the University of New South Wales. He was appointed as member of the Order of Australia for his services to academia, as a scholar and researcher, and through contributions to public policy in the fields of economics and finance. He gained additional recognition in the award of the Officer of the Order of Australia for distinguished service to finance and commerce as a leading academic, journalist, and commentator on domestic investment and on a range of political and economic issues. He is a fellow of the Academy of Social Sciences and has published in highly esteemed journals, which has resulted in his renown as an eminent scholar. And Professor Stephen Taylor, who is a UTS Distinguished Professor of Accounting at the University of Technology, Sydney. He is a member of the Australian Accounting Standards Board and a fellow of the Academy of Social Sciences in Australia. Steve has served as the inaugural Australian Business Deans Council Research Scholar, a position focused on improving the quality and impact of research in Australian business schools, as well as research training. His research on the intersection between financial economics and accounting has been published extensively in highly reputable journals, which has resulted in Steve being highly regarded as an accounting scholar. So welcome to all our panel members, and thank you for agreeing to serve on this panel and to be part of discuss this important question. So for the audience, I will have each of these panel members give a 10-minute presentation on their insights related to this question based on their different experiences and their unique settings. And then that will take up close to an hour for the 6 presenters. And then followed by that, I will start the floor with a couple of questions, and then we'll let the audience weigh in at the end. Okay, thank you. And we'll start the presentations in alphabetical order by surname. So Dr. Javis Dason Killier will be the first one to give his presentation. So Jason, if you could kindly share your slides, please.
No slides from me today.
Oh, that's right. No slides for you. Yes. Yes.
So thank you, Christo, and thank you to the other panelists too. It's a privilege to be here today. And I do want to acknowledge before I begin that I'm speaking from the Wurundjeri country of the Kulin Nations, and pay my respect to their elders, past, present, and emerging. Today I'm going to speak really a little bit of my context is the view from the not-for-profit sector, which of course is not unique in many of the things that it faces in terms of culture and governance, but there are some aspects that are different. And I think quite importantly, one of the things that I've found about being in this sector for well over 20 years is people who are part of that sector think it's different. Within those organisations, people say they joined this organisation, they became part of this sector, they took on this role because it aligned with their values, they thought there was meaning in the role that aligned to their own personal goals. There is a sense beyond just that people don't get into those kind of roles largely for the money involved in them, because there's not a lot in many cases. But there's a sense of kind of mission, I guess, in a different way than sometimes we might talk about the mission of other organisations. The other thing I think that is going to be different, at least to some of the other presentations I've heard today, is this subject isn't particularly my research specialty. It's not my professional day-to-day, so I'm speaking to you in a sense not as an expert, but as someone who's been around the block a few times and seen some of this happening. So what I'm really offering today, I think, is a proposal, some questions around my subject. And I want to start with what I think will be a familiar place to anyone, and that is Peter Drucker's well-known insight that culture eats strategy for breakfast. This sounds like a bad thing if you're interested in governance, because strategy is a key function. But I want to, I guess, question today whether that is in fact true, and what if strategy was exactly the kind of great nutritional breakfast food you wanted culture to devour? To look instead at strategy and culture not as being enemies at war, but both meant to be in service of organisational purpose, our vision and mission. What if good governance was about setting the pattern of a steady diet instead? Having a bit of strategy for breakfast, some risk management for lunch, building an appetite for a bit of continuous quality improvement at dinner, with a side serve of financial accountability and some compliance for dessert, sprinkled with a bit of ethics to make it taste good. I want to be clear that I'm not talking about shaping culture as, about what you can get people to swallow, not force feeding them spinach. I know I've already driven this metaphor way further than I should have. But I think when working with human beings, we need to understand a bit about the motivation for, snacking on junk food, to take it one step further. And there is a distinction between, I think, what is created as organisational discourse by leadership within organisations, by board members, CEOs, executives, and the kind of organic narratives that are really shaped by culture and that shape culture in turn. And so I'm going to really do that by touching on two things. One is recognising that in organisations there are sometimes inherent organisational tensions that define culture and define the risks associated with bad culture and the strengths associated with good culture. I worked in the IT sector for a while, for instance, and particularly in IT security, and used to train people in that space who were very keen on locking down their networks to be as secure as possible, and would make password policies where you had to change a password every 3 months, and it had to be so long and it had to have so many characters in it and lots of numbers and uppercase and all of those kind of things that most of us have had inflicted upon us at some point in time. And invariably the human response to that is people write down their passwords and put it in a sticky note in their desk drawer or on their monitor. This is part of this inherent kind of organisational tension where there are blind spots in different sectors effectively. I'm doing a little bit of work now for the government in relation to the justice system. And that's a system that people think of as designed for punishment, or if you're being generous, for rehabilitation. But actually, anybody who works in that sector knows it's largely ineffective at both of those things. There are very well-known non-secrets kind of in a big system like the justice system about ways to do things better, but they don't necessarily reflect the everyday in all places. They pop up as examples here and there. I've spent a lot of time working in religious organisations, faith-based organisations that too often find themselves guilty as acting without the love and compassion that's meant to be the centre of their existence. I visited a couple of places in a trip to the US a few years ago, one of which handed out to me, this is a residential facility, kind of 20+ page of rules and regulations for people staying at their facility, and reminded me that if their rule was, if it's not in the book, then the answer is no, you can't do it. Those kinds of cultures, I guess, are the kinds of things we want to avoid, and yet they're quite prevalent. And across the not-for-profit sector more broadly, a service industry is known for producing and existing with compassion fatigue, where compassion is kind of at the heart of what you want to produce when you're dealing with people who are in dire need, sometimes who are approaching you on the worst day of their life. The reality of the people delivering that service is quite often they've run out of the key commodity that you're trying to deal with. I think it's these tensions between who we are as organisations and people within organisations and who we want to be that can both be the source of harm but also have the potential for transformation. I don't know that you can ever eliminate them, but I'm suggesting today that one of the practices that I've seen that is effective in, I think to some extent, relieving those is a good practice around organisational storytelling. It was interesting to hear Paul Dunbar's presentation this morning talking about discursive practices as a strategy for in for-purpose organisations for dealing with the problem of profit, which is my paraphrase of his work. I think storytelling, using narrative as an element in transmitting culture and values can be really important. Some of the key stories that I've come across that have stuck with me were in addiction services, where you had a woman who had re-entered the detox facility rehabilitation 28 times before finding her way to recovery. There used to be stories told between the staff at a youth refuge of the really extreme things that young people would do, young homeless people in that refuge pulling knives on staff and all sorts of things. And behind both of those stories is this theme around In the first one, kind of stickability, that we hang in there with people as a value. And in the second one, inclusion, that we really don't kick anyone out, that there are ways of ensuring that the service we provide is a service for everybody. And I think it's important also that in addition to the stories of success, we learn to tell the stories of our failure. You know, in Australia, I think there's really important stories to tell around the Royal Commission into institutional abuse of children, for instance. Not a story that people are lining up to tell, but the same kind of story that can help shape culture in really positive ways. So that's my interest. How can we identify and frame those narratives that build and sustain the cultures that we want, that do that governance work, that encourage those cultures to devour organisational strategy with a positive and appetite for delivering on the mission of the organisation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. That was a very touching start. Okay, so Nadia, next.
Thank you. Let me share my screen. Oh, I don't know what happened here. Sorry. Share screen one more time. I can't find my slides somehow. Yeah, right there. Okay. Can you see my slides?
Yes, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank Christo and Monash University for inviting me and for organizing this wonderful conference. I'm really enjoying it. So I'm going to address the same question, and I'm taking different spin on the question raised by Christo, and I'm looking more proactive view and how we can look at ways to enhance performance in organization and minimize harmful behavior. Before I do this, let's have a quick look at the network of stakeholders for the management team. And this is related to Paul's actually presentation when he said we need to look at stakeholders rather than shareholders. And if you look here, the first one is the stockholders, and the stockholders could interact with the management teams in many ways. And we saw many papers actually discussing those issues, and that will not be the focus of my talk. Part of it, one focus, which is the resolution. And also we have employees, which is they interact with the management team through the equal opportunity, fair compensation, and asking for a safe work environment. And there is also societal activists. Societal activists could play a very important role, and we will see how actually influential they are in Australia framework. And those activists could look at the negative externality of the company on society in many ways. It can be related to environment, animal lives, and many other issues. Safe product, fair price, and ethical practices. And then we have very important element which could complement how we actually should answer this question, is to understand regulation and regulatory body and what kind of guidelines are available for us to facilitate increasing governance and minimizing harmful behavior by the firm. Lender could play a role. We saw some papers talking about lenders, and also financial market could have a role. My focus will be on point 1 to 4 mostly. So let's look at especially societal activists. Here we see those, I looked at those from newspapers. You see the ACCR group, which is, those are the group that the Australian Centre for Corporate Responsibility, they're engaging actively with firms to change some behavior, and they're looking at slavery and basically the well-being of labor within calls and food supply chain system in Australia. And additionally, we look at large players in the market like Rio Tinto. Those like minerals is one of our bread and butter in Australia. They become aware of their impact of their operation on, for example, environmental issue, and one of them is climate. And if you look here, they focus on the word commit to climate vote. So basically they allow shareholders to vote on their policy for climate. So it's not clear how the stockholders' involvement will have a big impact in this scenario. And then I looked at, did my research, and ACCR, they do good review of what's happening in the market. And they looked themselves at examples of shareholders' resolution for the period of 2012 to 2017. They saw few attempts of shareholders' involvement in the governance of the company. This is shareholders basically provide resolution, and they requested from the company to vote on this item. And most of the time, those items is basically related to environmental or social issues. And if you look here, I have just a sample. If you look here, we have here a resolution offered for Woolworth in 2012. And this is basically, they want less involvement, or they want disclosure of Woolworth with basically gambling industry. And if you look here, the 3 large banks in Australia were also approached by the ACCR group, asked them to disclose of financing emission. Basically, they want them to restrict or make financing is much harder for those companies that basically have negative externality on the environment. And what you notice here, most of those resolutions rejected. And here I'm just showing you 3 examples, like most of them rejected. And if you look at who's bringing this resolution, is mostly an external or activist from the community. In comparison, if you look here, this resolution brought by Rio Tinto rather than the ACCR group, and they want to increase the disclosure about climate change exposure. And if you look here, it got approved. So I'm trying to highlight here, if the resolution brought by activists is difficult for it to get passed. And the question why it's difficult, that's what we want to answer. While if it was brought by the company, is much easier to be voted yes and passed. And we see also here some exception where companies are willing to make some commitment to the ACCR. It's like NAB here and Woolworth. Just notice this is like I selected those cases. Those cases very rare, and what you see mostly the rejection of the votes. Now, to understand this, we need to understand the environment, what's happening in the environment, what do we have in regulatory framework. So if you look at the regulatory environment in Australia, so for the activists to have their resolution passed, there is of course some restriction where they require 5% of shareholders to agree or to propose or sign on this proposal, or 100 shareholders. And additionally, this is more important, they require voting of 75% to be passed if the resolution related for climate change, which is a huge percentage in comparison for other practices where 50% is actually required. So as I feel my way, like I'm not a lawyer, but I feel this kind of regulatory framework basically prohibit and discourage resolution to be put forward by those activist group. And if we look at carbon emission, regulatory framework in the carbon emission, which is the negative externality of the firm, in Australia, we have only a target, but we don't have a proper system in place to trace and create a proper accountability for a negative externality. And NAB actually dealing with this issue, how to create some system to increase the accountability part. So I stepped back, given my expertise also in the blockchain technology, and I thought, what needs to be done? What do we need to do to minimize this harmful behavior? So as you saw from my presentations so far, so the first thing I feel, and I think many people will agree with me, we need to improve the culture of stakeholders involvement and engagement with the firm. In other words, we don't want just rules. We need these stakeholders to be engaged fully with the company to improve governance. And this related to culture, that perception. But this will not happen without change in the regulation, where it makes it much easier for stakeholders to be involved. The ACCR, this is not my area, but ACCR proposed in their report a very good way to improve some rules and regulation to allow to improve the culture of stakeholders engagement. So my focus here also, if you remember from the previous slide, Woolworth made commitment to report about labor slavery. NAB made commitment to increase disclosure of carbon or negative externality, but its commitment by the firm is enough. So this is what is my role, I think, is we need to think how we can create and adopt system that fosters accountability through traceability, transparency, monitoring and measurement. If you think of commitment, it's like the New Year resolution. I will say, I want to, for example, lose 10 kilograms. It means nothing unless I do something about it. And this is where I think we need to think about creating system for accountability. One way to do it, and it is emerging in our market, which is emerging technology of blockchain, which is a perfect solution for improving governance and accountability. For example, this is a supply chain that disconnected from each other, and nobody, like the end user, doesn't understand where the raw material is coming from. The blockchain will create a system where connect everything together. And instead of explaining this, this supply chain for you, I'm going to share with you a small video, just around 2 minutes, where it shows how supply chain is actually works within the just is not allowing me to do.
You need to disable your laser pointer.
I know, that's what I'm trying to do. Okay. Okay, it's loading. Do you see the screen, the video?
No.
No, you don't. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing and share again. Sorry for this.
That's okay, no problem.
Okay, do you see the screen?
Yes.
Equinity is essentially a platform built on blockchain technology, and it utilizes something called smart contracts to really help track the various stages of the horse, right from the horse being a foal right through to the end of its life. And essentially the whole purpose of this solution is to make sure that we are able to protect the welfare of horses and make sure that there's a fund set up to essentially support it when it retires from the industry.
From a moral point of view for us, we want to do something that would be beneficial for the community, not just at a small scale. When we first looked at the solution, we weren't trying to shoehorn in blockchain and fintech into our solution. What we started off was with the problem itself. So what the manual processes are right now, what regulations are in process now, how things are actually done as it is. So when we looked into blockchain, it was a perfect fit. We wanted complete traceability all the way from their birth to death or retirement. We wanted a transparent record. It can be accessed by a numerous number of people, and also the records can't be changed. We see that there is a lag in this manual process. Someone may register an early retirement, but that's not recorded for a few months, a few years even, or you don't even know that's happening. So with blockchain, you've got that option of actually speeding that process up, and it's practically instant.
And also what we want to do as part of the solution is essentially use a utility token called foals. And this is what will be used as the currency to start building up a trust fund for the horses when they retire. This will protect their well-being and ensure that they're taken care of appropriately after they actually retire from the racing industry.
I have many teams and many projects in my class, but one of the outstanding projects is the Equinity project. The students thought of social impact and what's happening in our economy and utilize this sophisticated technology to trace the life cycle of the horse. I'm very proud of them because it's not only about money, it's about well-being, not just the human, also the well-being of the animals. It's not only applicable for horses, it can be used on other ecosystem and races like greyhounds, camels, and it can be at international level, not only for Australia.
Well, thank you very much. So basically, let me stop sharing, let me conclude. So I'm saying we have a new emerging technology that we could adopt to improve governance and stop basically and minimize harmful behavior by firms, which increase accountability. And that's my contribution to this panel.
Thank you, Nadia. That's intriguing. It's nice to see the students be involved.
Thank you. Yeah, they did a great job. Yeah.
Yes, fantastic. Thanks. So next will be Professor Paul Mather. Paul.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And I'd also like to start off by thanking Christo and Monash University for inviting me to be part of this very distinguished panel. Given the preponderance of academics having speaking parts of the symposium, I thought I'd focus a bit more on some practical considerations, although I did end up gravitating towards some research issues towards the end.
Sorry, Paul, sorry. Can you share, click this share slideshow?
Oh, sorry, yes, indeed. That's better?
Yes, that's great.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So the first point I want to make is I think there's an imperative at the moment around focusing on culture and governance. And you've got the Hen Royal Commission, and I'll talk about that briefly in a minute. You've got the latest edition of the ASX Corporate Governance Principles. Again, I'll touch on that briefly in a minute. But also, I think that the COVID crisis presents some major challenges and opportunities where good governance and values are going to be particularly important in this environment. In terms of challenges, there's a lot of literature which has shown that typically firms doing badly or struggling financially tend to behave badly. That goes back quite a bit of years. But there's also literature around sort of employee well-being as well, and stress and issues around that. Similarly, but on the positive side, there's also opportunities at this point in time. What economic history has shown is that whenever there's been a big exogenous shock, like the one we're facing at the moment, there are some pretty systematic changes in consumer preferences and so on, which present opportunities. And we're kind of seeing that debate, we're kind of seeing that happening around working environments and what's likely to happen to some degree to office space. For example, people are really looking at supply chains, issues around that, migrating to the regions potentially, and a lot of infrastructure issues around that. But all these sorts of things present opportunities for different firms in different industries, some more than others, which again requires good governance and organizational culture to actually exploit that sort of moving forward. The other point, I think, and this is anecdotal and personal observation, although I've seen a bit of this discussed by the likes of McKinsey, that at times like this, and certainly at this time, firms, or quite a few firms and organizations, seem to be going back to purpose. I think there's an interesting story of even going back to the Great Depression of Heinz looking after their customer base with cheap products and their employees, and reaping the benefits of that sort of moving forward over the next couple of decades once they got out of that. I was listening to an interview recently of Michael Henry, the CEO of BHP, who talked about the fact that one of the first things BHP did when the crisis hit was change their payment patterns to suppliers so that all smaller suppliers were being paid within 7 days, contrary to the normal practice of 30 days or whatever. And again, he argued it goes back to purpose, our values, and that shareholders are beginning to understand that. And I'm sure other business schools, etc., have done similar sorts of things, but my own one organizes sort of a Leaders in Lockdown program or whatever, which is really professional development, a MOOC, 6 modules, which was initially targeted at middle managers who had been displaced, lost their jobs, or had stepped down as a result of the crisis. And over a 6-month period, in the end, about 11,000 people went through this program and completed it. And the interesting thing is, whilst there's a bit of self-selection bias, nevertheless, some of the academics who in normal circumstances like to bitch about their workloads at every opportunity did this willingly because, again, there was a sense of purpose and going back to mission. The discourse around culture is not new. Even going back to the Cadbury report, corporate governance, they talk about social systems, but also the management literature, Pettigrew, etc., going back to the 70s, does talk a lot about sort of organizational culture and so on. Similarly, sort of more recently, Commissioner Haynes, the Banking Royal Commission, did talk about failings of organizational culture. In fact, he had culture first before he talked about governance arrangements. The recently revised ASX corporate governance principles for the first time brought in this new principle, which is around culture. And it says, you need to instill a culture of acting lawfully, ethically, and responsibly. Not entirely surprising, because the whole exposure process of the drafts was happening with the Banking Royal Commission as a backdrop. And there's a whole lot of other things that go with it, including a code of conduct and so on, as well as some other recommendations around whistleblower policies and so on. But again, the point I'm trying to get at is there's an imperative around this time to actually get this right within organizations and get onto this. Just based on newspaper reports around the idea of firms who got JobKeeper, which they were entitled to under the rules, but also made profits and paid out dividends, and some actually quite healthy. Now, there might be extenuating, exceptional circumstances in certain cases, so I don't want to rush to judgment, but just based on the newspaper articles, there's a whole pile of companies which actually opted to give it back, and it's not a all-inclusive list. I'm sure there's others, and there's some other companies with nonetheless chose to keep it, and then you had others like Niscali, which initially said they would keep it, got quite a bit of backlash from activists as well as the media, and then said that they'd give it back. So it raises interesting questions as to why some companies behave in a certain way, why others choose to go another route. I've got to stress it's perfectly legal, but you really got to question the tone the company is setting further down the food chain in terms of the spirit, keeping within the spirit of rules, etc. As far as the key organisations are concerned. But it also raises interesting questions about how values are determined. Is it about the relative bargaining power of different stakeholders, as Paul was talking about earlier? And is board composition the most efficient way to change values or install new values and so on? And that, the whole nexus between governance and values. Interestingly, the management literature flirts with some of this stuff, but there's certainly nothing settled and it's fairly contested. So I think it's an interesting space for us to look at as well and link in with our more quant-oriented research. Just going to finish off by just briefly talking through two little cases that I'm kind of familiar with. So I just trawled some of the management literature as well as some of the practitioner pieces by BCG and McKinsey and the lot. And this is not meant to be an exhaustive list, but broadly speaking, the bullet points I've got are the sort of things that people seem to agree need to be done in order to create a culture and then to oversee it. I'm not necessarily going to talk through all of them. I think they're fairly self-explanatory, but talk about two little case studies. One organisation, which I won't name, to some degree did extremely well at the top. But in fact was an amazing PR and marketing exercise. External consultants, staff consulted, come up with all these cultural qualities, plastered everywhere on notice boards, the web, letterheads, email footers, and so on. Two years down the track, it's all faded away, and it's generally, I personally think it's been a failure. And the problem was largely around the bottom two bullet points and not rewarding the right behaviors or applying consequences when in fact there were bad behaviors. The second example, and I'll start you with an experience I had, which was walking into a boardroom at Incitec Pivot, which is a large listed company, as many of you will know. The CEO at the time, James Fazzino, was chairing this meeting. I can't remember exactly what the meeting was about, but there's a whole lot of other business CEOs, etc. We had a fairly packed agenda, and nevertheless, unlimited time, but nevertheless, he started off by saying, the emergency exits are there, do not use the lifts during the fire, and if there is some sort of incident like that, the emergency wardens will be wearing yellow, red, whatever helmets. And then he probably saw the expressions around our faces and he said, look, at Incitec Pivot, our number one priority, our absolute fundamental value is around zero harm for our employees and for everyone. We take that seriously, and it starts from here. And it starts at every board meeting. It starts every time I or board members visit a site. The first thing we talk about is safety. And there was lots of other things that they actually did, and they were extremely successful, and their stats show it in terms of incidences and so on. The point I'm trying to make is this. As researchers, we often use proxies in order to try and, as research grows in this area, we'll probably come up with various proxies, and there are proxies around the management literature, certainly, to try and pick up on the strength of organization and culture or whatever. A lot of the sort of things you'd look at would probably pick up that first organization and place it much higher than would Incitec Pivot. So I guess We just need to be kind of careful in that space. Just to finish off, I'm not going to necessarily talk of all of the things. As I said at the start, the focus of governance and culture and implicitly processes is prima facie a step in the right direction. More research, I'm sure, is coming and will be good. Identifying firms with strong culture is not straightforward and we need a deep dive. And I think researching this nexus needs to explore mediating, not just moderating effects, be open to mixed methods, using text and related sentiment analytics and so on. And I think in many ways we can have a bit of a jump start from the sort of things we've learned from research into contracting. When I first started in sort of the debt contract time work, it was like higher leverage meant you had tighter debt covenants or whatever, which is really not necessarily the case. It's extremely simplistic. Similarly, when we started off with governance, outside directors was it. And I think we can learn by that and try. And similarly, even with governance research in the finance accounting space at this moment in time, or to a large degree, we kind of have a black box around processes in the middle. So we look at various governance characteristics, independent boards, whatever, and then we look at outcomes in terms of performance or stopping bad behavior, whatever, and we kind of have this black box in the middle and ignore the fact that those processes are actually what, you could have an extremely independent board, notwithstanding what Peter said earlier, and a very insightful presentation. Let's assume it's working well, but if the processes aren't good, your outcomes won't necessarily be good. So I think we can learn a lot from that to jumpstart this research. And really, I think it's a great time to be working in this space. And I think it's also important for organizations at the business end to get some of this stuff right. And that's essentially what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Paul. Some nice insights from the field, very practical insights to inform research. Very nice. So we next have Mr. Donald Spiegel. Donald.
Thanks very much, Christo. Can people see that?
Yes, that's good.
Thank you. So, like others, I want to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which I am sitting at the moment. Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and also to any Aboriginal people who might be part of this symposium. Thank you very much to Christo for the invitation, especially to be among such distinguished academic company. Like Jason, I want to use my practical experience to offer a few thoughts about the interaction of culture and governance. And I want to look at three different contexts in which I've had experience: the executive government, the courts and universities. I should note that all of those have been in the state of Victoria. There is, of course, an interesting question about which comes first. Is it culture or is it governance? And as one of that much maligned species called lawyers, I tend to think of governance first because it is so centrally concerned with authority. My basic argument is that culture and governance are inevitably intertwined, and that if we want to maximise performance and minimise risk, or at least minimise harmful behaviour, then we have to get them aligned with each other and with the objectives that we seek to achieve. So turning first to executive government, there are many ways to describe the overarching objective of government, but lots of public economists would talk about the welfare function. So let's say that government is designed to enhance the welfare of citizens. The theory of government is that it's hierarchical. In Westminster type systems, cabinet sits at the apex. It makes all the important decisions. Ministers are bound to observe the decisions of cabinet and to carry them out, even when an individual minister might disagree. But even in such a kind of stereotypically hierarchical organisation, culture can play a very important role and can in fact undermine the theory of governance. And if you want a topical example of this in Victoria, just look at the original setup of the hotel quarantine program. The governance was designed to keep the virus contained, but the culture of the people who were doing the work initially was really about keeping the quarantinees happy, which was a quite different objective. So if we come back to the overarching objective of government, it's really to maximise public welfare. But the way that reporting in government works is that the minister is all important. And that tends to lead to a culture in which what is most important for senior public servants is to keep the minister happy, even when keeping the minister happy might not be consistent with enhancing the welfare of citizens. I know that this is not just a Victorian issue or an Australian issue. I've spoken with a former senior Whitehall person who described exactly the same dynamic there. Now, if we want to maximise public welfare, there are two essential mechanisms at least. One is that we have to think about problems in the whole, that is, take a whole of government approach. The other is that innovation is always necessary. The problem with a whole of government approach, which should be reinforced by cabinet, of course, is that if you look at the accountability mechanisms for departments and heads of department, they're really about accountability for outcomes or outputs of that department. And government really struggles with the idea of accountability for finding solutions to problems that cross departmental boundaries. And then you have a culture which is partly shaped by that, but partly influenced just by people's day-to-day reality, where what's important is the department or the agency in which they work, rather than a whole of government approach. On innovation, of course, everyone knows that there is a lot of accountability for mistakes in government. That's heavily drummed into junior public servants. And so that produces a very risk-averse culture, very low risk appetite. There's a lot of talk about innovation in government, but in my view, the real difficulty is the governance mechanisms. Now I want to talk about courts briefly. A couple of caveats here. One, I've never worked in a court, but for 5 years I advised the Victorian Attorney General on courts policy, and I think I got a pretty good insight into what matters in courts and how they work. The other thing is to say that courts are an example of what is called loosely coupled organisations. This is a social psychology concept, organisational psychology concept, in which, organisations depend on staff who have extensive individual autonomy because they are highly trained professionals. So think about schools, think about universities, and a leading American commentator has said, think about courts in this way. So the first objective of courts, as I've said there, is impartial and correct decisions. The governance mechanism to guarantee impartiality is very strong, and the culture is that this is really the paramount objective. You also have, of course, the appeals mechanism. In my view, this is all nicely aligned, and at least in a country like Australia, we get very impartial, and by the time you get to the High Court, basically very correct decisions. But there are other objectives in courts as well. One of them is efficient decision-making. If you want to understand this, think about the press on the Family Court and the Federal Circuit Court, in which some litigants are waiting up to 3 years for a decision. There's an old maxim, justice delayed is justice denied. The problem here is that the governance mechanisms and incentives are not very strong. There's annual reporting through individual courts' annual reports. There's annual reporting through the Productivity Commission's report on government services. But those are, in my view, relatively weak governance mechanisms. And so what you find is that this is invariably, at least for the judicial officers, very much a secondary objective. And then the third objective for the court system as a whole, I think, is about whole of system effectiveness and efficiency. So this is not something that people tend to talk about a lot. Most judicial officers and the people who work with them, the professional staff who work with them, think about their individual jurisdictions. So the culture is about loyalty to jurisdiction. And the governance mechanisms are highly variable. If you look at the different models in Australia, there are really sort of 4 different models of court system governance. Interestingly, if you look at the federal model, it has moved over the last few years from a very jurisdiction-specific model to something that, in my view, looks a whole lot more like a quasi-system approach. And it's done that through changes to legislation that I think are very beneficial. So finally, if one thinks about universities, which are also loosely coupled organisations, the legislation that provides for grants to universities in Australia has 3 distinctive purposes of universities. These are familiar to everyone on the call, I'm sure. Education first, creation and advancement of knowledge, and lastly, the application of knowledge and discoveries to the betterment of communities. So it's that third purpose or objective, often called the engagement objective, that I want to think about. The governance of this tends to focus on the measurements of outputs and outcomes in different ways, linkage, grant research projects, other engagements with external parties. But that mechanism can face some resistance. This is not universal, but it's quite prevalent, where some people will say, well, what universities do can't really be measured properly. But absent the measurement mechanism, it's very difficult to use governance mechanisms. The only other one is really the staff performance mechanism. Now that can be powerful. So I think there are 2 kind of essential things that are required to maximise this engagement objective. One is multidisciplinary research, and the other, as I've said, is very strong engagement with parties outside universities. So for multidisciplinary research, I think there are relatively weak governance mechanisms. There tend to be some government and some central university funding incentives. But the traditional research culture is one in which the discipline reigns supreme, and loyalty tends to be to a department or a school rather than a university as a whole. And so that tends to undermine this multidisciplinary objective. As I've said, the other key governance mechanism is really staff performance management and all that goes with that. But the difficulty there is that even if these 3 purposes are equally weighted, as they are in some universities, including at Monash, nevertheless, there is culture in the way that promotions actually occur. So I don't pretend to have actual experience of this, but I do think there is plenty of anecdotal evidence that the emphasis on disciplinary research in particular often tends to dominate those processes. So looking across these three different contexts, just some brief conclusions. In my view, governance and culture are symbiotic. Governance shapes culture, and culture shapes the way that governance works in practice. And for just a very recent example of this, look at the inquiry of the former New South Wales Supreme Court Judge Patricia Bergen into Crown Casino. She talks about governance and culture being inextricably linked. And related to that is this point about alignment. Others have talked about culture and strategy being aligned, with which I agree. My point is that culture and governance need to be aligned, and I've left you with a little quote again from Patricia Bergen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Donald. There's some nice insights from government, something that many of us will not be familiar with. So I thank you for sharing your insights. Next, we have Professor Peter Swan. Peter, when you're ready. Thank you. Yeah, we can see your slides, Peter. It might not be in slideshow mode, but nonetheless, we can see them.
Peter, you're muted.
Peter, we can't hear you. You have to unmute, Peter.
I'm muted now. Okay. So you should be able to hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you, but we can't see your slides.
Yeah, so let's see whether it's okay. So I need to share the screen and see if I can bring up the slides. If there seems to be a technical issue sometimes.
Yeah, we can see it, but we can also see.
Yeah, can you see the screen now?
Yeah, I think you should just carry on, Peter, with this. As we just, that's fine. We can see it. That's okay.
Okay, and you can hear me as well. Yeah. Okay. So I want to look at how bank culture and governance interact, and my theme basically is that governance leads to culture. It's not the other way around. So I'm going to try and illustrate this with some of the findings of the Royal Commission into banking. I don't know if these slides will change though. Yes, here we go. So the Royal Commission paints a very dismal picture of bank culture. In fact, the President of the Royal Commission, Hayne, refers to the evidence given by the CEO of NAB, Mr. Thornburn, concerning the hundreds of millions of dollars that NAB made by charging fees for no service. So he puts the proposition to Mr. Thornburn was that this money just fell into the pocket of NAB accidentally because NAB said that they had no control over it. It was just like a mystery to them as to how they became so rich from extracting these fees for no service. And clearly there's a bit of a satire, I think, on the culture of NAB and most of the other banks for that matter. Royal Commission also lambasts bonus culture. Incentives have been offered and rewards been paid, regardless of whether the sale was made or profit derived in accordance with laws. In other words, executives in the banks get rewarded millions of dollars in bonuses for money they extracted from from clients or from customers, but basically by stealing from them. So Hayne is making the point that the culture of these banks is such that as long as the cash is there, as long as you generate revenue for the bank, it doesn't matter that this money's been basically stolen, and there is no concern about the law. Now, who is to blame for this bad culture? Well, Hayne blames this with the entities concerned, and particularly those who manage and control those entities, their boards and their senior management. We don't have to go very far to see even greater, I think, instances of failed culture. Westpac, for example, was fined a record $1.3 billion by the federal court for breaches of the AUSTRAC money laundering laws. In fact, there were 23 million breaches, and many of these breaches enable pedophiles in various parts of Asia to be paid. In fact, this created something of a record. It's the largest fine in Australian corporate history. Similarly, Commonwealth Bank was fined 700 million for similar breaches. But these failures in banking culture go well beyond the concerns of the Royal Commission. And many interesting details are actually revealed by the evidence given in the Royal Commission. So was the board responsible for this culture of fees for no service? Well, as the Royal Commission reveals, fees for no service in NAB started in 2008 and 9, but it wasn't until many years later, nearly more than 15 years later, in August 2015, that the board was first notified that this was a major concern of regulators and had been for nearly a decade. So the board and mushrooms are one and the same. Mushrooms grow in the dark and are completely uninformed as to what's going on. And I imagine that is just as deliberate as is the mystery within these banks as to why they're able to make so much money from charging fees for no service. That was just a miracle. They put out their hands and cash fell into their hands and they didn't know how it happened. Banks are there and boards are there, but basically to take the blame for failed bank decisions and to maximize the blame that the board takes away from the bank. They have to be kept in the dark and make the most ludicrous of decisions because they're kept completely and utterly ignorant as to what is going on. And of course, this is part of the deliberate design of these boards to keep them in complete ignorance. So according to Hayne, the NAB board did not have the information necessary to challenge management effectively. And moreover, it didn't seek out that information, and nor did it do enough to challenge management about serious issues that had the ability to affect the interests of banks' customers, the bank's relationships with regulators, and the reputation of the bank more broadly. So there was an abject failure of NAB board where there was no recommendation to abolish the prescriptive rules imposed by ASIC. It's ASIC actually that's gone out of its way to force all banks to disregard the let out in the ASX rules. There's a let out in ASX rules that allows boards to not have a majority of independent directors, but ASIC goes out of its way to take away this escape clause and enforce a majority of independent directors on boards. And I'm sure they also basically enforce a rule that says that every director must be independent, with the perhaps possible exception of the CEO, that they must have subcommittee structures run by independent directors where they're basically kept in complete ignorance of what is going on within the company. So it's very useful to banks not to have executives on the board, not to have the finance director or the marketing director or other full-time executives on the board, because of course these people would know what's going on in the bank, and it couldn't be kept a secret to the board for 15 years that the regulators were taking the bank to task for policing tens of thousands of its own customers. This had to be kept from the board. So having only independents on the board who knew nothing about bank operations was ideal. It's not an accident that the directors of banks are made up almost entirely of independent directors. It's not an accident that millions of dollars fell like manna from heaven into the hands of the bank from money stolen from customers. So Mr. Hayne himself realised that there were deficiencies in bank governance, and that simple rules such as those imposed by ASIC and the regulators on banks, on boards, weren't going to serve anyone very well. He says that, but rules prescribing board numbers or composition, or prescribing particular forms of nomination or selection processes, distract attention from the basic requirements of ensuring that the board is, as far as possible, constituted at all times by directors who, together with a form of skilled and efficient board. In other words, it's the skill and the efficiency of the board that matters, not whether they're made up of 100% independent directors, or whether all their time is taken up talking to each other on subcommittees. But the recommendations of the report, of course, do nothing to overcome these deficiencies. Doesn't even comment that the independent structure of the boards has made possible the complete ignorance of the boards. So earlier on in our joint work, I pointed out that independent directors increase risk-taking and stock volatility. They increase return on equity accounting volatility. They increase tail risk. They increase the expected tenure of high risk-taking CEOs. So I would say what the Royal Commission is concerned with is only a side play. The fact that they might have stolen hundreds of millions from their customers is a minor thing in the fact that these banks, particularly where they had more power in North America, managed to bankrupt the world economy through the subprime crisis and the GFC, and hundreds of billions of dollars were paid to the banks that had the highest proportion of independent directors and basically stolen the most from the community. So this bad behavior is actually rewarded by the regulators. And we see no reasonable recommendations and nothing sensible really to come out of these very expensive reports. So then we have to ask, what sort of directors will be capable of holding the CEO to account? So my own research on boards shows that board size should be relatively low, perhaps 7 or 8. not the 11 or more in US banks. And apart from the CEO, the most knowledgeable executives, such as the CFO and marketing officer, very knowledgeable part-time outside directors, such as the former CEO and or significant shareholders, perhaps one or two independent directors, one of whom might be the chair. So this is what boards used to look like, but they've changed their character so much that as to become completely and utterly useless. We've seen this across the whole gamut of governance in Australia, of which the Crown Casino case is a particularly egregious example. So the CEO and full-time executives should own significant shares in the company to align their interests. And it's these full-time executives who work with the CEO 24 hours a day. They understand the business, and they're much better basis to monitor the CEO than anyone else. You might think that because they're subordinates of the CEO, they're just going to toady up to the CEO. Far less so than do independent directors chosen basically because they know nothing about banking and because they're mates with the CEO. These executives want to survive in their jobs. They want their company to survive. And that means they've got to have a good governance system, and they've got to hire and fire decent CEOs. So they make far better directors than do directors who are appointed for their lack of knowledge. And it's incentivized executives who work with the CEO on a full-time basis, and they're a much better position to monitor than are these so-called independent directors who are really just professional directors who have no particular knowledge of any one company that they're supposedly running. So what would such a board structure look like? Well, it would make it difficult for the CEO to hide significant issues from the board, such as money laundering and theft, fees for no service. Once again, these bank boards had no idea that the executives had run 23 million transactions that violated the money laundering laws. They were deliberately kept in the dark for decades about these activities. 70% or more of board members would have an intimate knowledge of managerial issues concerning the bank and how the CEO should or could be rewarded for fixing them. These are the full-time executives or the former CEOs or the significant shareholders that should be on the bank board, not ignorant so-called independent directors. And unless you've spent a lifetime in banking operations on a full-time basis, it's very difficult to have a significant or sufficient knowledge to administer a very large and complex bank. These are some of the largest and biggest, most complex organizations in the world. And we've seen that even so-called financial experts on boards perform very poorly. So it's culture that is determined by governance. Culture doesn't determine governance. Governance determines culture. And governments have gone out of the way across the Western world to impose the most ridiculous structures on boards. And then we wonder why we have global recessions. We wonder why we have company collapses. It's because the CEOs have taken advantage of these ludicrous rules to gain complete dominance over the company by appointing their mates under the rubric of independence to oversee them, knowing that they have no chance in hell of being able to oversee them. So APRA must remove its requirements to have a majority of independent directors and to follow ludicrous rules on these subcommittees. Banks must be encouraged to mainly have experienced persons knowledgeable in banking on the board. That is, most professional or independent directors must go. And I believe these reforms would dramatically improve bank culture and do so very quickly. So thank you very much for inviting me onto this panel, and I'd love any discussion of these points.
Thank you, Peter. You've taken quite the opposite stance to one or two other panel members, in which one precedes which. Culture precedes governance, or governance precedes culture. That's be interesting for the discussion later on. So now we'll move to Professor Stephen Taylor. Steve, thanks for waiting. It's all yours.
Okay, hopefully everybody can see my slides, and I'll try and be very quick. So
yes, like we can.
Some time for discussion. So the topic that Christo asked each of us to talk to really involves what I think are 4 key points. And the first one is, what do we mean by governance? The second is, what do we mean by culture? The third question is whether these two things interact as independent attributes, or alternatively, are they closely connected themselves? And pretty much all of the other panelists' comments have in various ways touched on these questions that I think arise. And my fourth question really is, well, if culture and governance are directly connected in some way, and we believe they should be producing something, what should that something look like? And that really is getting at the corporate purpose type question as well. So just a couple of quick questions and thoughts on those questions. So first of all, defining governance and culture. Well, what is governance? Well, some people do see it as a legal requirement or a set of checkboxes. Fundamentally, corporate governance should be an economic response to the separation of ownership and control. But in a lot of cases, the way governance is talked about, it's really more about a checklist. And you certainly see that whether it's in public companies, whether it's in the not-for-profit sector, or whether it's in government enterprises and quasi-government organisations such as universities. What is culture? What does that actually mean? Now, ironically, yesterday, this magazine turned up in the mail. It's my monthly copy of the Australian Institute of Company Directors Journal, of which I'm a member. And it was all about building a better culture. Now, no criticism of the AICD, but I actually eagerly read through the key articles last night, and I still wasn't sure what culture really is, because it featured a number of interviews with senior directors. Some were talking about performance outcomes. Some seem to be talking about what most people would see as so-called governance attributes. The concept of culture seemingly is a very vague one. You know, is it the attitudes of decision makers? Is it really more about how they approach governance issues? Or is it really more a reflection of what the entity's purpose actually is, or what we often talk about as corporate purpose? And that's a hot topic at the moment, because there is a lot of debate about the social versus economic role of the corporation, and stakeholders versus shareholders in terms of interest groups, accountability and reporting. So a big question, I think, in terms of how we address the issues that most of the other panelists have raised, is that we really need to have some agreement about how we measure governance and how we measure culture before we can actually understand whether one causes the other, or jointly whether they both cause some desirable or undesirable outcome. So you can only test the effect of something once you can measure what it is you claim has an effect, and you actually have some argument about what the outcome might be that you'd try and look at. And I think that's the problem, that there's innumerable talk about governance and culture, but we really have very little empirical evidence. And that's because there's not a lot of agreement around how we measure governance and how we measure culture, let alone whether they're independent factors causing some other outcome, such as corporate performance. And then there's not even agreement about what that corporate performance should be. So, I mean, this whole area, from my perspective as an academic researcher, is becoming something of a mess. And so I just want to kind of play the devil's advocate here a little bit and say that I'm a little bit skeptical of claims about how either or both governance and culture have an impact on outcomes, absent some clear agreement on how to measure each of those allegedly causal factors, as well as agreement on what outcome we're actually looking for. And I think we're a long way from that. Just a final example too, and it was actually prompted a little bit by a couple of comments that Nadia and others made. I just want to touch on the challenges in defining and measuring culture, just using externalities as an example. And for anybody who's interested, there's an excellent recent article by Dave Larker and others in the Stanford Closer Look series about environmental spin-offs. And what environmental spin-offs are is basically shifting costs from environmental damage onto the community. And of course, we have a prize example in Australia that's been debated, publicised before, and that's the creation of an environmental spin-off entity by James Hardie. Now, interestingly, Australian firms were recently praised by one of the remuneration consultancies as being world leaders in rewarding managers for positive ESG outcomes. I meant to emphasize the word positive. So when they do well, they get a reward. But here's my question. What about the bad outcomes? Now, Rio Tinto is a company that has, as Nadia pointed out, recently had some attention and praise for the way in which it is allegedly trying to have greater accountability about to stakeholders about how ESG issues should be shaped and measured and rewarded within the company. Terrific. Well, if you go to the back page of today's financial review, you'll see in Joe Aston's excellent column, I think it's excellent, a discussion of the remuneration arrangements for the recently departed chief executive of Rio Tinto and the head of corporate relations or investor relations, and the extent to which they did or didn't suffer as a result of the Duke and Gorge incident. So, I mean, it's great that we praise the company for doing one thing, but, you know, if you also look at what they managed to blow up, you might be reasonably entitled as a concerned citizen to just wonder how much attention you should pay to words and how much we should be looking at actions. And, you know, I think the lesson from that I'd probably take away is, regardless of what management says, never stand between a senior executive and a bag of money, because you pretty much know where they're headed. So, you know, I think there's a real challenge here that increasingly around these constructs of governance, and especially in terms of thinking a little bit more about the culture issue, there's a lot of talk. There's a lot of talk. But, you know, talk and action don't necessarily always line up. And I think that's something that's increasingly a challenge in the corporate world, that there are some fine, fine words. And that can be true in other sectors as well, in the government and indeed in my own sector in universities. There are great words, but, you know, what are the actions? Because ultimately I'm a great believer in the old saying, you know, you can talk all you like, but let's look at where you're headed. Let's look at the walk. And I think that's something that increasingly we need to actually do. Look at outcomes, focus on outcomes a little more, and recognise that vague process is not itself a guarantee of an outcome. And I'll stop there because hopefully that'll leave a little bit of time for discussion.
Thank you, Steve. That was a nice presentation. I like the questions that you pose. And the one question that you posed relates to one of the questions I had, which was, does culture affect governance, or does governance affect culture? Or more appropriately, maybe, could they be both affected by some unobserved or observed factor, some latent variable? So that, I think, is a kind of an interesting thing to pursue in research and otherwise, in that, as you correctly pointed out, they could be both jointly determined. So thanks for your insights, and thanks to all of you for sharing your insights. So to the audience, I wanted each of these distinguished panel members to share their thoughts based on their unique experiences and settings. And as you can see, from government to court system to policy that Jason shared, to the university setting and other settings, it was quite a nice, interesting experience that was shared to us based on this question. So in the interest of time, I will just start off with one question and we'll just go to the floor. So I think I'll start off with, this is a question, I've got lots of questions that I had based on the aged care, quarantine, vaccine rollout, the bushfires, sport, rugby, cricket, and stuff like that, but we don't have time for all that. So I think I would like to start with something that I think is very important, and that's the mental health. And I think, Jason, you having worked for Beyond Blue, would be nice to start off with you to see your perspectives. So, Jason was the head of policy and advocacy for Beyond Blue. So he has a lot of interesting perspectives to share on this. So, there was this, as you know, this push by the Victorian government to enhance community mental health services to in part alleviate the burden on emergency. So there was a boost in funding. Recently, there was nearly $60 million in funding. And then there were two professors. One's called Suresh Sundaram at Monash University Department. He's the head of psychiatry. And Professor McGorry, who's in charge of youth health at Melbourne Uni. They advocate for a more aggressive approach to mental health. It's not just reacting. You need to take a more proactive approach. And especially Professor McGorry advocates for governance changes and empowerment of the mental health system within the broader healthcare system. So what are your thoughts on what needs to be done from a culture/governance perspective in the mental health sector?
Keep this short because I know it's short on time. But
that's okay. Mental health. It's fine. Mental
health. We've often started the mental health conversation by focusing on mental illness, and I think that is kind of the wrong way around. We should rather think about physical health and the kinds of things that we've been encouraged to do for our physical health for a very long time, which is to invest in it proactively rather than only go to the doctor when things go bad. So I think that's the starting point, socially. But I think there's a whole range of kind of cultural things around that. The challenge for organizations, I think, and corporations in terms of mental health culture has more to do with where we kind of draw the lines of responsibility. And this is a governance issue. When you have claims, of any kind, but for work cover or something like that, the questions kind of get raised around, did somebody's mental health problem begin at home or outside the workplace or inside the workplace? And I think that's a question that has not been well resolved, but is a live question and talks to many other kind of governance issues about the relationship between the employer and the employee. Where does it start? Where does it stop? That speaks to kind of, I think, some of the key questions around culture and governance in that field.
Thanks, Jason. Anyone else you want to chip into this debate or talk about some other setting? Nadia, you had a question. Sorry, go ahead. Somebody.
I was just going to say about mental health. When COVID hit, what certainly the government of New South Wales did, and far worse everywhere else, was to try and shut down people's physical well-being by locking them in their homes. They built 10-foot walls along the coast to make sure that people couldn't get healthy exercise on beaches or in the water. They had helicopters in the air and police lining the sides outside of a place, prosecuting anyone that tried to get exercise. They had police boats chasing surfers out of the water, and as soon as they're out, they would go climb over the fences and come back in under the fences and back into the water. So the governments did their very best to destroy people's physical health, make sure that they couldn't exercise properly, that their health would deteriorate rapidly. And then they tried to worsen their mental health as well by keeping them prisoners as much as they could, taking away everyone's freedom, and without any real justification, since there was not the slightest evidence that lockdowns made any difference to the rate of spread of the virus or anything of that sort. So governments are very good at destroying people's health, physical and mental, and for no good reason, I'm afraid.
Christo, I might just add to that.
Go ahead. Yes.
So a point that Stephen made was, what are we trying to produce by the appropriate interaction of culture and governance? And this comes back to how you define the objective. And to pick up Peter's point, in the COVID-19 context, if you define the objective as minimizing or eliminating the number of COVID-19 cases in the community, you will end up with one set of effects. If you define the objective as maximizing public health in the presence of a pandemic, you will get a different set of effects.
Yes, well, I've been looking at the what happened 100 years ago in Australia during the Spanish flu, which killed 50 million people worldwide, and there was 1,000 times worse than this COVID thing, because young people, healthy people, all kinds of people were killed. Over 12,000 died just in Australia alone, despite our best efforts to quarantine Australia. And we only had 5 million people population at the time. Yet there were no lockdowns, there was no border closures. Life went on pretty well as normal. There was no great fear mongering, and people weren't nearly as frightened as they are now, despite the fact that this virus only seriously affects, less than a tiny fraction of 1% of those who catch it. Most of those have an average age in excess of 80, with many comorbidities. So we're seeing a complete breakdown of governance at the level of governments around the world. In Taiwan and one or two other places like Sweden and perhaps in Florida, they've taken sensible decisions, but in the rest of the world, it's just been panic the population for purely political reasons as much as you can, to garner as much votes as you can for locking down people, and the health is become completely irrelevant in this whole issue.
Christo, just getting back to the organisational setting and universities that Nadia and a couple of people talked about, and it sort of comes back to the point Stephen Taylor was making, and I was trying to make with my two examples as well, about the difference between talking the talk and walking the walk. A lot of universities talk the talk extremely well, certainly mine did, and I know others. But certainly when it came to workloads and various other things, they certainly didn't walk the walk. Whilst there's some very good examples of organizations in the private sector where they walk the walk extremely well, and being particularly mindful of the implicit and sort of gradual blurring of work-life boundaries, except not gradual, pretty serious boundaries that get crossed when you're working from home, and trying to encourage and even bring in rules to try and sort of minimize that impost and some of the stresses and strains around that. So, it comes back to that box ticking, we've talked the talk versus the actual walking the walk.
That you raised an interesting point, Paul, as relates to what Steve said earlier on as well. So what's the solution to this? I mean, if you look at something like let's take the universities that I think nearly all of us understand. Is it a difference in horizon? So you have the grassroots folks at the lower level that have a longer horizon, but then you have the higher echelons that have shorter horizons. So they want to you to know that they're looking after you and they care about you, and they say all these things like Nadia said. But then how they reward people, the incentives, whether it be promotions and otherwise, is completely aligned with your short-term incentives about looking good in the short term, whether it be rankings or metrics and KPIs.
Well, it goes back to, I think, again, Stephen's last point about not standing in the way of managing the bag of money. The universities were are in a financial bind, and it was great to talk the talk, but they actually had various imperatives, certainly mine did, and a couple of others I've been following, to try and get more workload, etc., out of people. Now, I'm sure others will have things to add, so I'll shut up there. But
interesting, there was an recent article about the not-for-profits, the government rather, Donald, saying the government executives received very high pay, and they have not as much accountability compared to their for-profit counterparts and stuff. So those, I can't remember where I read it, but so that was an interesting discussion about what they get, how much they get paid and stuff like that. So Steve, you had your hand up. You want to?
Yeah, I was simply going to say that I think on a lot of these public policy issues, one of the problems too is the way the media really gets on a roll with bad news. There's an old James Bond film where Jonathan Pryce, the distinguished British actor, plays the kind of Rupert Murdoch type character, or who was allegedly inspired by Rupert Murdoch. The world is not enough. And, the famous scene there when he's basically trying to create a war in the South China Sea, and he looks at all his senior executives and he says, there's no news like bad news. And, I think, that's something that we struggle with a lot. I mean, I just noticed a question in the chat about the government abolishing the continuous disclosure regime. That's absolutely not true. The only change that occurred during the COVID period, in which they're now going to leave as permanent, is a change in essentially the conditions for civil and criminal prosecutions. The law itself is not changing at all. But I can understand how people might get the idea that somehow listed firms no longer are obliged to provide essentially real-time information about conditions that affect the value of the firm. The law is still the same. The ASX rules are still the same. The Corporations Act is still the same. What the government has done is change certain conditions in the law that probably make it easier to mount a lot of class actions. Now, that may or may not be good. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but I am saying that, it's something that I've seen a lot of discussion of, having done some research work back in the 90s, looking at the introduction of continuous disclosure with Philip Brown and Terry Walter, that, I see people saying the government's changed the disclosure rules. It hasn't. It's only changed an aspect of how liability has to be proven in a civil or criminal prosecution. The law itself is still the same in terms of what the obligation is. But again, the media sort of picks up on this, and you get, a much more negative view, because as Jonathan Pryce said, there's no news like bad news.
Stephen, you make a good point there. In fact, what the government, I think quite rightly, is trying to do is to reduce the number of lawsuits against companies for alleged violation of these rules. But what's the purpose of these suits? All that's happening is one group of shareholders is paying out massive sums to law firms to give tiny rewards to another group of shareholders. In other words, there is and taking up all the time of management. These suits against companies, virtually every company, are ludicrous, and the government's doing the right thing by making minor discouragement to what are ludicrous suits.
Yeah, but personally, personal opinion, yeah, I pretty much agree with what Peter said, but that wasn't the point of what I was saying. It was really more to highlight the fact that the negative connotation gets played up in a way that means that often we lose sight of what's actually occurring.
Yeah, what I don't understand is why companies like Rio and others, or even ANZ, are getting good publicity and rewarded for what seemed ludicrous things. Why are they trying to reduce carbon dioxide? If they got rid of carbon dioxide exports in the form of coal, we'd lose $70 billion in exports a year. And even if you believe in global warming alarmism, Australia's contribution to world CO2 levels is negligible, and China's increasing its contributions of CO2, which benefits plants and most other living things, basis of life, all the time. So what we do here and what Rio does or ANZ does to close down the port of Newcastle and bankrupt us all, I don't see why they're getting good publicity from this, from trying to destroy the economy.
Sensationalism of the press. Bad news sells. All right. Are there any last comments from one panel member to another about reactions about what you've just said before I take it to the floor, the audience? Okay, we'll just quickly go through some comments that were from Petco Kalev. So Petco said, a week ago, we learned that our federal government, without either much or better any consultations or taking ASIC's view that the continuous disclosure regime is a fundamental tenet of our markets, is going to abolish the continuous disclosure regime. How good, bad, and or ugly will be the consequences of this decision for the future culture of any of the groups, company directors, finance, accounting professionals, and long-term investors? So Steve Taylor, I saw you shake your head. So you want to respond?
I think I addressed that one in what I just said before. The statement, unfortunately, is not true. The continuous disclosure laws are not changing. Certain conditions regarding liability of directors are what is being modified. The law is not changing.
Anyone else? Any your thoughts? Okay, there's a question to Peter, to Professor Swan. How about banks or organizations, those are group controlled or family controlled, whose governance culture is determined by the family or group culture?
Well, I think they're great. That's they're with possible exception of what's happening to Crown casinos, where a family influence is hasn't been perhaps the best. No, family-run businesses most employment takes place in small family businesses, mum and pop stores, and so on. And these are very well run. Typically, there's no professional manager involved. As the owner manager is in charge, and almost by definition, there are no agency issues, which is why they remain very efficient and very, very productive. But COVID has promoted the public sector. You couldn't name a single public servant or politician who's lost an hour of their income or during COVID, and you could see tens and tens of thousands of small family businesses, especially in the transport, hospitality, entertainment areas, losing their businesses, losing their incomes, losing their livelihoods for no particular reason at all, other than to make certain people feel good that they're doing something to stop a virus which is really not much worse than the regular flu, and is not noticeable really in terms of its additional impact on deaths. Death rates have not gone up around the world as a consequence of this virus, just as there are no one in hospital today in Australia because of the virus.
Okay, so we have one last comment, I guess. It's from Andrew Linden, who says, to be honest, the problems with the culture construct have been known for 40 years, ever since the standoff between the culture proponents and the organizational climate researchers. Problem is that that standoff was never resolved and culture won because it is sexier and was diffused as a core article of faith in management theology, reference Tom Peters.
I don't understand the question.
Yeah, it's just a comment, I think.
It's a comment, okay.
Yeah, it's a comment. Well, I guess we will close the session. So
I have one question.
Yeah, one question. Go ahead. Yeah. That's okay. Yeah.
So it is, the question is for Peter and for the rest of the panel. It is regarding the Royal Commission and the banks. And Peter presented very well the fines that the bank were required to pay for misconduct, basically. And I always wonder, and I never had an answer for that, the question, who the government or the regulator is trying to penalize? Are they penalizing the customer, the stakeholder, the stockholders, or the employee themselves? Well, I see the moment, like based on non-finance, the moment those fines are announced, the share price of the bank just nosedive. And I feel this kind of penalties are affecting customers, but not the employee. I don't see charges against the employee. I don't see clawback of their compensation. I don't see imprisonment of whoever was involved in the misconduct. And accordingly, I see no point of having a Royal Commission in the first place. Customers who paid for this amount, did they get compensated for that? So I would like to hear your view about this.
Nadia, you're just 100% right. We probably should never have spent hundreds of millions of dollars on the Royal Commission run by a lawyer who knows nothing about governance and nothing about banks, and doesn't, in one place, puts out the rubbish that independent directors are great, and then says, no, what's important is good governance, and these rules shouldn't really be there. And then the courts and the regulators will never charge or interfere with the livelihood of any of these corporate criminals. How many people would charge as a result of the trillions of dollars that were lost during the GFC? There wasn't a single charge against anyone in the United States for any criminal activity, despite what appears to have been massive criminal fraud and activity. Why should the shareholders in the banks be penalised for the fact that executives have been stealing from clients? It's the executives who are getting the free ride in all this. Mm-hmm. When the CEO of Boeing leaves the company because he helped to kill 364 passengers who died in his jets because he rushed them through the approval process, did he face any penalty? No, he took a $90 million payout with him. The same is true of Rio when they blew up the gorge and the caves going back millions of years. There was no financial penalty for the people who made this decision. In fact, I'm sure within Rio they were applauding it because it gave them greater opportunity to extract more iron ore. So you're 100% correct. The regulators have done nothing to make sure that the guilty party are penalised. They're only concerned with stealing more money from poor, long-suffering shareholders while denying shareholders the right to vote for good directors.
Donald, did you have a point?
So I just wanted to add something of a gloss on that. I agree with everything that's just been said. I think the essence of the problem, though, is a political problem. It's not actually the regulators who make most of the decisions here. they have to apply the law as it's written, at least when it comes to launching criminal prosecutions in the courts. The real problem is that most politicians are very, very reluctant to criminalise the behaviour of directors of companies. There's an interesting example in Victoria where the current government has introduced criminal responsibility for directors in relation to workplace accidents that end in a death. And, you know, that's like a pretty powerful case in favour of, you know, imposing serious liability on directors, criminal liability. But, you know, that was the subject of a very heated political debate. And yeah, it's very difficult for most governments to go down that path.
Well, in the case of the Victorian government, Dan Andrews and his government were responsible for the deaths of over 800 people because of their carelessness in running a very bad quarantine system. According to their own laws, they should suffer very severe penalties, firing, huge penalties, and perhaps even imprisonment. But I can't see that happening in Victoria. Can you?
Well, that's an interesting question, isn't it? That Robert Gottliebson has written about the responsibility of the Victorian Workcover Authority on this issue.
He has,
and
yes.
that's another governance question, really, which is about how independent is an independent statutory authority on a matter such as this.
I'm sure they'd all be sacked if the first time they lift a finger against dictator Dan.
Well, of course, the fact is that most directors of independent statutory authorities are ministerial, aka cabinet appointments. So, yeah, I'll leave you to interpret that as you will.
Okay, with that, I think we will, that's a good note to end on. So thank you all to the panel for your wonderful insights and unique experiences on this very important question. So I'm very appreciative of your time and the energy that you've expended in making this panel discussion a success. So I think we will, you know, the good thing is we don't have any bus to catch or train to catch and start other than dinner. So let me just close by thanking. I'd like to thank several people. First, I would like to thank the plenary speakers, Professor Stephen Taylor and Professor Peter Swan, for their thought-provoking discussions. And then I'd like to thank the 4 research paper presenters, Professor Chen Chen, Dr. Paul Thumber, Professor Cameron Trong, and Leslie Luo. I would also like to thank the panel members, the discussion panel members, who are all here, right here in front of you. Without your contribution, this symposium would not achieve its desired impact. So I thank you sincerely for your time and effort in striving to make this event a success. I next would also take this opportunity to thank Professor Chongwu Choi, the Director of the Center for Global Business, which the ICVG is part of, for his support of the ICVG, there he is saying hi, and the symposium. I would also like to thank Deputy Dean Gary McGee for the encouragement and support he provided me when I wanted to form the ICVG and for his welcome speech today, which was very encouraging. And finally, I'd like to thank Shahab Sasigar, the coordinator of the Center for Global Business, who provided valuable assistance with the different logistics of organizing the symposium. With Shahab's assistance, it was fairly smooth running, and I think this event has been a huge success, at least in my opinion. So last but not least, I would like to thank you, the audience, for attending the symposium. Without your presence, the symposium would not have its desired impact. So I sincerely hope, in closing though, that you have benefited from attending this symposium in some way, and that you especially use the insights generated during the symposium to inform your research, education, practice, and policy initiatives. You'll all agree that this is an interesting, albeit challenging question, but a very timely and a very interesting question that needs to be investigated. Okay, So thank you all once again, and goodbye.
Thank you, Christo.
Right. Thank you, Christo.
Christo.
Thank you so much
Thank you.
for organising
It was
this.
very successful.
Thanks, Christo.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank
Right.
you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.